Can on, can off.
Jeb,
But,
why?
What did I do wrong?
What did Jeb do?
what
This
Jeb
is-
do?
Fucking the tweet.
This is 7 a.m. here in Aotearoa. We are very tired.
So anyway,
You sound a bit like Tom Baker there for a sec.
Yes, it is 7 a.m. here in New Zealand. We are very tired. I was at the pub last night and some woman said, "Can we go to the hotel room and I'll wear your scarf?"
so anyway, hello
That's not
everyone.
what she did.
How you doing?
Hi.
Yeah, we're back with ECUM. What's the number? 27.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did the deed, and then I woke up the next morning and attended Pete Davidson.
But yes, hello. We have two people who one has been on ECUM before, another one hasn't, despite us talking quite regularly. Hello, Callum and Connor. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
That's a fair point. I completely agree, Connor. Yeah.
That's how they talk in New Zealand.
That's if fucking any real fans out there that have seen Classic Who, if you've seen
I have.
if you've seen Vengeance on Varos or Mind Warp, which are sexy stories, you'll know Syl, and he goes.
I know, Sil.
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, he's like a ball of poo with a head. That's what
That
he looks
does not
like.
sound very appealing. Not gonna lie.
Shut
So to
up.
be
I think
fair,
I just-
Jeb
I
also
think I
sounds
was
like
just
poo
fucking-
with.
I think I just insulted small people. Oh well.
Well, I'm smaller than everyone.
Oh,
I could
well.
ever insult, so don't worry.
I'm a
Yes,
mascot.
because that's from you're from Brazil. That's why.
What was that?
God, I don't know what's happening.
You made the Sultana
tired.
laugh.
Sure.
Oh, no,
Hold on, Jeb died again.
Marcus, before we do this video, shouldn't we watch the Doctor Who poop? I don't...
Oh shit, we actually could. That is true. Can you get me the link, Jeb?
Yeah, have you seen the Sontar horse, Callum and Connor?
No.
Yes. Perfect.
Are you okay, Connor?
No, it's 7 a.m. You wanker.
Come on, hurry up and load.
I'm just thinking. I don't think I could do watch it on my phone and listen to it at the same time, right?
You could. We've had people on that did it, but I'm not sure if it works well.
Okay, I might have to switch on my desktop.
Well,
That would
So
be
just-
ideal.
Bear
if you
with
have
me.
do that, then you can. We do not.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, we could just talk about, I don't know, Doctor Who, I guess.
I'll tell you why that piss off ghost joke is not funny.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
Yeah,
Because
here comes
before Ragnarok came out for like 3 years, maybe 4 years, maybe 5 years, or since like 2012 or 13, there was this ad on TV for like drunk driving, and in this ad, the guy at the party imagines his friend who's died in a drunk crash. And then fucking he turns into a ghost and he's like, "Oh bro, you want a chip? You want my chip?" And he's like, "No, I don't want to have your ghost chips." And I had to listen to that every day on TV for like 5 years before seeing that film. Actually, maybe longer because I didn't see the film when it came out.
The film is a problem. It's like it's not funny to you because of that.
Yes, because I'm so sick of this fucking humor. It's everywhere in my country. I'm sick of it. It's like a rash. It won't go away.
Maybe be British like us.
I'm
Yeah.
not British.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
all of
I
us.
like your
Every
accent.
single
us.
one of
Single
the
one of
people
us,
in
yeah.
this call are British except for Connor.
See, I like
Yeah.
the one where Christopher Eccleston's in a car crash and with his like girlfriend, and he's just like, and his girlfriend's dead, and he's like, "Oh, what a waste of a decent motor." That's funny. That's
is
what
funny.
Ragnarok should have been.
Sure.
That's what should happen. Jane Foster should have died in that fire with the old people home, and he was just like, "What a waste of a
Shit, I
decent
forget that
home."
Jane Foster is a character. She's gonna come back for Thor 4. That's gonna be interesting.
Oh, yeah,
God,
she
it's
exists.
worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
she
gonna
she
be
came
more
back
of the
for
same
What
shit
If, and
I
she
don't
was
like.
shit.
No,
Now
if
she's
you
gonna
the
be
thing,
decent.
the other on a more like serious note though, is that I actually really liked the films I saw by Taika Waititi before Ragnarok. So the ones I think I mainly saw were Boy and What We Do in the Shadows.
Mhm.
And so when I watched Ragnarok, I was expecting it to have that same kind of bite to it, and it was a lot more mainstream. Like it didn't have.
Oh yeah,
the
Ragnarok
same...
is way more of a studio film than any.
Yeah.
anything
So
else
the
he's
thing
done.
is, his independent films he actually did in New Zealand before going to Hollywood. All of the humor, like it's a similar style, but all of his jokes have this almost like depressing undertone to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they'll make a joke about how this girl that this kid fancies, her name is Chardonnay, which is an alcohol brand, and the reason why that's her name is because her parents like that alcohol brand, and it's really depressing because it's like that's like fucking part of their culture, and like you'd be like, well, if she was going to a white school, she'd be bullied for that. So there's like a really dark undertone to all of his humor before that point, and then you get to Ragnarok, and it's just silly New Zealand humor for the sake of it, and I don't like that at all because I hear that all the time, and it's just not interesting.
Yeah,
to
I
me
mean,
at
I
all.
would say I think the only other film of his that I've watched is Jojo Rabbit. I don't remember watching any of the other ones, but I adore Jojo Rabbit, and that film has like
Jojo
some
Rabbit is
really,
fucking great.
really creative comedy, and just
I'm sure it does.
overall tells a fantastic story.
You need to
just think
watch.
it's phenomenal.
You need to watch What We Do in the Shadows. That film is fucking hilarious. It's
I've
about
watched
basically it's about a flat of I don't know what you call it in Brazil. In Brazil, I don't know what you call it there, but it's like a what do you call it when like a bunch of people live in a house? Is it a flat or is it like an apartment?
A ghetto.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
I don't know.
Just call it a flat. It
Fucking-
doesn't. Sure, it works.
Yeah, so you got a flat of like vampires, but the thing is that the vampires think they're normal, and it has that really like act like nothing is abnormal New Zealand humor where there's like, yeah, so we were cleaning out the plumbing the other day from the bathroom, and we found some liver in there and some and some organs and a lot of blood. There's a lot of blood in there. And they're just downplaying the fact that they murdered those people.
Ah, that's hilarious. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, Doctor
Oh,
Who,
yeah.
how we
The
feeling?
one that everyone quotes to me is when they meet up with some werewolves at like down the road. And they have a bit of a growl at them. I tell you what we do in the shadows is better than fucking Twilight. I'll say that much.
Whoa, hot take though, hot take.
Yo,
No,
that's
it's
the new hot
a
take. New
vampire
hot
werewolf
take.
film than Twilight.
Everyone post the I am suicide picture on Twitter. We got a new hot take.
We got a new
everyone.
hot take.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Everyone at Cascades to ask what he thinks about this new hot take. We need to know his input. So anyway,
Could be better than Twilight.
Doctor Who is a show that is going to
It's
start soon.
just cringe. It's got woman in it.
Series 13. That is indeed true. I hate women.
Yes.
That's gonna be that
Yeah,
clip that
yeah,
you
you do.
realized. But anyway, Series 13 starting in 9 days.
Oh
And,
my god.
You guys can definitely expect ECUM content on it. But what are we thinking about Series 13? Are we excited?
I'm scared.
I'm
scared.
fucking so hyped for it. I can't wait for it to be so trash.
Well, you
I'm
know what's
so-
cool is that 13's the unlucky number, so it's going to be even more badder.
Stop it.
No, unlucky for Chibnall would be he accidentally makes a masterpiece, but it's because of his incompetence.
It's like when Moffat accidentally wrote Heaven Sent.
Yes.
Which is completely and utterly the opposite of Series 9's arc, but
Yeah.
it's better than everything in it.
Yeah, Heaven Sent is fucking amazing, but Series 9 really fucked it up. How Bent is cringe. Fucking hate Hell.
Yeah, but also Heaven Sent
Someone
is
should
the
make a
opposite of
video on
everything
that.
came before Series 9 as well. So it's like, he just took something terrible and made a masterpiece that's the opposite of it, and then fucking reversed it again.
Yeah,
So
he
maybe that's what
did the
Chibnall would do.
uni-reverse card twice. It was pretty pog.
Like, we'll be
Fucking-
saying to him, we're like, "Oh my god, Chibnall, you made the Timeless Child great. You got rid of it." He's like, "Did I?"
You just
I was just making a real like, ambitious one with lots of monsters and flashy lights and all
You're
that.
gonna go to the end of
Well,
time and
no,
introduce
you
this new
fixed
ability to
everything.
the Doctor that he never used to save anyone else that he cared about. It's gonna be so cool, though.
Cool.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Chibnall has an Uno reverse card. I think he's just
I think he's
I
just
think he's
dumb.
just a bit,
He's
I
just
think he's
doing
just a
whatever.
bit lame.
I like how he went.
Absolutely.
Episode 1, we could have either gone safe or blow the universe up. We blew the universe up.
Yeah, well, there's a middle ground. Not gonna lie, there is indeed a middle ground between all of those. You don't need to blow the universe up. We've just started a series of TV.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you either win or you die. There's no middle ground.
And biggest cliffhangers as well, and that's scares me the most.
Well, the thing with the cliffhangers, I'm like the most okay with because the series is gonna be continuous story. So I'm like, it makes sense to have cliffhangers. So that's something.
If anyone wants to look up like the best cliffhanger ever made in TV, there's one made in my country, New Zealand, and you can look up Shortland Street. Please tell me that is not your penis on YouTube, and you'll see it. It is a great cliffhanger. It's better than all of fucking Chibnall's cliffhangers. That's for damn sure.
But yeah,
Not a high bar.
these cliffhangers are going to be bigger than the War Doctor, for example. And it's like, oh no.
Remember the Utopia cliffhanger? Now, that was
Yeah.
fucking
Yes,
amazing.
I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Banger,
good.
absolute banger.
It's meant to be bigger than that. And it's like,
The
no.
Master Reborn.
I was actually watching that clip earlier and just just come.
I just love it so much, dude. Because like the review is so well built up. It's insane.
Mm-hmm. Series 3 is
Jacoby's
great.
Series
amazing.
3 is phenomenal, yeah.
Oh,
No.
yes. Please talk about Series 3. That's my favourite one.
Yeah,
Yay.
it's just
So
It's
far, I'd
so
say
fucking
Series
good.
4 is my favorite because I think it has the best character stuff. And I think Donna
Yes,
is
I agree.
slightly better than Martha, but they're both phenomenal. So it's hard to pick one. They're both
Well,
Yeah,
they're both
but,
perfect characters.
But Queen Martha deserved better, Marcus.
She deserves better, guys.
She was into the doctor. The doctor was like, yo, I like Rose, and that's bad writing.
Cringe.
0
Oh
out of
god.
10.
Ugh. Why
She's
would you
totally
like a
not
white
like
woman?
Martha said she wasn't interested to the Doctor's face in episode 1. It's not like that happened, guys. Am I right?
Why does he like a white woman? That's just so cringe.
Yeah, the doctor is racist. We all know that.
Yeah,
I mean,
obviously.
if you watch Spyfall, that would be very true, yeah.
Doctor see the real you. Speaking of
Did it-
which, Editron, your Spyfall video's coming out soon, isn't it?
Yes, after a year and a fucking half of fucking... Oh, God, it's finally coming out. It's coming out.
You know what though? You pushing forward to finish that is encouraging me to finish the shit that we did a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I really knuckled down and I fucking just got through it because that's the thing with editing it. It does just get very, especially the
However,
this kind of video because it's just clip after clip after clip. And it gets tedious.
the difference between you and me is that you had to finish one Rage, whereas I have to finish 22 reviews.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. That's
yeah.
But we'll get there.
Jeez.
We'll get there. It's been now over a year since we finished season 3, isn't
I
it?
can't wait to like bully you for your opinions on Misa. Remember those? But I'm like, but look at these plot holes. You're like, but I love that ending. It's so meaningful.
Keep in mind, we watched it like what over a year ago now.
Yeah,
So
you're
I
like,
hardly
oh,
remember
but
much
it
of it.
means so much for a character. I'm like, yeah, but what about Stannis? He's an idiot. What do you do? You're overlooking that. Anyway, I won't reveal anything else because that's spoilers.
So,
Spoilers, as River would say.
oh yes, the best character. So anyway, Doctor Who.
Sontar Horse.
Yes.
Oh, that's
so
right.
is
Bloody, what
everyone
if River
in
Song is in
the?
this series?
Is everyone in
Think
the
about
watch
that. What
together?
if River Song's in it?
I am.
Connor, are you? Because there is one person that's white there in the watch together, so I'm not sure if it's you.
Wow.
Well, it has
Oh,
to be
well,
you.
I mean,
Sean is on.
I mean, me and Calm are both white, Marcus. That's
Oh shit!
just
I
racist.
apologize. Yes, I'm just being racist.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the actual Jeb Bush is also white, but I don't know about the one that's in this call.
No,
I'm black as you
he's a
could be.
Santaran. No, he's just
Oh
Santaran.
yeah, okay. So he's like, whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. It's fucking early.
I just want you to answer my question. Are you the watch together, Connor?
I am on my phone, but I'm just gonna try and open up my on the two screener, whatever it's called, the fucking desktop.
All right, we shall wait for that then.
Or is it desktop or is it desk bottom?
Heyo.
You'll never know.
What the fuck?
Connor seems drunk. He's not drunk. He just woke up not long
ago. I've never been drunk in my whole life.
Sure.
I'm straight edge, which means I'm better than you.
Connor is just acting drunk like the doctor and the girl in the fireplace.
I don't need to drink because I'm retarded.
That is.
I was getting
the
my
benefits of
dinner.
being
Fuck.
retarded. Nobody likes you, Editron.
I ate dinner already.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing you do
That's
before the stream.
That's one of the things that like weirded me out as a kid watching Empire Strikes Back is when Luke tells Yoda, he's like, "No, that's my dinner."
All right, it seems everyone is in, so let us watch this masterpiece of a video.
Right.
Oh shit! Hang on.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just have to just let me sit down.
So he was actually walking. Oh no, Editron was
Just let
right.
me sit down.
That's for the future.
Sit down. Sit down. Oh. You know that scene of Dolby?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Never have I been asked to sit down by a wizard.
I can referencing.
Like an equal.
This is why Dobby's
Because that's
dead.
what slavery does, guys.
Yeah.
Slavery, good.
Wow.
Hold on.
I was gonna say this stream is gonna get us cancelled, but we have enough shit to get us cancelled from other streams, so I'm not sure yet.
Oh my god, I did.
So anyway, can we watch this video?
No,
Yeah.
just let me put my headphones on first.
Jesus Christ!
Fuck's sake. So you're prepared.
The funniest thing is that they only have me for limited time and I'm wasting it.
Yeah, have you for what, an hour and a half around that? So yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you fucking.
I've been switching. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. Whoa.
So hey, Connor again.
Welcome to the stream.
Connor.
There
you go.
Now you even sound better.
Yeah.
That's good. So can we watch this video finally?
No.
He's back. Lord Voldemort has returned.
For fuck's sake. Can we press play on this video?
Yes.
Sontar Horse. Okay. Oh, is
Alright.
this fucking Charlie the Unicorn?
Yes.
You know what? It could be.
With a
Sure.
bloody flaccid, what's it called? The thing on their head.
Penis.
I don't think they have a penis on their head, Editron.
We call it a horn.
Most people call it a horn. Yeah.
Yeah.
sounded like your mouth was full of penis when you said that, Carl.
I mean, it was full of dumplings.
Same thing.
Same thing,
Oh.
really. Yeah. So anyway,
Yeah.
It's an
Some-
Asian penis.
Asian penis is a dumpling. Fuck's sake.
Flaccid.
Okay, fucking Santar Horse. Let's go.
Let's go.
I mean,
Jesus Christ, Jeb.
wait, what? What happened? You
I
paused?
pressed play and then Jeb paused like 2 seconds into the video.
You know that horn is how I feel when I watch Chibnall, who is just flaccid.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Pretty
But
much.
that's just my subjective opinion.
That's just a theory. A film theory. So anyway.
For the glory of Santa!
Dude, I can't believe we got leaked footage of Series 13.
I know, right?
Oh my god!
Oh my god. It's the new Time War.
Oh look, it's oh my god!
There's a shadow. It's a Vashna Narada.
Till it's done.
Oh!
Keep your eye on
You're
ground.
doing it now.
Oh no, we changed time.
Yeah, it's because he ran over an old man. That's why.
Oh my god, we're back in the 60s.
Graham is a portkey to Classic Who.
Speaking of Doomsday,
Oh, this is the one with the cringe crying, isn't it?
Oh yes, hate crime.
Nice.
There's all sorts of realities around us, different dimensions, billions of parallel universes all stacked up against each other. The void is the space in between. And then absolutely nothing. No life.
This is really impressive editing, dude. Not gonna lie.
I know.
Wow. This is what happened to the Doctor in Inferno when he crossed universes. He was like,
It just kept seeing something.
oh, this is fucking serious Sega Nakanola music.
Doctor Who, fuck.
Yes, because that's what's gonna happen because Yaz is there.
Yeah. Oh, don't start. But yeah,
That was actually, I really liked that.
yeah,
that was great.
Yeah.
That was some good banter.
It was a Time
I'm
Warrior
actually-
sequel.
Ridiculous.
Wow, I'm actually. Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Neat.
That's why it's called the Time Warrior, because he travels through time. Like that.
He chose a time like that. He has a time traveling horse.
I hope that just like the Time Warrior, fucking bloody Dan the Carpenter, just like the Third Doctor, is gonna call Yaz fucking fairer sex.
The sad thing is, this is still going to be better than the actual episode.
I mean,
Yeah.
not wrong, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, didn't they
Yeah.
confirm that the swarm is like what a monster's
I
called?
wouldn't
and like
be-
everyone's
I w-
theories
I
were wrong about what the swarm
wouldn't-
was.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just throw a whole bunch of shit at the screen and then people are like, "Oh my god, this is the best Sontaran story ever."
I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
Series 4.
That's what will happen, yeah.
But yeah, they did. It's confirmed the swarm was those crystalline monsters things.
Yeah, and everyone was like, "Oh, swarm!" So it's like weeping angels for WA are for
Yeah, and
Ravages.
also there's
and
so many people that are like
Spice or
saying
something.
it's like, oh, it's gonna be so good because Chris Chibnall described the Time Warrior. It's like he recounted something from the past, which means the current thing is gonna be good.
Of course.
Yeah.
It just stands to reason.
That's logic.
Just want to say real quick, as Dominic sent a super chat saying, "Hello, Editron, Connor, Jeb, Marcus, and Zod. Hope you all are having a
Hi.
great day. The best video to start the stream on." And I agree, that was the best video to start the stream on.
That's the best video
Yeah.
ever covered on ECUM.
Cures depression.
Unironically,
Yeah.
probably not wrong. Like the best video we actually did cover was probably the Nando V Movies video we had covered last stream.
Yeah.
Even then, it wasn't great because it had like a 3-minute portion where he
It had
just
that really
narrated.
cringe
Yeah.
part where he wrote a scene. It was so fucking
And
cringe.
his writing was really terrible. So
Yes, it was.
Oh, we know all about cringe on EDAR. Oh boy. Oh.
what do you mean? There's not a single dumb Doctor Who fan. I have never seen a bad take regarding Doctor Who. So anyway, we're gonna cover a video from
sorry,
Poofat.
no. Fucking hang on, Callum. You remember that now that you've seen season 19 and Arc Infinity, you remember that bloody confused Adipose video where he said that the Peter Davison era was just like the Whittaker era? Remember that? Remember that,
Yep.
Callum?
Yeah, I remember that. A blonde doctor. Because
it's got a blonde doctor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
three
season 19 is like so much better than the Chibnall era. Like, holy shit.
No, they're exactly the same because he's
They're
got
really
a
not.
blonde doctor and
It has
three
only one bad
companions.
story. So
And there's no romantic interest. Even though like there's one, I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it.
But also,
I
like,
do-
the Chibnall era is teasing very hard Yaz as a romantic
Yeah.
interest, so I don't know.
Please no.
can't wait.
I mean,
Vote for
look,
Sunrise.
The thing
I
is,
mean,
I'm not sure, like, from a character perspective, if they don't do anything with that, they're just dropping everything they set up with Yaz's character.
Well,
And that's
okay,
literally
so-
all she has going for her, so I don't know.
at the moment, it's just homogenized crap. However, what will really get me pissed off is that if the Doctor just reciprocates, because there's a whole character arc that they would just be overlooking in that case, where it's like the entire point of like the 9th and 10th Doctor, and to an extent the 11th, is like, I can't fall in love with a human. Clearly, look at this.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah, I
if
mean,
the
yeah, we
Doctor
had
was just
Rose
to
and then
reciprocate-
his relationship with River and all that, and it's kind of like, he shouldn't fall in love with someone, especially human.
I want the Doctor to be like Qui-Gon from that Phantom Menace YouTube poop, where Yaz is just like, I love you, mate, can we get married? And she's like, no. Anakin, fuck off!
I mean, I would definitely like that. Just have the Doctor tell Yas to fuck off. That would be amazing.
Queen Abadala, it is imperative that you have sex with us here and now. Won't be a problem.
But yeah, so speaking of bad Doctor Who takes, we're gonna cover a video from our fellow YouTuber called Faux Fat Videos, which we have covered quite a few times by now because of his interesting takes on What If.
Oh, yes.
So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
also
we've-
covered Full Fat.
We've covered him, and fucking EFAP has covered him as well.
oh yeah, they covered his Loki video, yeah, where they say Loki's the
Yeah.
antidote for bad Doctor Who. That was,
It's
that
just
was,
one big circle.
that was definitely a video. But anyway, let us start watching this video, and you know,
I'll tell you what is a good entity for Bad Doctor Who is what Series 14 is going to be.
yes, indeed. Well, the
Yeah.
60th anniversary is going to be written by RTD,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's going to be
I
super
can
fun.
hope-
Yes.
I am
We can
so
only hope
excited.
it's
Yeah.
better. I am very excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited. So anyway, let us venture into Doctor Who, the greatest regeneration ever.
Jodie
Oh.
Whittaker is leaving Doctor
I've
Who.
seen this video.
Or maybe she isn't? British tabloids are usually so
Oh my god, this was like a
reliable.
year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
seen this.
Oh, you have seen
I
it,
remember
Connor,
this.
then?
I have seen this, yeah.
Oh,
I
boy.
hate
Wow.
this video. I hate it.
Yeah, so Jeb and Connor, I think, are the only ones who have watched it among us five.
It's been a long it's been a long time though, but I have seen it.
Right. Yeah, Jeb
Yeah.
watched it, so we could.
I
know
watched-
if we should
I think
watch
I watched
or
it-
not.
I think I watched it when it came out. That's how long ago it was.
Yeah, so
Oh, it was a
definitely a long
video.
time ago.
It had to be a year ago because the
Yeah,
sun.
because that's when the
reported things.
rumors started.
So,
Yeah.
yes.
This is the master that people think are cringe.
Even if
Oh yeah, people. I hate people. Like John Sim.
I
John
also
Sim is
hate
so
people.
obviously the best master in New Who. Like
Yes.
like Master Beta.
no, but for real, it's like I like Missy. I think her arc in Series 10 is pretty good. But like, dude, you cannot say that Sasha Dewan or Missy are better than John Sim. Just it's impossible.
The only argument I see is if you include Big Finish and you include Derek Jacobi's content, because that's fucking delicious.
Big Finish content
that-
for Missy to get her character.
Oh, they do have that. They do have that, but you'll have to, because it ties into like Chibnall Who lore. So I don't know.
Oh.
You'll
Oh no, I'm okay.
They did a storyline called the Lumiat, which is to explain how they got to Sash Dewan after. I think I explained this before.
I think I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
For
we spoke about that.
anyone watching, if anyone has seen the Trial of a Time Lord, there is a villain called the Valiard, which is like an evil doctor. There's also a character in the Big Finish called the Lumiere, which is like a good master. And after the Doctor falls, the Lumiere is created, and then it backfires and goes the opposite direction, and that's how we get to Sasha Dewan.
So Sasha Dewan is a retarded version of the Master, then?
Yes.
No, well, that's one way of looking at it. If you want to judge bloody fucking, I don't know. Hang on, is this like? I don't know what ism this is. Because it's like you're mocking the afterlife.
It's just, I don't know. Like, the thing is, I definitely get why they would bring the Master back, but from my perspective, it would have been so meaningful if Missy just didn't regenerate and we had her being the last Master, because it actually reaches the end of her arc. Like, I don't know. Like, it's definitely not the thing I would expect them to do, but it's the thing I would want them to do. Same way as, like, I would have preferred if they had stopped reusing the Dalek so much. Like, if they just finished it in the RTD era.
My guess is that Chibnall was cast as showrunner after Series 9, so he didn't know what was going to happen to Missy after Series 9, so maybe that's why. And he's like, oh, I'm going to have the Master at the start of my second series. And then Series 10 came out, and he's like, well, I'm just going to keep the same plan, because that's who I am. That's who you are, Chibnall.
Because I do not redraft.
Waiting for me.
All this time.
All this time. Oh, fucking that tweet.
Important.
That fucking tweet that I did where, like, the stepmom gets stuck in the washing machine is like, because that's who you are, stepmom. You were always this waiting for me.
All this time.
Not remotely stuck.
Is there a Doctor Who meme where it has the BBC as the Avengers and Thanos as RT?
There was something like that.
Fine.
I'll
do it myself.
Like, it goes, where'd that bring you back to me?
Yeah, I've seen.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen that.
one.
Yeah. I mean, RTD is Thanos, and if you notice, the Infinity Glove has more than 4 stones in it, and we've only gotten 4 of his stones so far. So there you go. Yes.
Just Tin super chatted saying Foo Fat is big gay. Also hi Tin. Oh wait. So yeah, fuck Tin. He's not here because he's the big cringe, or he's sick.
I'm glad he isn't.
Yeah.
Wait,
fuck
Tin, did you just say Tin super chatted?
Yes.
So Tin super chatted something he'll get a cut from.
Yes.
Look, I know that
he just lost 2/3 of that dollar. Yeah.
I know that Tin is coughing out the big cringe right now, so I've got a word of advice. You need to just cough into your femboy socks, and they'll give you superpowers.
I mean, yeah.
That'll do it.
I don't think anyone's tried that before, so I'd listen to Connor, honestly.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's never been heard of before, so it must be true.
Just cough in there, and then give your mate a good old rub.
Okay, so let us continue with this video. Please.
This isn't true, and Jodie Whittaker isn't actually going. The end of her tenure is, of course,
so surprised. Oh
day
God!
Will one day come where the 13th Doctor will be the next Time Lord to regenerate.
He said, "Come."
Thinking about all the regenerations we've been treated to since.
Oh look, it's these boys.
When Russell T Davies revived the show,
oh, I love that man.
Regenerated. Now with a revamped but unified style.
Why did that come out my right ear?
It's just here we go. Pause in the good moment. There's just a lot of information. I just need to pause because it's giving me a headache looking at all those cuts.
Well, we basically say that regeneration changed a lot after RTD took over, which is true. Visually, at least, the regenerations.
I was being distracted by all the fan service. It was like, remember this, remember this, remember this, remember this, remember this.
I do remember the good Doctor Who, yes.
Yeah, I do remember.
I was rewatching the 12th Doctor's regeneration recently, dude. That scene I really like it a lot. His speech to the next Doctor. But it's
Connor doesn't like it.
Oh, you're cringe.
Sorry.
But it's completely undermined by 13 being a fucking
I mean, to be
crime.
fair, it's mostly ruined by the bit where he's like, "If the high heart's in the right place, and the stars are too, children can hear your name."
I didn't like that. I didn't like that line. I was like, what?
I like that.
Kind of came out. of left
I'm very
field.
mixed on it.
I like that.
I mean,
Well, no one cares what you like.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So, look, whatever. we can
Listen,
all agree 10's
we just-
regeneration is
we-
the best anyway.
Yes.
we just need to start. We need to start reproducing as a species because children are cringe.
I don't
I-
agree that regeneration
Yeah.
is best.
No, it's not. Bloody Peter Davison's probably the best one, or Eccleston, or Patrick Troughton.
I'm not
Davison.
sure if I would put Eccleston over Tennant. Not gonna lie. Like Eccleston's is great, but I would not put it over Tennant.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Dav-
I don't know.
Davison.
They're both written by Russell T Davies. It's like
They're
but-
both
but the
fantastic.
thing is-
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like, you know, the sex you have on your honeymoon is going to be better than it is in like your 5th year of marriage. So I'd say Eccleston's better.
Sure.
That's interesting logic.
I
to
am
use,
sure that analogy
well.
totally works.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Unless of course you're religious, and in which case your honeymoon sex will be your first time, and it's going to be terrible and awkward, and you'll probably fall off the bed. But anyway,
That is a sure. So anyway, full fact.
A cascade of fiery orange energy would burst out of every pore
I love
as
John
the
Sim.
process rewrites every cell of a Time Lord's DNA.
Yeah.
Do you guys
it's,
know what regeneration is?
I do know.
It's urine
This
lightning
was a
apparently.
really great creative choice. But with each
I agree.
regeneration, of course,
I know,
comes
right?
the end for each respective Doctor.
Yes.
Their regeneration scenes work as a goodbye for the incarnation, as well as the actor, with measured degrees of success. Regardless of
Hey
what the
now,
episode is
Wait.
I saw that there. I saw that full fact. You said
Yeah.
you said that very cryptic line over the end of time. I know exactly what that was you were talking about. There.
What?
You were like,
Wait, does he think Tennant's regeneration is bad?
We'll
Probably
get
not.
into that. We'll get into
He's
that.
like,
Right there.
he's
Oh
like,
no, he actually does.
very-
Oh
Very
no,
degrees.
no.
It's not.
We were just talking about how it's Tennant or Eccleston is in the best for the new.
How
new
dare
Who.
you
Oh,
be
Jesus.
sad? How dare you be sad before you die? How dare you?
I don't want to go.
Yeah, it's the point is
You
that
know-
his this regeneration of his
We'll
was so
sing to you,
short, and that's
Doctor.
why he doesn't just
We're
want to go
supposed-
because he has like only 2 regenerations. Well, 1 if you count the word Doctor as a.
No. The Doctor is a suicidal character. This is out of character. He should want to die.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, so he would have the same issue with the 12th Doctor then, him wanting to die,
I'm dying.
which
The thing is, what annoys me as well, Planet of the Dead, when it's first said, establishes Tennant to be gently terrified, like the Four Knocks.
Yep.
She should have. Yeah, she should have stole that gold cup with her boobies. That's what should happen in Planet of the Dead.
that was actually the what? No, Waters of Mars was the last episode I watched. But
Wars of Mars.
yeah,
Oh,
because I've been
we'll-
rewatching, so I rewatched.
Oh well, I mean,
Planet-
it's like
I watched the
what,
next Doctor,
there's no,
Planet of the
there's
Dead,
no
and,
point. There's no point continuing after that. It's just all downhill from Waters of Mars. In terms of just the show as the whole, it's just fucking. It's never gonna get better. It's never gonna get better.
I
I
mean,
mean, the next season was pretty good.
yeah,
Look,
series 5 is pretty great, and then we have series.
It wasn't
6,
as good as Waters of Mars though. It wasn't as good.
Oh,
as
I
Waters of
would
Mars.
agree there, but Waters of Mars is like the best episode of New.
Well,
Who.
Mars of
It's
Mars
hard
is a
to-
10.
Yeah, it's hard to
So-
achieve something like that.
Yeah, because
Like-
it's got 10 in it.
Hey,
Yes.
like I think I would say only Heaven Sent is the only episode that I think I like. As
Waters
much.
of
Or
Waters
Family
of
Blood.
Mars is so good that it would be hard for even Russell T Davies himself to do something that great in his second run. But we'll see.
Oh yeah,
We'll see.
I doubt he would be able to do something as great just because of how much he achieved in that one episode. Yeah.
It just takes like 4 years to fucking build up to it. So it's
Yeah.
gonna take a lot.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting there. Maybe a midnight like episode.
Yeah,
oh
'cause
yeah,
that's a
Midnight is
self-contained
another 10
thing.
episode.
But-
That episode
Which
is
is a 10
phenomenal.
anyway, but
That's a self-contained thing, but with the Waters of Mars, it's like that's like
It
the
involves
Time
everything
War,
to
you
do
know?
with the 10th
It's a
Doctor.
it's a once in a show kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because you know, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic setup for his character in End of Time as well. It's so good. It's so good.
You know what fucking the Time Lord Victorious should have said. He should have looked at Adelaide and said, "This is not a flat team structure. This is a pyramid, and it's mountainous with me at the top."
when he sees it's a fixed point and he's changed, he's like torn between which one to do. He's going, "No, that's what I call a conflict."
That's the big twist in Jodie Whittaker's character. We all thought she was a switch, but actually she's a top.
the big plot twist we're gonna learn at the just before she regenerates.
That's what the flux is.
That's what the
And then
flux.
right,
The flux is another
is what
version of her where she's.
the flux is what she calls her peg.
Oh, no.
Oh my god!
We're supposed to
We
be
can't
talking
say that.
about the regeneration, so let us get back into it.
Yes, you've absorbed my entire peg. You're gonna burn.
Comes the end for each respective Doctor. Their regeneration scenes work as a goodbye for the incarnation, as well as the actor, with measured degrees of success.
Hey now,
Regardless
I
of
saw
whether the
that.
episode is good or bad, the regeneration scene in each
Oh.
respective Doctor's final story is a whole different beast. You can still have a kick-ass final send-off in a middling special, equally a rather
Not
I would say it's
middling.
worth. I would say it's a lot.
It's
lower than
borderline.
middling.
It's borderline like catastrophic.
Yeah, that episode
Yeah.
is fucking garbage. I do like the
It has,
regeneration
it has
scene.
some.
I do
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
regeneration
It
scene.
has a bit of. It's like It's like when you got to go through a fucking maze of fucking AIDS to get to the gold treasure. That's kind of what Time of the Doctor is.
Pretty much.
Time to Doctor
Yeah.
is weird. It's like, oh shit, we got to explain the regeneration limit I put on myself, and
We got to
Trent's
explain,
Yeah.
and we got to explain the fucking church, and we got to explain the bloody the cracks in time, and we got to explain the silence, and we got to explain
Oh,
why.
it pisses me off so
why-
much. Them bringing
and we
back
gotta
the crack in
explain-
time.
And you got to explain why we're naked in church, Clara. And
Oh, yeah,
so
that
thank you for
episode
bringing
was-
us back, family.
Clara.
That episode tries to do so much and it does not have the proper time, which I think is kind of like Stephen Moffat needed
It
a lot more time to work on it.
I mean, Marcus, it has time to have sexual assault in it. I mean, you could have cut that out, maybe.
I don't
Clara's
remember
dad
that,
wants to
but
play
okay.
Twister.
Matt
well.
Smith
The bit-
slaps Clara's ass.
Oh,
Yeah, and then it's in canon that they're naked, but we see them with clothes on.
Well,
But
the
it's a
Doctor is
perception
naked.
filter. Yeah, well,
And Clara didn't consent really to that.
Nope.
yeah. Well, I mean, she is naked later on, though. Apparently.
Is she?
yeah, I do
Yeah,
remember that she does.
That's why she's shivering. That's why she's
Yeah,
shivering in the snow.
Yeah,
'cause
she
she's
says
got no clothes on.
she's cold, and she says, and it's
Wow.
because she
I mean,
has
it's
no
like-
clothes, it just has like a perception filter or whatever.
And then it's like, oh, there's a weeping angel. Scary.
Oh yeah, remember when they showed the Weeping Angel for absolutely no reason in that episode? That was fun.
It's buried under.
You remember the
buried under
Weeping
snow.
Angels, guys?
Yo, I
Fucking
created them.
hell.
Me, Stephen Moffat. Yo.
Oh, God.
Do you like the
oh my
scene
God.
in,
Oh no! I'm just now. You're making me think of Angels Take Manhattan. Don't do that.
Oh, that
Please.
episode.
Did you like the Wooded Cyberman?
Oh yeah. Why? Oh, that was.
Also, this thing doesn't work on wood.
So anyway,
Oh, no.
Do you like the scene with Clara literally talking to the Doctor about you change, you pop back up with a real face or another face? Sorry, but then the
Yeah.
next episode she gets all pissy the fact the Doctor's old.
Yeah, no.
yeah.
It's just
so
like
great. It's so
Sh-
great.
She's so weird. And what is it? A Deep Breath, I think is the episode, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I really don't like Deep Breath. I think it's
more
not
like
good.
Yeah.
more like deep ass.
Ayo. Yeah, it's not a great season. Not a great episode.
Yes.
Not a great season.
I mean, yeah.
Well, season 8 isn't great.
but
though.
it's so dark and moody and insightful, and it's got an old man in it. And that makes it good because it's old. Because it's old is better than young.
Let's first think what episode of series 8 I actually like. The
Mummy and Flatline.
Yeah.
they're good.
Those are the best.
This Listen
Um,
Series
the-
8, because I think I remember liking that.
I don't
It's
like
been way too
Listen.
long
I
since I
hate
watched it.
Listen.
It's been
No,
way too
Yeah,
long
I
since I
know,
watched
I
it.
know, I know Jay likes Listen, but I think we'll just have to fucking kill her.
Yeah,
for
well,
that.
Jay
that's
likes
fair.
Far From Home.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And Homecoming.
There we go, yeah.
Which, by the way, everyone watching, go watch SK's video on Homecoming and then
I
tell
haven't
EFAP
seen
that
it.
they're cringe because it's a good video and EFAP is cringe. Isn't
Yeah, I
that right,
never
Jeff?
understand. Yes, yes, it is. I never understand why people like Listen. I've never
I
understood.
don't
Neither
either.
do I.
because it's
I-
because
I
it's,
hate it.
Capaldi's
It's 'cause
acting
it's
is
got,
great,
like-
and that's all that I remember.
I will
really.
say it does
Sorry,
have one really good "Where's Wally" joke in it. That's one thing I really like about Listen.
Oh yeah,
Is that
I do
bit-
remember that. Yeah.
See where they visit Rupert Pig, and he describes "Where's Wally." It's really funny.
Do you like the part where Clara makes fun of the soldier?
Oh, was that in
Yeah.
that
I
episode?
do.
Yep.
I
They're at
Oh.
the dinner and
Oh,
I'm not gonna repeat myself. I've already talked about that a few years ago, and it was in a it was in a fucking video that could be considered a manifesto with the amount of anger that I had in it.
I
Yeah.
mean, she was a proper bitch.
Clara in Series 8 is really, really
Yeah,
weird.
I think I said a few more words, Callum.
I mean, I know. Yeah, I know. I remember.
What was it? I said cunt. I said cow. I said abortion.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Anyway,
Send off in a middling special, equally a rather good episode.
I'd
Does.
be proud.
that's very
Oh,
bad.
my
editing.
heart.
That's very bad editing on his part. You can tell he cut in the middle of his sentence. But anyway, I wouldn't
Yes.
say End of Time is a good episode, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to say
No,
it's
it's
bad.
if you're-
either.
if
I'd say
you're-
that is what I
if you're-
called middling, or as
if we're going on the standard of plot logic, it is bad. But if we're going on the standard of like just being a good character drama, it's pretty good.
Well, I'd say it's like the two have to work in tandem, right? So, in terms of internal consistency, you have both characters and plot. The characters in the episode are phenomenal. The plot is not
Yeah, well,
great.
what
but,
I'm trying to say is if you just ignore the vegetables and eat the fun stuff, it's good.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I love End of Time. It's one of my favorite episodes.
I really like End of Time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, yeah, the plot isn't great. It's kind of the same way I feel about the Suicide Squad, pretty much. Where
Well,
the
a
plot
lot of
doesn't
it,
really make
a
sense,
lot,
but the
a lot
characters
of
are great.
the a lot of the problems stem from the resurrection scene in part one because because it's at the very start of the story, it has this massive ripple effect, and because Russell T Davies is the kind of writer that wants to tie everything together. He's one of those writers that he writes like a shoelace. And because he wants everything to connect, it means that everything connects to that scene, and so because it connects to that scene, it's all just a fucking broken mess.
You see, the girl kissed the master, so the master is on her lips.
It's like when you put one drop of blood into a glass of milk, like the whole glass of milk is contaminated. That's what he did with that scene. But I tell you what's not bad about it is the thing that people think is bad about it, and that's the 10th Doctor's regeneration.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
funny
saw
because
that there was
when
someone
you
spamming.
when you ask like normies on Twitter, well not normies, but like people that you find on Twitter, what's the worst scene in the End of Time? They won't talk about the actual bad stuff. They'll talk about
The
like
tendency.
the actual
Yeah,
the actual great stuff.
How about the Doctor fucking surviving that jaw? Like, yeah, we could talk about that.
Well, they'll say
unreasonable
that
is.
scenes like him going, like the whole scene after the 4 knocks, they'll say that shit. That's just what? No. It's,
What was the bloody Council of Geeks? She was like the ultimate thrill ride.
That's what, yeah.
DC's
Only
asking
me
thoughts
and
on
Connor will
Mummy on
get
the
that.
Orient Express. I think that's one of the episodes we said is we actually
Yeah,
like
so
from Series 8.
Mummy and the Orange Express, everything that's like everything in terms of the concept is great, but I think it would be better if Kill the Moon wasn't a disaster, because I think the problem with it is because it follows up on the drama from Kill the Moon, it's really forced. However, once you ignore all the overarching Series 8 stuff, it's a really good self-contained story, and there's that bit where Capaldi does the jelly babies, and I remember the jelly babies.
Yeah, I really like Mummy on the Orient Express. That's a
Yeah,
episode
that
I
and
had to find.
Flatline are absolutely the best
Yeah.
episodes from series 8.
Yeah, and also Flatline, Jamie Matheson actually knows how to write Clara being similar to the Doctor as opposed to Moffat.
Yeah.
Mm.
Moffat needed a lot more time to flesh out Clara as a character. Like, not just
I mean, it
time
took
as
him
in
3 fucking seasons.
You guys didn't. I was about to explain what I meant. You fucking interrupted me. You faggots! I swear to God.
You need to say it before I say it.
I'm sorry. So as I was going to say, I don't mean in runtime. I'm just meaning time for rewriting and redrafting.
Oh,
to
you
get Clara to
mean
be a
you mean
good
in
character.
you mean in walk time? Okay, sure.
Huh? That's hilarious,
The
Connor.
I mean, here's the thing, Marcus. Russell T Davies wrote Midnight in 3 days, so suck my dick.
Oh yes, but Russell T Davies is Russell T Davies. Moffat is Moffat. Like, I'm sorry, Moffat is never going to be as good as RTD. And Moffat is also working on Sherlock at the same time, so he needed.
No excuses. Fuck off. No excuses. Russell T Davies was working on Torchwood and Sarah Jane, and he was also gay in the mid 2000s. So there you go. He had a lot on his plate.
He continues to be gay now in the beginning of the 2020s. 2020s. What the fuck? 2020s.
Go fucking kick yourself off.
The thing is, about Clara is, if you notice Rose in series 1 and 2,
You just had a Hassan moment.
Oh, it's because
I think
Jeb
his internet
is Jeb's internet is cringe. So it just when he talks and he doesn't
No,
talk
I get
for
what
a
you
bit,
mean.
yeah, he
though,
comes
Connor.
back around.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
but yeah, with Clara, she's basically a poor Rose without the love interest in
Yeah.
terms of the influence.
I'd say yeah.
But
Yeah.
but Jeb's a politician, and politicians are not to be trusted, Anakin.
That is true.
No!
Oh no.
So anyway,
He sounded really upset.
so anyway, end of time. I love this scene. Wilf and the Doctor talking.
I also do.
Yeah, because everything with Wilf and the Doctor is mostly great in that episode.
Yeah.
Wilf's the
Our
best
two
character.
lives.
Could be kiboshed.
No.
So what makes a
What?
really good swan song regeneration? What makes them memorable? Where have they missed the mark?
Oh, that's a
And
reverse shot.
At the end of all
What?
this, I'll be telling you my personal favourites. What is, in my opinion,
My personal
the greatest
favourites.
regeneration.
But before I tell you my personal favourites, we're going to talk about Skillshare. That's what's going to happen.
Let's see.
Welcome to Skillshare.
If you like the Matrix, Fleabag,
I would
Mr.
like to
Robot,
dodge this
or
ad, thank you.
Shucks,
I will actually say Fleabag is great television.
Yes,
Everyone
yes,
should
it
watch
is.
it.
I love Fleabag. I was actually
It's-
rewatching
It has
So
bloody Joe Martin in it. Remember that?
Yeah. It's so good. Dude,
when-
everyone
when
is
she
fucking
popped
fit.
with-
Andrew Scott in season 2, dude. He's so fucking great.
Oh yes.
Easily the best
fucking-
character, dude. I don't even care. He's so good.
Yeah.
What is this
Yeah.
bag fully?
Every straight woman loves Andrew Scott as the hot priest.
It's hilarious. Especially
Honestly,
because
it's-
Andrew Scott is
it's
gay,
like-
isn't he?
Yeah. And he plays a religious hot priest. Bloody fucking Fleabag's amazing. It's how you do fourth wall breaking TV.
Yes, indeed.
Mo-
It does
Moffat.
fourth wall breaking so much better than a Deadpool ever did. Like, I'm sorry, but it's just so much so.
Oh yeah, Deadpool. I do love Deadpool, but Fleabag's better.
Yeah.
Because and also it was really insightful because I'm not a woman and I learned so much about women. So there you go.
Whoa! You're not a woman?
Well,
I invited you
No,
here
I'm not
because
a
I thought
woman.
you were. Oh shit!
That's news to me.
Well,
Oh
yeah,
fuck.
I was a diversity hire because Tin's gone, so they need to replace Tin with another diversity hire. There you go.
Yeah. But for real, what of the shows you mentioned, Mr. Robot and Fleabag, I have watched, and they're both phenomenal. So watch.
Oh
those.
yeah, Fleabag is like it's 2 seasons, and there was only one scene that I thought was bad. It was the cliffhanger to the end of season 2, episode 3, I think. You know the one in the church, Marcus, where like she gets with them in the church. That's like a weird scene.
I don't remember that exactly. Because it's been a while since I watched
It's-
season 2. I just finished season 1 on my rewatch, so
Okay,
I'll get
it's
back
in
to
the
you on
middle
that.
of season 2, and it's like she gets them at the church at the end of one of the episodes, and it's weird. It's a weird scene, but apart from that, the whole show is just
yeah.
so good.
Yeah, and Olivia
That's
Colman
why I wanted,
is also like phenomenal in the show. Like,
Oh
has
my
some
god, yeah,
fantastic cast.
that's how you do like good cringe humor.
Yes, indeed.
Where that scene where because fuck, she meets the main character. I can't remember her name, but the one that Phoebe Waller-Bridge plays. She says like hi to her. Yeah, she says hi to her and she smiles, and then she just stands there and doesn't stop smiling, and just like moves around a bit, and there's no sound, and she's just looking to the side. She's still standing there.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Fleabag is great.
So
I
good.
really recommend it. It's
such
on,
a good show.
It's on Prime Video,
Such
so
a good
if you guys want to watch
such
it,
a-
it's there.
It's so fucking funny. And fucking David Williams' character as well on the bus.
Yeah.
his teeth.
Oh yeah.
And it
well,
reminds me so much of that.
He's just flirting with his eyes, and then he lowers the fucking newspaper and we see his teeth.
It's hilarious too, because it's like that character from the God Complex he plays with the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
But he has the same teeth. Fuck, that's such a good show. Why aren't we talking about that instead of bloody Chibnall? Who that's
You see, Chibnall, who has Yaz, since she's a much better character than Fleabag.
No, dear me, no. Yaz doesn't have a scene where she explains periods sitting on the toilet.
Shit, yeah, that's true.
Oh god, it's such a good show. Such a good show.
Yeah, so everyone in the call being out of the loop except for me and Connor. So just watch Fleabag, okay?
Oh my god, honestly, you're all missing out. It's so funny.
Yeah. So anyway,
Chucks all three, then check out my video essays on them on the Amazon Prime Video UK YouTube channel. I'd really appreciate it if
I don't want to watch corporate
if you enjoy
content,
them,
sorry.
And thank you for checking them out. It was an awesome chance to get to collaborate with them. The opportune moment
for you,
where
mate.
you can really feel it.
Jesus Christ, his editing is so bad.
When you can
If you
really
like Doctor
feel
Who,
it.
you like Instagram art, then why not check out the full fat video?
What the fuck was that?
Edits like the Doctor actors playing.
Bloody Sacha Dhawan is a Sith Lord.
Sure.
A Sith.
What's he done to Tennant's hair?
I was gonna say.
That's what my hair looks like right now, because I haven't had a haircut in like a few months.
What is Jesus Christ?
Is that supposed to be a screwdriver in their hands?
Sonic.
Laser
That's
screwdriver.
supposed to be laser screwdriver. They're meant to
Oh,
be
the laser,
master.
yeah. Yeah, I forgot. that
Laser
was a
screwdriver.
We'd have Sonic.
Masters, the Doctors as Jedi, and much more. And finally, if you like this content on YouTube and you want to see more,
I
please
really
subscribe
don't.
with notifications on. Now
It's
onto
alright.
those all
Too much
important
for content.
regenerations.
It's
I need
alright,
to
I'm already
point out
fat enough.
I like things about all of these regenerations.
I don't need
and
more
both
fat.
RTD and the Moth contributed some fantastic and memorable moments within every single one of these scenes.
That's the bit where he slaps Clara on the ass. It's so clever.
Oh, Colin, I love your profile picture.
I don't
It
like
kind of
the
matches with
original
Connor's.
one, and I'm going to delve into
I reckon
all of
Tennant
that,
would have made a good
of
master.
course.
He would.
Okay, so let's get.
Well, if
out
you
of the
watched
way
Jessica
right
Jones, I would agree.
Well, apparently
yeah,
John
he's
Sim was
amazing.
meant to be the apparently John Sim was meant to be the Ninth Doctor, so we could have
Yeah, he
gotten David
was.
Tennant as the Master.
Oh.
That
was
was
in the
interesting. Yeah.
John
but
Sim
yeah,
is a great actor.
And David Tennant, like Colum said, when he plays Kilgrave, he's fucking amazing in that. He would
Fantastic.
definitely play
Yeah,
the master.
he's a great actor.
Yeah.
Yes. The 10th Doctor regenerated twice. He had vanity issues. We're going to briefly talk
He
about
did.
it so I don't get comments telling me about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and by
Thanks
the
for
way,
the exposition, Stephen.
please, for the love of God, please stop telling me I forgot about the Metacrisis Doctor when counting the sequential incarnations of the Doctor on my Day of the Doctor video. Metacrisis doesn't count towards the number of incarnations like the War
Doesn't it?
Doctor does. Only
Yes,
the
it
number of
does.
generations
Yes,
in
it
the
does,
so-
you idiot. He says that in the episode. It does count. That's why he's on his 13th and bloody Time of the Doctor.
I think he means like numerical value.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
he's
it's
talking about-
just being a
Okay.
different personality, like a different Doctor. It's
Right,
not the
yeah,
same
sorry,
Doctor,
sorry,
he just
sorry.
regenerated into himself.
Bloody meta. Yes, in the meta, no, it's not. But
Yeah.
in terms of the cycle, it is, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
definitely. In terms of the cycle, which is why he needs the new cycle in Day of the Doctor. Even though then we learned that he didn't because of Timeless
Wait,
Children.
I just realized something. Time of the Doctor is like a reverse Girl in the Fireplace. So like in Girl in the Fireplace, the Doctor meets a young girl and she sees him and like then he goes away and she falls in love with him in his departure. Then he comes back, she's grown up an adult, and then they like fuck, right? Whereas in this one, in this one, at the start of the episode, the Doctor and Clara are young and he slaps his ass, and then after that he grows old. So it's a reverse girl in the fireplace. Stop.
Girl in the fireplace is pog.
She
Girl in the
stops
fireplace is
being his
great, yeah.
lover because he grows old.
It's very cool.
Imagine being old. That how
Being
inconsiderate
old
of
is
the
so
doctor.
it's so cringe.
Look how old you've become.
Cool. Anyway, yes.
Yes!
I get it.
Yes!
I
Stop
get
it.
it.
Yes!
I get
The
it.
fake out regeneration is cool, even if you didn't really believe that David Tennant would go so
we
suddenly.
get it.
It's the kind of zeitgeist walk
Oh,
no one knew at the
David.
time.
Everybody talking. Bless you, Russell.
Do you want to know my favourite bit?
Mm.
Moffat
What's your
thought
favourite
it
bit?
was a good idea to do this again.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Series 10, he did the cop-out
yeah, that's
regenerating
right.
idea.
Ah.
but
Except,
But at
Wow.
least with this, it actually had like some consequences.
you know, it's
Yeah.
sad because The Lie of the Lamb was almost a great drama, and then that happened. Blech.
I don't remember Series 10 all that much now that I think about it, so not sure.
Second half.
It's the bit where Bill's about to shoot him, and he goes, "Good girl."
Oh yeah, the fake regeneration, and then one of the guys has a loaded gun. Like he actually loads his gun. They point that out, which I find like that's strange.
It's all right. We could have gotten 13 and Bill, and then there would have been lesbian sex. But that's for another. That's for the What If Doctor Who series.
What if Doctor Who?
Actually, to be honest, that is one of them that I would want. Is like, what if the 13th Doctor was in The Lie of the Land?
I mean, that could be
Yeah.
interesting if we had any character to give the
Or
13th
what if Matt Smith was in Journey's End, or what if David Tennant was in Series 5?
That is actually something I actually really like to see. Matt Smith.
Or
in, Journey's
what
End.
if bloody Peter Capaldi was in? Oh god, now my brain's getting wrapped in a mess because it's
Rise
Series
of
6.
Pompeii?
I was
Or
gonna
something
say, what if Peter Capaldi was after he gets shot in Impossible Astronaut? But then I remembered that's at the end of the series, not the start in terms of timeline. So
And it's
fuck.
also a suit, which is stupid.
Anyway, silly.
But the real Veldecum regeneration is of Veldecum. Of course, the one with.
Actually, no.
Veldecum.
I'll leave it on the best one. What if the Doctor had killed the Daleks in Genesis? That's the biggest one. Because then the timer would have never happened.
That would be
Yeah.
really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Veldecum. It's got the dope song in it. It's so good. Murray
Say it
Gold
properly,
delivers one of his
white
very
boy.
best tracks.
Volunteer.
Part 2. It's somber
Murray
yet
Gold is so
mighty.
good.
Obviously, I can't blame any of it to you because the BBC has become twice as hot on
What
copyright
about
claim in the
Murray
past year.
Silver?
Very silver. I was when I was rewatching Waters of Mars recently. That last scene, dude, when he sees the Ood. Jesus Christ, the music is so fucking good. It's insane.
Actually, no. That's what I
I've
think
gone
when
too
they do
far.
like when they do 9th and 10th Doctor Big Finish. The score is like Murray Silver because it's like Murray Gold but shit.
You'll just have to
Yeah,
imagine
Murray Gold
what-
is a genius.
He is, yeah.
Oh no, the Dark Knight Rises.
Obviously, I
Oh
can't blame
no.
any of it to you because the
Oh,
BBC has
no.
become twice as hot on
I wanted
copyright
to
claim
forget
in the
about
past
that.
year.
I thought
So
everyone
you'll
forgot
just
about
have
that film. No one ever talks about it.
to Imagine the
It's just that kind
fire.
of bit.
Such a funny film.
I love that film.
I
It's so
I
much fun.
kind of want to rewatch it to see how fucking goofy shit it is.
It's funny because it's meant to be like because the Nolan films have this really serious tone, but Dark Knight Rises is so funny.
Yeah.
I mean, to fair, Batman Begins, fucking Batman runs over a bunch of cops, and it's like, what the
Well,
fuck?
the thing is, the film treats that as serious, though. Whereas The Dark Knight Rises, it seems way more goofy in its execution.
Yeah,
it's way
it
more over the
does.
top, yeah. Whereas I think Batman Begins and The Dark Knight are trying to be very serious. And goofy.
Tenth Doctor's regeneration is obviously moulded by the fact that it was Russell T Davies' last episode as showrunner too. It is both a goodbye to the 10th Doctor,
They reference John
but also that-
Barrowman's like sexual assault. In
Oh,
that, in
yeah.
that
I
spoof.
saw that
Yeah.
recently. I was like, okay. That's
Yeah,
not,
I
that's not
haven't
great, is
seen
it?
that.
Wasn't I can't remember the exact line, but it's something like Johnny B's Big D.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something like that,
Yeah.
yeah. Mr. Tardis mentioned that in one of his videos, and YouTube recommended it to me, and I watched it like, oh, That's
entire era of
hasn't aged
Doctor
well.
Who. And whilst some of it is a little strange and feels a little rushed, yeah, let's just put our only two prominent black characters together.
Oh yeah, okay.
What?
there we go.
What?
What?
First,
Are you
first criticism.
joking? What?
I've heard this shitty take before. So,
Oh, I want to kill myself.
Here's the reason why people don't understand this scene. It's because they were meant to be in Torchwood Children of Earth, but they couldn't. They were cut from it. I would imagine, if I were to just hazard a guess, it's probably because she didn't want to work with Noel Clarke. That would be my guess. But we don't know that for sure. Anyway, they couldn't do Children of Earth, so they couldn't do the build up to this scene. So unfortunately, we don't get to see how Mickey and Martha got together. But for some reason, because we don't see that build up, people just think it's a racist scene, which is just stupid.
But even
That is so
then,
fucking
But
strange.
but even then, that's retarded.
but there's the thing of Journey's End where you could kind of go and make the inference. Oh, they got together, bonded after
Oh,
those events.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because of their
this
shared
I
experiences.
can see this working because they both
Yeah,
face very similar situations, but
Yeah,
in
it
like the
still-
opposite ends of it.
it
Yeah.
still works. It's just, it just happens off screen.
Yeah,
That's the
I always
problem.
just like, yeah, it happens off screen. I have absolutely no
And
issue
like,
with it.
let's be honest, is it that big of a fucking issue that we don't see it and it's just here? Like, what does it actually fucking do wrong?
Oh,
Nothing.
it's racist. It's
Nothing.
the black.
The only
colour, you
thing,
can't-
the only thing, like I'm thinking of when I look at this scene is like, so did Martha just decide not to marry like that Tom
Tom
guy
Ellis.
from
Oh yeah,
Last
that is
time,
the one weird thing. But I'm like, I just assumed that.
Well, the thing is, yeah, that's the thing. They're
they
probably going to
ended up
address that
breaking.
in Torchwood if they probably would have addressed it in Torchwood, but they just weren't in it.
yeah.
Which
But I've heard that Children of Earth is brilliant anyway, so I
Yeah,
guess
I
they
also have heard that.
didn't need it. Didn't need them.
Which, to be fair, was she wearing a engagement ring in Stolen Life Journey's End?
I
Uh,
don't
was in,
remember.
Don't remember.
She was in the
was
previous
the-
story.
In the Sontaran stratagem, she was.
Yeah, I know that, but what about the finale?
I
Not
don't
sure. I
don't know.
remember if she wasn't, then that just clears it up. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
she broke up off screen, and it happens.
She know what she should have done? She should have exposited to Davros that she took her ring off,
Yeah.
and then also looked at she should have looked at Mickey and just gave him a glance. That would have made it more obvious.
Just
to
wink
people.
at him. Just
Hey,
wink at
yeah.
Mickey through the.
You want to fuck? You want to fuck?
You know that scene in the TARDIS when they save the day and she breaks the fourth wall and looks right at the camera. She should have looked at Mickey and winked. That's what she should have done.
Yeah.
But even then, if
And then Mickey should have done that face he does in Age of Steel when he's like, I once saved the universe with a big yellow truck.
I love that line so much. I love that line.
even then, let's say that she still had the ring on, we can make the inference that he probably died, and that grief got like get
That's
close
actually
to
totally
Mickey.
true. They could write that.
Either way, it
End of that
works.
Well, I just
Yeah.
assumed that because she was so focused on her job, she could have ended up breaking up with him, something like that. There are reasons she assumed that. Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
Tin, if you're in chat, can you please keep an eye out on these fucking bots?
So much fucking spam.
Yeah, this is rough.
You know, if you smelt tin and copper ores in RuneScape, you get a bronze bar. That's the answer. So maybe tin, you need to find a partner called Copper, and you can make some bronze babies.
Though they were
Yeah.
never really interacting beforehand, I deeply enjoy the End of Time parts 1 and 2. Aside
Oh,
from
I love Sarah.
one little thing.
I don't want to go.
I'll get to that.
No!
You did this! You did this to me! Oh, my life!
I am
You made me!
This is so cringe, dude. I can't believe he doesn't like Ten's regeneration.
Avalon and the Master are sent back, and Ten makes the ultimate sacrifice to save Wilf. He goes on a pilgrimage to seek out his past companions, friends, and one-off
Yes.
special people.
He cares about her.
I love him
That
going
scene.
back and
This is-
seeing
this
everyone.
is-
Yeah.
It's so
I don't
good.
even have to. You don't even have to wax lyrical about why. All you have to say is that the Doctor cares about them. That's all you have to say, and that
Yeah.
justifies that scene.
The Doctor doesn't care about people.
What? The Doctor? No, he would never.
I'm not really sure how to categorize his dead human alter ego's great-granddaughter.
You know why? Because it's part of his fucking character arc. You nitwit.
Didn't Tennant say like with like John like Smith, he was like, he's in here somewhere. Like, and it infers like a lot of it was like him. Like a lot of his personality is in John Sim. Like,
Yeah.
so
John Smith.
It
not
actually
John
makes
Sim,
it actually makes that two-parter even better somehow, because it
Yes.
means that character wasn't just a fabrication; it was actually part of him, but it was an alter ego of a human. And
Yeah, I imagine it's just a version of himself that has some parts of him that's stripped away.
This is like the core of Russell's entire character arc with 9 and 10. There's that scene in Father's Day where he's like, "To humans, street corner. I could never have a life like that."
Yeah,
and that's the whole arc, and that's why he cares so much about that time he spent as John Smith, because it's a life that he wished he could have, but he can't ever have it. And it's the same thing with Journey's End with the Metacrisis with Rose. It's like he's seeing the human version of himself that he could never be.
Yes.
Yeah.
10's arc is phenomenal, yes.
But we can't have romance in Doctor Who because it's cringe.
Yes.
It's cringe. even though there's a story in season 1 of Classic Who where the Doctor gets engaged to an Aztec woman.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Oh, to be fair, he has a granddaughter.
I mean, yeah.
Although to be fair, it is played for comedy in that, but that's still a thing. It's still an engagement, and when she walks away from him, he goes,
Sure. But anyway, Family of Blood is phenomenal. So
yes,
yeah.
fucking great.
Rusty Davies figured that Stephen Moffat would probably create his own stable of characters, and so wanted to give the viewers a chance to say goodbye to the people that made Tennant's tenure.
Haha, I see what you did there, boy.
Unique New York.
Give yourself a pat on the back.
Unique New York.
Man, this video is very padded.
Just get to the fucking point. I get the joke.
It pushes it at points, but it's just about balance of nostalgic
No, it
callbacks
doesn't.
and well-meaning catch-ups with all of our favourites.
I
This
do.
extended
How
goodbye
fucking
sequence
cool
gives-
this scene? How fucking cool is this scene? Fucking Sarah Jane Smith saying goodbye to the 10th Doctor with Luke Smith referring to fucking Sarah Jane Adventures.
She knows how important this is because she's been there for a regeneration before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Donna go
Yep.
back in time. As a
Making
final
sure she's
wedding gift.
alright. Like fucking hell, I was like, pop back in time. Met a really lovely man.
And then this time, the
what's
man
his
that she's
name?
marrying was actually a good man. A bloody fucking Temple or whatever his name is. Noble Temple or Temple Noble.
Sounds like a tourist spot.
It wants to, and surprisingly, it knows when less is more.
Look at this
Finding
acting.
Jack drowning his sorrows at a bar, glancing up at the perfect moment to give the Doctor
so
one
good.
last salute
I've heard this scene's even better once you've seen Children of Earth because of what happens in that. Like, it
Interesting.
makes sense why he's here.
Interesting. Yeah, I just really like it. It's a fantastic way to say
And
goodbye to
fucking
John
Alonso
Doctor.
is there,
Yeah.
and he gets them to hook up. Oh, it's so fun.
good.
Yeah.
On the flip side, I don't think I much needed the Doctor stalking 19-year-old Rose Tyler.
Oh fuck! Oh,
fuck you.
The
talking
first
about?
face that face ever saw, you're really gonna be like, I'm a fuck you.
Jesus Christ.
Tell you what, I bet you're gonna have a really great year.
So good.
Well, the funny thing is that she's only with him for 3 adventures in 2005. Because in Aliens in London, they go to 2006.
That's a good point.
You can go for a year.
The thing is, it's really telling of Ted's character that the last face he wants to see is Rose.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's very fitting, actually. Like his last kind of scene is where he had his first scene in Christmas Invasion. I think that's a nice little.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
Just a nice little bit. I really love. You know,
I mean,
he dies where he was born. Really.
He does love snow.
Finally, it snowed.
Standing there in the shadows, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Well, because he doesn't want to see her face. I don't want her to see his face.
Yeah, he doesn't want her to see his face. She'll hide it from her.
The only thing that doesn't make sense about this scene is that Billy Piper's teeth are fixed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe it would have been less creepy if he hadn't have interacted with her.
How
or
is this
maybe
creepy?
I swear to God.
How's it creepy?
I don't understand it either.
Rose
How the
thinks
fuck
he's
is
just
it
a drunk
creepy?
man.
Oh.
People watched a younger version of himself and Rose happy together. One last peek at what once was. If he was watching the Doctor with Rose, it wouldn't feel like he was.
That
just
would make
creeping,
that would possibly break time though.
Yeah, he wouldn't go back on his own timeline just to get a glimpse.
Yeah, this
That
is really
causes issues.
fine. This is-
Yeah.
this
Although
is-
how funny would it have been if you had like a Christopher Eccleston stand-in just next to her?
He's always on his back no matter where Rose is looking at.
Or
He's
like
always
if
in
it's
his back
facing
turn.
forward, it cuts off his head. His head isn't in frame at all.
Oh yeah, like the
mean,
frame in
here's-
Shazam where they show Superman.
And they have like
Here's
an audio clip of him saying, "Come on, Rose," and it's really distorted because it's from series 1.
Yeah, it's super compressed and it doesn't fit the scene at all. Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Here's the thing, Mr. Full Fat. Bloody, what was it? Fucking, oh my god, my head. If you were about to die and change into someone else, wouldn't you want to, go and see the woman you love one last time?
Obviously.
Exactly.
If you could.
Yeah.
And
you could.
especially speak to her to probably reasure you.
And I
he's
think actually he
terrifying.
probably wasn't going to talk to her because, like,
And also,
she's just gonna go
remember,
past.
like, remember before she met the doctor, she was in a pretty shit state of life. So he's reassuring her about her future.
Yeah, it's like you're gonna have a
Exactly.
pretty great year. Just pretty meaningful, if I do say so myself.
perfection.
Yes.
But when it comes time for the Oods to sing him to his sleep, Murray Gold's score and
That's when I
David
really
Tennant's
cry.
forlorn expression get me every single time. Russell was smart to restrict this to just a few words, unlike the more egregious Moffat moments.
See, he did it, Marcus.
I do not agree. I'm sorry. 12 speech is really good. Like he is like it's him passing the torch and being like finally accepting that he can live one more life. And I think it's super meaningful. His speech being like, always be. Oh shit! What is it? Don't always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind and shit like that. It's like yes, that is encapsulating the Doctor's morals in a very good way. I like
That bit's good. It's just when he.
It's a shame Chipper
Dragged
ignored
on.
it.
Oh yeah, we can just ignoring what comes after. I really
let
really
the,
love that fucking speech.
Don't let spiders suffocate to death.
Really spitting in the face would be if the 13th
And
Doctor
don't
ate a pear.
subject the master to racism.
Oh no.
And not shill for a space Amazon.
And don't do garlic genocide.
The Doctor who in series 10 was fucking criticizing capitalism, and then in series 11 is like shilling for fucking Kerblam. Oh, that was so cringe.
I can't believe she did racial cleansing of the Daleks.
Yeah, she used racism to win twice.
Twice.
And then she's like,
Remember how she's like, don't use guns, they're not as useful as bombs.
Oh yeah.
my favourite thing as well when she uses the more powerful dice, it's like, oh no, they're trying to take over Earth.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Wow, I called more Daleks to Earth. Maybe that was not a good idea. Whoa.
You know what thing I noticed that I've actually added to the Spyfall video? I was rewatching the scene from Spyfall between the Master and the Doctor in London.
Yeah.
And, Ada fires the thing, and obviously, it saves the Doctor and allows everyone to escape, right?
Yeah.
The Doctor, literally after that, says like, Ada, I do not approve. Fuck off. You saved your life, you cunt.
I should not approve. I hated the way Chibnall writes the no gun rule. Like it's so binary,
it's really bad.
It's so dumb. Jay broke it down.
You
pretty
could
well
not
in
have
her
guns
video.
at all.
Yeah, that's not. Guns aren't inherently bad. The Doctor just. Isn't there a line where the Doctor says like, "I don't carry a gun because it's way more friendly." Like if you show up with a gun, people are gonna assume you're, trying to.
In the Robots of Death, and that's a great line to have in that story because they're about to go into like an Agatha Christie kind of murder mystery story,
right?
And so if they had a gun, it would have actually fucked the whole thing up. And
they would be
been able
assumed
to
to be the murderers or some shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. So because they didn't carry a gun, they were able to figure out who was behind it and get the fuck out of there.
Thing is, end of Journey's End, and End
What
of
was
Time
that?
do this excellently because it connects each other with. So you obviously got Journey's End, which ends with the Doctor saying he never would kill someone, and then End of Time continues that in a perfect way of him using the
it's-
gun for the right reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, the Doctor killing is not
Oh.
something I have an issue with. It's just
but that
depends
makes
on
him
how
that
it-
makes him
it's
a
written.
hypocrite. That
Mm.
makes him such a hypocrite because he said he never would.
He's the man that never would. Heather.
Oh yes, the 10th Doctor being a hypocrite. How that is news to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes him a badly written character.
It's not like the whole point of that speech he made in Doctor's Daughter was like, "Hey, you shouldn't kill in cold blood, you prick."
Yes, because Doctor's Daughter is a good episode. Fight me, I don't care. I love that episode.
I think it's okay. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as people say it is. I think it's a lot
I do
good in
think
it.
the ending is super weird, but
Genuinely,
It's I hate that ending.
yeah, the ending is something I don't love, but the rest of the episode I really like.
The ending is Stephen Moffat's fault because he suggested that bullshit.
Yeah, and then did nothing with
Isn't
it.
it weird how Jenny just decides not to find her dad?
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, I feel like if David Tennant had stayed to Moffat's era, then maybe she would have been in it.
Potentially,
But
yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. You could have brought her back anyway. Like, you could have.
Oh god, imagine if it was. Imagine the bloody fucking. I don't know. My brain scrambled. Keep going.
All right.
RTD is happy to sit back and let your memories of this era wash over you as 10 walks
That's
into
an
the
ode, I
TARDIS
remember
and the
those.
score booms.
Oh,
And they're coming back with
yeah.
some very weird human eyes instead of what they used to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, CGI'd for some reason.
What? Why?
I don't get it either. You know,
They look so weird. They look like human eyes.
You know what's
I want
interesting?
my.
It's not even.
I want my paper mache ode.
I really don't get why they need to CGI it. Like, I get it. It's more CGI is not more accessible now.
In my opinion,
smaller
I mean,
budget.
obviously there's a lot of CGI in New Who, but in my opinion, Doctor Who is the kind of show that CGI shouldn't really have that. Like, they shouldn't be doing that much CGI, just because I feel like the charm of the show is in its practical effects.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, like, in Legion season 3, there are these monsters which I'm not gonna say what they're called. I'm not gonna say what they're called so I don't spoil. But Jeb knows what I'm talking about. And they have these blue eyes, and the way they did it to film it is that they had the props for the monsters, which they used to shoot practically, but they also blended with CG. But the eyes are purely practical. So they have these LED blue lights that blink and shit like that to make the eyes look as creepy as they do, as opposed to using it with CGI, and it looks so much more believable than trying to fucking do CGI eyes for the characters, which is just like.
I'll be back in a
so
bit.
worse. All right. Yeah, I don't get why I don't get why Doctor Who just doesn't do the kind of the same thing. Just do it practically. It's gonna look so much better. Ugh.
The only excuse they have is COVID, but I think they could have done a prosthetic of a new head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is suitably epic for a Doctor that made the show a landmark of British television in the 2000s. Not since Baker had a Doctor had such a heart hold over the viewing public. But then David goes and spoils it all by saying something stupid. Like,
I don't want to go. I love his delivery of that line, by the way.
Isn't it so fucking cool that even the last line of the RTD era is so character filled with so much meaning, and not just fucking it's time to see it or whatever. It's it actually is a lot more character based than just a simple bye,
Yeah.
That's what I really fucking love about that line
as well.
Yeah.
I think
Allons-y?
I think it was improvised as well.
Have you guys seen the video of it was an old Doctor Who Confidential when they did End of Time. They actually did 4 different takes, and with each take they ramped up the emotion of it, and I think like the one that they use in the episode, I think is the perfect one.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it
I remember watching. I think it was a clip from that Confidential I watched on YouTube talking about it. It's like, yeah, they the way the take they chose is really the one, and it's the kind of thing where it's really hard to do it properly. You know, they do a lot of takes, and to have one that fits perfectly is hard. And the way they did it is fucking amazing. And just
it's a fantastic
yeah.
line.
And the thing is, the Doctor changing just into a new personality, into a new Doctor, it's got to be very painful for him to just lose everything he is and just become someone else.
Especially this Doctor who is so emotionally charged, and that's been his whole character.
Yeah, and who is very vain, as we know. So it's like,
and that's his whole character. But and it's like the story justifies all of it. Every like aspect of the 10th Doctor is completely justified, and this line is like the peak of it, and it fits so well.
It's like, how can you call Water of Mars a 10 out of 10 and then take an issue with this line?
Exactly. Yeah. Fucking do you not understand why we got so much great build up for the time was victorious, and you not understand why we got to that point, like at all? Fucking come on! It's like.
If he thinks this is bad, he has to think like the scene in Runaway Bride where he almost kills the arachnids is bad. He has to think that turn left is bad as well because he has to think so much shit is bad to actually think that this line is bad.
It'd be really cringe thinking turn left was bad.
Oh yeah, I know. It's a 10 out of 10, isn't that right, chap?
I had it as a 9. I'm still waiting on Borgie to elaborate, but he said he's focused on Terriers with Southpaw.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, but yeah, his take on turn left is not the best.
He said plot-wise it makes no sense, but it's excellent in character.
He's right on that letter part.
He's half right.
Yeah, it is fantastic in character. Yeah.
I mean,
it's also fantastic in plot.
Does he think turn left is the end of time? Because that would make more sense.
I'm trying to let me see what he said. Like he gave 3 key things. The circumstances
around that rapper there, Connor.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
The circumstances around of Doctor's death, Titanic crashing into Earth, and what we see the public's reaction with the second Holocaust. Those are his 3 solid criticisms. One definitely doesn't hold.
Wait, I don't know what the other 2 are.
I don't know what the other 2 are. I just know the Titanic one properly.
Yeah, but the Doctor's death is nothing wrong with it. It's just that I think if there wasn't Donna to get him out of there, I do believe that he would have died. I think that was kind of the point of Runaway Bride.
Exactly.
I think Bogey Boy should just hold the phone. Oh.
But to explain why the Titanic one is wrong to the audience, in the episode they repeatedly established that the world bends around Donna and she has that power.
Nice.
It's the setup for Journey's End, so we can rightfully infer the ship just have a different engine.
Yes.
It's like Clara, but good writing.
Yeah, yes. Indeed, yes. For one moment, she was the most important woman in the universe.
She still is. She's my daughter.
So good. I love that. Doesn't the Doctor say like, "Oh, it wouldn't hurt you to tell her that sometimes," which is also great.
Yes.
Which is like phenomenal. After seeing Turn Left, you get that moment. It's like
because it shows that Sylvia actually does care about her daughter. It's just that she doesn't show it.
Yeah, and she has a hard time showing it. Which after Turn Left, it just breaks my heart. To see Donna trying to do the right thing and getting fucked over all the time.
103 years ago when I was at school, David's departure was a big deal. As soon as he was announced, many of my friends and classmates were off-put by the idea of the next Doctor, no matter who they were going to be. In the years that followed, I saw my peers fall away from the show, uninterested in giving Smith a chance. Granted, this was probably an anecdotal sign that the casual viewership who felt Tennant was their Doctor.
But they should, because Series 5 is poggers.
Yeah, Series 5 is great. I don't care.
This Big Bang is a fucking
Big Bang
Pogger finale.
Big Bang's probably the best finale.
Let me just open this packet really loudly.
Hey, don't worry, Connor.
You don't need your friends.
We allow
Imagine
wrong-
your friend anymore.
We allow people to have wrong opinions on ECUM. Jesus Christ! He's really upset. I'm sorry. Series 5 is great. Deal with it.
These cheddar shapes are delicious.
Amy Pond, crying over me, eh? Guess
Okay.
what? Gotcha.
I like good acting too.
I also like.
And it's also great writing.
Yes. That scene's just
Yeah,
great all around. I really love it.
Yeah, I really fucking love this scene. Just the fucking when he goes like that big empty house, all those rooms.
Yeah.
All that, just everything to do with Amy is just in this episode. Just I love it.
I really wish they
like
had
when
carried
the-
Amy.
I like when the ink hits the paper. That's what good writing is.
I mean, yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, but I really wish
Although he
Amy
probably-
was as good in future seasons because it really hurts.
Well, he probably wrote it on a computer though. So yeah.
I guess when the fingers hit the keyboard.
Unless Moffat does it on a typewriter, like an old school writer.
I don't think he would, but sure he could. Yeah.
I
But
think
anyway,
the very first shot of the Angels Take Manhattan is a typewriter. There's your trivia.
There was also a
don't remember.
typewriter in Doctor Dancers. Remember that scene?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Russell T Davies wrote that scene.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because they were running short, so he added another scene.
But I can't help but wonder if the misconception who got worse once Tennant left was propagated by the narrative of the end of time.
No.
If I change, it feels like dying. Everything I am dies.
Do you think people, when they watched this scene, were like, you know what? Yeah, I'm done with Doctor Who after this. I'm done.
Yeah, some of them were actually. They actually were. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
people are more.
You know what the weirdest thing? You know what the weirdest thing is? They look at it as like, oh, he's betraying the character. The funny thing is everything he's saying is stuff that already existed.
Yeah.
It's so weird how people think
Yeah,
that's
and, like,
not what happens.
And it's not like you can compare this to Nine's regeneration because his is a completely different context as to why he has to regenerate, and I just it's not the same thing. Of like, oh, this.
Well,
is
the thing is, everything he's describing about regeneration already existed. It's
Yep.
like he's just saying what was already there.
And
It's like it's
man goes sauntering away.
just a
And I'm
more
dead.
like negative point of view on the same thing,
And it's
That's
way more
what it
character
is.
based to this particular Doctor.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
but it's
Stan
just
is
what he's describing is the same thing that's always happened. It's just this time his actual angle on it is a negative POV, but it's not like what he's describing is a retcon of what regeneration is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's just very.
It's
different
also
things.
just a fucking amazing acted scene.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
god damn, it gets me going.
Everything I am dies.
Just love it. The acting in Airtime is some of the best the show's had, I'd say.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at that cast though: bloody David Tennant, Bernard Cribbins, John Sim, and Timothy Dalton. Look at that. Whoa.
What a stop then. The noise in my head.
So
There's bloody James Bond in it. Like, how could it not be good?
I will not die.
Well, to be fair, that scene might be out of character, but anyway.
Well,
still
time
love-
will
I
changes
still-
people.
I still love watching it.
Goes to such great lengths to make you feel like this is the end for the Doctor, and that even the prospect of
For this
regeneration is
Doctor, yeah.
tantamount to failure.
Mhm.
The 10th Doctor doesn't refuse regeneration in the context of his entire life and being like 12 does. He throws a tantrum because his life,
there's the word.
his face is reaching its end.
So who wants to respond to this?
Can I respond with a slap to the face? Like a kind slap. He's like, full fat. Come on. Use your brain, please.
It's just like, imagine watching the entirety of this era, especially specials, and misunderstanding that this Doctor is afraid to die, and kind of neglecting that there can be an iteration where they would be afraid of death, rather than just embracing it every single time.
Yeah, and fucking, it's like, embracing death is a very, very big thing. Like, I completely understand why someone would be very scared of dying. And it's in this context with like the Doctor constantly like not in a very big drastic sense, but the fact that they do change like personalities in some ways, like that's fucking scary. That is legit scary as a concept. So like when you die, you just like you might like change how you act. It's just like
and can become this completely different person in your own body.
It's and considering this Doctor has been like
I'll put a quote
surrounded by death.
I'll quote the War Games when the second Doctor says, "You can't just change what I look like without consulting me."
I retain the right to decide what I look like.
Oh, well, I'm very particular.
It must be very important on the Earth.
And then he slates the suggestions like too fat, too slim.
Yeah.
He's so tall. He's too fat.
And then, like,
yeah, bloody Callum hasn't seen the too old scene yet. Those of you who know Game of Thrones know that scene.
Some new man goes.
And then just like this, like kind of.
Fuck you! I'm actually mad.
Yeah, that scene is fucking amazing, dude. You can imagine misunderstanding the 10th Doctor's arc this much.
It's
that teardrop looks like clip art.
It probably is.
It's like
just,
again.
Just screw you, full fat, for that.
It's
Look at
like
his eyes. Look at his eyes. Look at the acting.
Again, I have to like really state you cannot enjoy.
Everyone knows robots.
Yeah, Jeb, you cut out.
Yeah. Repeat yourself, Jeb.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You can't criticize this, but enjoy Water of Mars, because Water of Mars is him doing anything to avoid death, including changing time itself.
Yep.
Do you know this literal line he has like after this, and it's like traveling alone. I thought it'd be better, but I did some things that went wrong. Just
yeah,
the acting is so fucking amazing.
Which was really well set up with Christina de Souza in Planet of the Dead. Him being like, yeah, I can't travel with anyone anymore. It's like,
yeah, exactly. That's up Water of Mars, and then it goes into time, and it's so fucking brilliant.
Like the next Doctor and Planet of the Dead are not nearly as good as Waters of Mars, and
I guarantee bloody Flux is not going to be anywhere near as good as the specials.
No.
What people forget about End of Time?
Oh my god!
The Doctor does accept death at one point. Where he goes, internet. Where he goes, lived too long.
Yeah, he accepts it. In the end, he just he has that long pause, and he just takes a deep breath, and he's like, "Live too long."
Yeah, like it's almost like they need exposition for him to explain that he regrets what he said to Wilfred. They don't notice through his acting
that whole fucking like he does what he says, and like he just slows down, he calms down. I've taken lives. Manipulating people into taking their own.
Manipulate people to take their own. Sometimes I think the Time Lord lives too long.
Yeah, like he understands like sometimes a Time Lord is like kind of monstrous, and given what he had done in the previous episode, it's understandable why he would say that.
That's also why I really like that scene in Thin Ice when Bill asks the Doctor if he ever killed anyone.
Yes, I watched that scene earlier, like a couple of days ago.
I remember.
I really like Bill.
I remember when that scene first broadcast. I was like, this feels like something out of Russell T Davies' Doctor Who.
I know. Have you ever killed anyone? There are situations where the options are like, and then she just keeps saying, "That's not what I asked." Yes,
Bill is good. I like Bill.
Bill was really good.
Peter Capaldi's acting in that scene is fucking amazing.
And you know what happens if I don't move on? More people die.
Yeah.
That was like one of the scenes that really sold me on. Like,
same.
10.
I really like Thin Ice. I think Thin Ice is pretty underrated, and Smile.
Me too.
I really like those two episodes.
I don't think people understand Smile, to be honest.
I haven't watched Knock Knock in like a really long time. I don't know if that is good or not.
I really like Knock Knock. I really like Knock Knock. I don't like the ending though. When they all come back.
Yeah, the ending I definitely don't like. I just can't remember the rest if it's actually good.
Thin Ice is a weird one. I think the actual like outside of the character stuff with the leads, it's a little bit too crowd pleasing. It's a bit binary, but the actual stuff with the Doctor and Bill is definitely what really carries the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm.
I'd agree.
I think it's just a decent story.
Yeah.
I've thought of something really I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna do something crazy here because I'm supposed to be on another live stream in 15 minutes.
Right.
And so what I'm thinking of doing is I'm just gonna stay in this call. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna mute my microphone. Oh wait, no, hang on. We're doing because we can't do 2 Discord calls at the same time, can we?
No.
I'm not sure if you can on like one on your phone and one on your computer. I don't think that works.
Oh, I could do my phone actually. I'm not sure.
You can try, but I'm not sure if it would work.
I mean, if they were doing it on Skype, I definitely could have done that.
Man, remember the Skype days, Connor?
Oh wow! So I'm going to be doing this video with Dylan and Joey. Oh, okay. They're the ones that said that the Waters of Mars ending is bad because Murray Gold plays all the strange creatures.
Oh yeah, I remember that from the fucking. Oh, Marcus, I'm assuming you haven't seen the 10th Doctor debate that we did 2 years ago.
I have not, no.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend watching it either because there's a lot of shit that me and Callum have changed our minds on since then.
Yeah,
right.
Especially with like Rose.
But we can agree on, is the fucking against the 10th Doctor arguments are fucking bad.
Yeah, like the they were saying like, oh, but the 10th Doctor is meant to be doing something bad, but they're playing music that makes him look like he's good.
What? When? In Waters of Mars?
When he comes back to the station, they play all the strange creatures, which is apparently heroic music where the audience is meant to cheer him on.
It's so ominous. It's supposed to show like, holy shit, he's gone too far. To the point where she kills herself. How is it? He even says to you that he's gone too far.
Well, I think you're referring to when he like arrives at the base, aren't you, Connor?
Yeah, I'm talking about like it's just after he's turned around and he's looking at.
It's before like there are laws of time.
When the rocket ship explodes and he walks back.
Oh,
to the
that
base
is
and
heroic. That is sure. I mean, that is kind of heroic, but I don't think it's an issue. It's
but then as
we're supposed to
get to the scene.
have you seen what RTD has said about writing that scene? He said that that you cheer the Doctor on even though you know what he's doing is wrong. Because it's the kind of thing where he's saving lives, you can't help but cheer for him. And that's the same thing that the music is doing. But then at the end of the episode, we realize that what he's done isn't actually the correct thing to do.
You also get the speech. You get the speech he says about the laws of time, which you can look at and indicate as being like the sort of like the context under all like the bombast of this scene of like, oh, hold on, this is different.
Especially when you consider Fires of Pompeii, where he had to let everyone die.
Absolute masterpiece.
Oh, I love Fires of Pompeii as well. That episode.
Yeah, I love it.
All over your age.
The fucking guy, he's like, water can boil. That just fucking cracks me up. I can't tell if he's like a great actor or not, but every time he just makes me fucking laugh. I love it.
Yeah, that episode is really great.
There's something on your back.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that episode for real, super underrated. People don't talk about it enough.
It is. It's in my top 10 Doctor Who stories of all time.
I think I
adore it.
Put it in my top 10 too. Don't know if I'd put it in like terms of writing wise or like
no.
I think
I have it up.
I've seen a lot of Doctor Who, so no, it's not in mine.
Well, yeah,
I have it over like
Classic Who, yeah.
I have in terms of like my personal just top 10. I have it above like Dalek, but I think Dalek is better written.
Oh, I would say so. Yeah, Dalek is better written.
I fucking adore Fires of Pompeii so much.
Me too. Yeah,
it's one of the most underrated stories of all time.
Yeah,
Dalek.
I've got it in my like top. I think it's like how when you combine two parters together, right? I think it's in my top 20 New Who stories. Like if you combine two parters together, it's in my top 20 New Who stories. Fires of Pompeii.
So anyway, faux fat.
Anyway.
What are you talking? You're going to be absolutely fine.
That's not what he means.
I know what he means.
find the
Thing is, like, yeah, he's gonna end up fine, but the point is, he still has to go through death.
He still has to change.
You're still fucking dying.
Yeah.
Still turning into someone else.
Imagine missing the point this much, even though the show explicitly lays it out for him. Wow.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm like right now. I'm having like I knew all of this, but I'm having like really like even more appreciation for what End of Time does for the 10th Doctor's character. Because holy shit, like everything about the 10th Doctor from what's been built up is just it's fucking one of the best characters ever. Like no cap, he's just wow. I can't believe we got it so fucking good.
Russell T Davies always put the Doctor and Companions characters writing first over everything else.
Because that's who we're watching. We have to care about these characters to care about the stories that they experience.
It's the thing that overlaps all the episodes. So it's the thing that he cares about the most because it's the thing that the people are invested in.
I think that's why I also appreciated like season 19 so much, because it's actually a lot more character focused than I thought it would be overall. Like it's very character driven with these sort of characters.
Classic is a lot more character focused than people say.
Yeah, I'd probably say so. I think a lot of people miss like a lot of characters, and they focus more on the actual stories and concepts that the characters experience.
It's because they don't watch the stories in order. That's why.
Yeah,
you meant to watch them in order. That's how the show's written.
Yeah, it's almost as if that's how TV shows are made.
Yeah.
So anyway,
conflict here, a bit shallow and wishy-washy. I have to
note. Shallow and wishy-washy. Go fuck yourself.
So Jeb and Zod, is this reminding you at all of something Nendo said last stream about Doctor Strange and Christine Palmer? About the conflict being shallow.
I remember that.
Yeah. This is the same thing. That. Just missing contact. Oh, by the way, you probably don't know this, Callum or Connor. Well, Connor, I don't think you're gonna care, but because it's regarding What If. But anyway, so you know how, we were talking about now. Nendo says that Christine's involvement in Doctor Strange, the film, is not all that great, and that's why the conflict in episode 4 of What If is really shallow. So. Nendo said that, and apparently EFAP agreed with that take.
Nope. That's stupid.
That is stupid. And they said that, and they're like, I guess we're going to watch that video of Nando's because even his audience seems to disagree with it. But the thing is, EFAP are wrong because that episode's great.
Episode 4 is really good. Yeah. I don't understand how they can't think it's good. Like Free keeps bringing up the fact that as a concept it can't work. It's literally, the idea is literally Doctor Who with fixed points in time. Like, holy fucking shit.
The thing is...
It's like, not hard to explain.
Yeah.
The thing is to explain it, as I keep having to. So you've got the endgame version of time travel, which is...
You create a new timeline.
Your physical body. And there's two of you. There's the which you go back in time.
Yeah.
It's not
the problem
hard
with
to
Doctor
understand.
Strange, he goes back to the point in time, and there's not another version of him. So it has to remain a fixed point, or you enter a paradox.
Yeah, because he's using the time stone as opposed to using the quantum realm to time travel, which is actually consistent with the rules established in Doctor Strange, the film.
And it doesn't contradict the Endgame's rule because it's a different set of rules.
Yeah.
For a different form of time travel. 'Cause, hot take, there's more than one way to time travel.
Yeah.
Jay tweeted out saying that she thinks murder is bad.
Whoa, hot take.
You know what? Wow. That's such a fucking hot take.
Yeah. I'm not sure I can agree with that, yeah.
Man, Jay having some real bad takes as of late.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck you, Jay.
Apart from Homecoming, Murder. Yeah.
The big three.
The big three.
Imagine bloody hearing the pin drop when Jeb talks to Jay about Boomtown.
That would be fun.
I remember, Jeb, when I tweeted like the 4 stories that are badly written but I fucking adore, and Blair were like, "How could you say Boomtown was poorly written?" And I'm like, "Hey Jeb, do you want to take this?"
I'm like, "Hello, it can't work from a premise standpoint."
London doesn't care. Wait, what?
1,000 times worse than Chernobyl.
I mean, to
London
be
doesn't
fair,
care.
London not caring is pretty in character.
I think is, even if we did like a political joke, the sad thing is the government would care the most about this,
Yeah, exactly.
even from a monetary standpoint.
Nah.
It's like it's insanity how thinks I'm going to be the big public figure of the Cardiff, and think my
Well,
photos.
maybe Harriet Jones thought that Torchwood would sort it out.
Genius.
The thing is, I don't understand why she thought no photographs would work. Margaret, that is, because newspapers just get old photos.
Yeah, they could just literally. Yeah, exactly. That's actually. Oh, that's real dumb. Ah, shit, that's real dumb.
If there's no photographs, okay, we'll just use an old photo. What are you going to do then?
Why not just take over a different body? Like, come on.
Look. Cardiff isn't just in a parallel universe, right?
And the fact that the findings got posted online and nothing is done about that
No, it's all sucked into the rift.
we've
though.
seen NHS trade talks get posted online and go viral. Oh, and what else is there? Oh, yeah,
No, it's all sucked into the rift. It was all a scam.
and the mayor of Cardiff goes missing, and the last people seen were after her. Nothing done in the world.
It's an icy and an icy patch. It was a very icy patch.
Oh yeah, that murder. Oh, it's insane how bad that episode is. Long Game's terrible as well. Fuck Long Game.
The long cock.
The Long Game is absolutely
Yeah.
dreadful. Oh,
You're dreadful.
those security systems not flagging the Doctor and Rose as no one after 8 attempts is insanity.
The bloody if the editor was Gordon Ramsay, he would have been like, "Who is that? Who is that? Fucking raw."
It's like our security systems can tell hidden encrypted channels, but something where there's literally nothing on someone can't flag that.
Why would I give you a fucking raise when your beef Wellington
Before.
is poorly seasoned, overcooked, too sweet, the most disgusting thing of all, raw?
Amazing. So yeah, back to Full Fat.
This whole treat regeneration like I'm dying thing is a little bit.
He is dying. What? You
That's-
don't treat,
that's what it is, yes.
treat regeneration as death, as it is, because that is what it is, isn't it? I don't. What?
Wishy-washy, I have to admit. I also think this whole treat regeneration like I'm dying thing is a little bit tone deaf in the context of human nature and the family of
No,
blood.
it's not.
What?
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 Let's see what he finishes it off with.
Jeb, you know what you said. Don't fucking tease us.
The brutally affecting thing about that story is that the third act sees Martha leading the human John Smith to his death.
Then what sort of man is that? And now you expect me to die?
He will transform.
God, his acting's so good.
So good. I love Family of Blood.
no.
It's so
No,
fucking good.
It's
Yeah, it's
cringe
just-
crying. It's cringe crying.
Connor, I'm gonna strangle you.
Strangle them.
I'm
Yeah.
quoting someone. I'm quoting someone.
You shouldn't quote anyone who's that retarded.
Oh, so most of Doctor Who Twitter.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Most people have bad takes. It's fine. It happens.
Yeah.
Doctor, but unlike 10, he will not live. His transformation.
Shit, hold on, it skipped
But
a few
the
seconds
point-
from you. Hold on. I didn't hear his point because it skipped for a few seconds.
And now you expect me to die?
He will transform into the 10th Doctor, but unlike 10, he will not live on. His transformation will. see
Even with the
every
10th
essence of
Doctor,
him
you fucking
stamped out of
retard.
Yeah,
He's
that.
living out.
season is so
Okay,
The
we
point-
paused it.
The point is, once 10th is gone, that is it. Only the memories remain, but an entirely new person is there.
Yeah.
It's literally,
Oh,
it's
God,
literally
it's
the
so-
John Smith
Ah.
situation.
Yeah, it's the
Josh,
exact same
please.
thing. It's analogous. I don't.
Yeah. It's just different in terms of like, because John Smith is like, you know, different, way different from the Doctor, like how he normally is, but he's still the Doctor with a lot of personality brought onto him.
Yeah.
But it's like it's almost the same thing in terms of like what it actually means for the physical person.
I think I have to go to the other thing now, guys.
Oh, isn't
Alright.
that cringe of you?
Yeah,
To go to the
wow.
people who agree with this
Cringe.
take that we're watching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you, Connor.
We're
but
gonna
yeah.
have to, I'm gonna have to talk about how good the serialized format
You
is.
should literally go in and say, "Hey guys, do you know the 10th Doctor is actually really good?" Just say that and see how they
Yeah,
react.
But,
anyone watching, if you care about me and you don't care about these fucking wankers, go and watch me on the Lord Slar live stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for
Bye-bye.
coming, Connor. Been fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Piss off,
I might-
co-host.
If you're still going when we're finished, I might come back.
We might, but we might be talking about the Batman by that point. So we'll see.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Well, now
Fair
we've
enough,
lost Connor. Now it's only you to carry the EDAR name, column.
Well, let's be honest. I'm really EDAR. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that is true. So, okay, come on. I imagine Full Fat is going to have at least one good take in this video.
His transformation
No.
will see every essence of him stamped out at the root. This scene is so sad because from his perspective, he is dying.
But so is
It's the same-
10.
it's the
So is
same
10.
I don't. It's the same. Does he not understand? This is gonna sound like a joke because of the way it's being memed on, but cinematic parallels. Like this is a parallel to how the Doctor is, how his regeneration works in in End of Time. Like I don't get it. I don't get how you can't see how these two relate to one another. Just because it's not exactly the same doesn't mean they're not analogous, and you can't.
Yeah, it's not the same situations, but it's practically the same thing.
Yeah.
It's bizarre because if John Smith is scared of death, the Doctor be scared of death.
Yeah, John Smith is a part of him, as he even
they're
says.
two different
John Smith's based on the
people.
Doctor. Oh.
By the way, this acting is so good, dude. David Tennant.
It's so good. He is the best
There is
actor
no
to play the
other way.
Doctor for me. Like, bar none.
I'd say Capaldi is a better actor, but he had worse material, so Tennant wins overall.
Tennant, I think, is like the material he has. He shines the most out of any Doctor that I've seen.
Yeah, the thing is, Capaldi makes even the bad scripts feel good because his acting is so fantastic. But
The only
still
like
not great.
episode I would say Capaldi is probably not at his best is probably Hellbent, because I think the story's just that bad. It really drags his performance down.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Yeah.
This scene is so sad because from his perspective, he is dying and there is no other way. He must erase himself.
It's the 10th Doctor!
I love how he's describing exactly what the Doctor regenerating is. He must erase himself. And okay, hold on.
There's no other way.
Okay, hold on. I really want to hear what his argument here is.
Is dying and there is no other way. He must erase his conscious self to save the day and let the Doctor take the lead.
It's the exact same thing.
Well-
He's describing what a regeneration is.
You know-
He's going
you know
to
what I'm gonna
erase his
do?
personality to
Well,
like
you know-
another Doctor.
You know what I'm
over.
gonna do when we finish this stream today? I'm gonna take this video and I'm gonna replace the clips with End of Time, and it will work.
It
will
will
actually
work. Yeah,
work.
it will.
The thing is, the only difference really is it's not saving the world, it's saving Wilf. But the point is, Wilf is worth the world
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's just like
to the Doctor.
Oh yeah, but
But
like
also at the
Doctor,
same time, the
Doctor
world will
would-
need the Doctor again.
Yeah. I don't.
This is a really dumb take.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
it's
dumb
it's
take, yeah.
fascinating how he doesn't see the irony in what he's saying at all.
Yeah, it's just hilarious.
That's all I want to be, John Smith.
Uh-huh.
His life and his job.
And then the Tempter
This
was like,
is one
all
of
I
my
want to
favorite
be is the
scenes.
Doctor.
Yeah, but yeah, this is one of my favorite scenes in the entire show.
Oh,
Like
it's great.
all I want to be is John Smith.
I love it. I love John Smith.
It breaks my heart so much. It's so
Yes.
good.
So good.
And his love.
The 10th Doctor knows. He knows what he put his
I love
human
this
alter ego
cliffhanger.
through, and yet he sits here whining that it's like some other man.
It's
It
literally
is.
So-
him.
It is. It's not like that. It literally is that. Oh my god.
You guys realise that David Tennant and Matt Smith look very different, right?
Also,
A bit, yeah.
Also-
They also act a bit different. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah.
by this logic, how can he like water of Mars?
I don't get
We've
it.
already said. I don't know.
Like this especially because it's like, you've done this to John Smith, and now you're trying to avoid the inevitability, which is War of Mars. It's like,
Yeah.
Go sauntering off. Well, how about that one other man sauntering off?
Fuck's sake. Okay, it's skipping around for me a bit. Let me hear.
That one time you were the other man sauntering off, except it wasn't a case of looks like. You really did kill him. You took away his chance to live so that you could have your own.
That's not... What?
Not really what happens.
That's not
it's
what
so that the, Earth can live.
Yeah,
He
John
can
Smith
save the
sacrificed himself
world.
to save the world. It's not that he just wanted to live and he killed some... What? What a retarded take.
Yeah, it's really
Wow.
That's just like completely removing all context.
Bro, that's like if you watch Family of Blood while on your phone for like 95% of it, and you're like, wait, what the fuck?
Which,
Why is John Smith
why
not
would you even do
doing
that
so?
when you're watching that episode?
Yeah, that two-parter is fucking amazing, yeah.
Yeah, series 3 is amazing.
Isn't it a bit selfish to forget about that situation when you're waxing lyrical about what a bummer it is to retain all of your memories and triumphs just with a new coat of paint?
Not a coat of paint, it's an entirely new personality. You become a different
new body,
person.
New personality.
It's not just, oh, I guess I look different now. Looking
can
different is not the
we
issue.
can-
So much so that whenever he regenerates, he's always curious about how he looks. So, like, remember when 13 regenerates, the first thing she says when she sees is like, oh, brilliant. Because like, oh shit, I'm a woman, I've never been a woman before. That's cool. He likes that he looks different, but the point is that the personality he changes into is the issue. Fuck off.
Fucking Time Lords can literally change into different genders. That's a pretty big, drastic change. Like that is like you're not going to act the same way. Most males don't act the same way as females do. Like that's just reality. So like changing not only just like your body, but potentially your gender. That is going to like completely change you in a lot of ways. The memories that a Time Lord has, it's so that they still stay that person in the sense, but their body still changes. Like they still change physically.
Yeah,
and that's fucking terrifying. If you're in that situation.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where I think people, I guess, kind of feel disconnected because they can't imagine what this would be like. Because regenerating into a new person is not a thing that can happen in real life. I guess the most you'd have is like someone who like sustained some brain injury and their personality changes due to that. But like that's the closest you can get to that. But it's like if you just think from the Doctor's perspective, this is fucking terrifying. Especially
considering in the show we have clear like evidence to show like if you go with the 4th Doctor to the 5th Doctor. The way they act and like deal with situations, like overall, very different.
Yep.
So it's clear that the Doctor changes like a lot of things about themselves with each regeneration. Not as an overall like person, they still keep the same morals and like who they are really at the core is still the same.
Or they
but
should.
A lot of things are different. Yeah, exactly. They should. But like. A lot will change about the Doctor and how each Doctor decides to deal with that is like due to their personalities. Yeah. With 10, he is very much an emotionally charged Doctor, and that's been established for like his whole run. So everything to do with him and End of Time makes complete sense because it's built up because of that. Everything about what he's acting like has been built up, and the fact that he just unironically just doesn't see that in the John's like. Smith aspect of the family blood it's mind-blowing to me. It really is.
Yeah, I really don't understand this.
I don't get it. I just don't get it
as well. The worst thing as well in the video, he shows the reference of Will and Tam where they literally have this line of dialogue and he isn't catching it on.
Yeah.
And even
presented him whining.
Yeah, and even if let's say we look at it after we use post-10th information. 11th Doctor's nothing like 10th, or 12th Doctor's nothing like either of them, or 13th.
No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, each Doctor is very unique.
Tries to be like them, but gets it wrong.
Yeah.
And 9th is nothing like 10th.
Yeah. Like, it's so funny because, like, Marcus, when you literally referenced the fact that she says, "Oh, brilliant," because she could see herself in the monitor, and the fact that she just like in the next episode forgets about that and asks like,
oh yeah, that's
I'm
hilarious.
a woman.
And it's
That's
especially
pretty
funny because that part was actually written by Chibnall in Twice Upon a Time. So it's like, oh, so you're
I
just a
know.
moron, aren't you?
Yeah, you were just stupid from the get go.
The only time I was like, oh, this is a neat way, is when she goes, come to Daddy, to the TARDIS, but then was like, oh no, me mummy.
How do you mean, Jeb?
So in the Ghost Monument, she sees the TARDIS.
Yeah.
She runs and goes, come to Daddy, and then corrects herself.
Yeah.
Because she isn't used to it.
Yeah, which I actually like. It's actually being like,
Yeah, exactly. I think
trying to
that's a
get used
really
to.
neat. I think Ghost Monument it's not good, but it has a nice little bits of details that I actually like. It's very few and far between, but like even just that as an example is like,
How
you
about-
wouldn't be considering this is the first time the Doctor knowingly until we got to series 12 like changed genders. That would be very strange and that would be very interesting to explore. They just don't do it enough.
Yeah.
Waxing lyrical about what a bummer it is to retain all of your memories and triumphs just with a new coat of paint. The way in which regeneration is handled in the series, when the character is anyone but the Doctor, is telling. We see the Master and River regenerate multiple times, in the two most ceremonious instances, Derek Jacobi to John Sim in Utopia, and Nina Tossant White to Alex Kingston in
Let's Go Hitler. What a great episode.
Hitler. The change is treated
cringe.
as an exciting state that is eagerly awaited by each respective character.
But the context is different. So the Master, he wants to be an equal to the Doctor. So it's like, well, if he could be young, why can't I?
Yeah.
And then
He really focuses his regeneration onto that, which I think is a nice little thing that Time Lost can do.
Yeah, and
which also already informs why Peter Capaldi plays the
Yeah.
Doctor. Like he's trying to tell himself a message, as he says in that episode.
yeah, and then for Melody, it's not really something like celebratory, like he's saying, but she's just focused on whatever, I guess. She doesn't see much harm in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't.
She's a very loose character.
She's very reckless, I'd say is the word.
Yeah.
Let's do whatever, and then she becomes Alex Kingston.
Yeah.
Who deserves so much better as River, but you know.
Character.
Young and strong.
Such good acting, dude.
I know.
Stop, Dad. I'm focusing on a dress size.
I don't want to go.
Fuck you! Is he actually saying the regeneration and Let's Kill Hitler is better than the 10th Doctor?
Man, what a fucking
that'd
awful
be
take.
hilarious. That's amazing.
Understand that Professor Yana and Mel's aren't characters the audience have had time to know and love like the 10th Doctor, but it becomes weird in retrospect to see so many other characters regenerate with such conviction, only to see Tennant...
It doesn't! They're different characters
They're
with
very
different personalities who react differently to the same situation.
You think the Master, considering all about the Master, we've seen someone who actively tries to stay alive in Classic Who, they have a fucking whole story about it, which I haven't even seen, but I know that's part of the character. The Master not caring about regenerating is very much in character.
Yeah. This is...
And with Mel/River Song, like, we don't really know enough about her in that aspect to know how she would react.
Pretty much, yeah.
So yeah, that doesn't...
and whine about it for upwards of 2 hours.
Fuck you.
This acting is so good.
I know.
And look, David Tennant, they made Doctor Who the household name it was in the 2000s. They deserve to have the bunting put up and a big deal made about their departure.
Yes.
But I think it bled too much into the story. When
You're
I watched
a
David
moron.
Tennant...
It was the
about-
story, you idiot.
Yeah, it was the story. I don't...
That's the point.
It was literally set up. in
Why do you
Planet
think the scene exists? Why do you think the scene exists?
The special's all about the Doctor understanding that death is coming.
Yep. not being able to stop it.
And he's in this scene, he's facing that, and this is how he reacts.
Like,
remember in the end of the Planet of the Dead, where she said he will knock 4 times, and then he's in Waters of Mars, he's like, "Oh, I know how I'm gonna die, and I'm not hearing any knocking." And then the fucking flood starts knocking on the door. He says, "Oh, I'm not gonna let you knock 4 times," and he executes it.
3 knocks is all you're getting.
Yeah, so good.
Like, Kara and I have been watching the specials, and the only reason why he's like happy seeing the future incarnation is because he doesn't realize his death is going to be so soon, or when it is after him.
Yeah, it's very soon, and he doesn't know it.
And it would always be fascinating to meet a future version of the Doctor being the Doctor. It's like, holy shit! Imagine, It even says, "How am I gonna die?" And he's like, "No, never mind. I don't know." Like, I think the next Doctor is also underrated, by the way, but whatever.
Yeah,
I also agree. I think Next Doctor, apart from the Cybermen, is pretty decent stuff.
It is pretty good, yeah.
Jackson Lake is great.
Yes.
End of time. All I see is the actor sad about leaving the role.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up.
Not paying attention.
If that's all you see, you don't know how stories fucking work, clearly, when you see it slapped on your face.
Even plot-wise, it was the end of time because it's Gallifrey from the Time War trying to enter...
The end of time itself.
Yeah. Which was huge at the time, by the way, seeing the Time Lords.
Oh yeah, it's fucking massive. This is the first time in New Who we're seeing Gallifrey / the Time Lords full-fledged.
It makes no sense for the Doctor to take changing his face this early.
It does. We've already talked about that.
Because it's a 10th Doctor.
Yes,
because that's a new person.
Emphasizes his point.
That just shows how he is a completely different personality already. On Discord. Oh, now it's fine. It said reconnection successful. So yeah, we're back. Sorry, this OBS is being cringe. It's not really my fault. But anyway.
Regeneration is surely a bit of a strange experience, and it's a great opportunity to explore questions of the...
Oh, I'm Scottish. I can complain.
Hold on a second. You just said it's an existential experience, and then you're like, they can't be sad when they die.
And he was literally going into the fact that it's a neat thing to like explore, basically. I feel like what they're doing with the 10th Doctor. Oh, strange.
Literally, I hate to go, oh, it's new, fuss, whatever, but the fact they took a fresh approach to it makes it quite interesting.
They made it a meaningful thing.
Yeah, it's not just we're moving on to the next Doctor. It's like we've lost this Doctor to time. That's the end of time for him. That's it.
And in Classic Who, they even then they made regeneration like quite. Like they used it in a lot of different ways. Like even in the first 5th Doctor story, a line that I really love is like, "That's the trouble with regeneration. You never quite know what you're going to get."
Yeah,
it's fucking nice line. Fucking great. I love the 5th Doctor.
Yeah, I really need to watch Classic Who.
Yes, you do. I'll watch it if you ever want, and we can experience it together.
Yeah,
how not cringe it is.
Yeah.
And what it really means to be the Doctor, but the end of time crosses the line. It leans so heavily into the idea that Ten is dying that it's like it almost actively wants you to turn away when the Chin arrives.
No. What? No.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't. Why would? What? The show. I never got the idea that the show wanted me to stop after that regeneration. No. What?
How? Yeah, like just how people will react to the show. It'll be up to them. Like, but that's not what the story is doing. It's not what Russell, I think, wants at all.
Yeah, and I think...
But he's telling his story, what he wants to...
Yeah, it's the end of his story, and we're just going to start another one. Like, he was the showrunner for 4 years. I think it's fair that he caps off his own story to start another arc afterwards, after he leaves.
And here's the thing. Fucking people loved Series 5 when it came out.
Yeah, wasn't Series 5 the most watched series since
it was highly regarded, that's for sure.
it managed to expand internationally as the most watched.
Exactly. It's like
for Series 6.
So,
But the thing is, if you're a Doctor 2 fan, you understand the show's all about change, so you're not going to suddenly stop because you see a change. You're going to let that change play out and then decide.
you'd have the casuals who probably only watch like this era might, and that's always going to happen because they're casuals. But like people who actually watch the show for the show, they're not going to stop. Why would they?
I mean, even
Yeah, it's giving a fresh take as well. It's like, I don't know, if you're getting a new showrunner, I'm gonna check out just to know what how it's gonna go.
I mean, even casuals, anecdotally, they stopped at Capaldi rather than Smith because Capaldi was too old or too different.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of people didn't like Capaldi seasons to the point where series 10 was like really low in ratings, right?
Yeah, which is a real shame because series 10 is like
it's great.
mostly
well, it's good. I don't say great. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really
It's
glad.
just series 8 and 9 are just so bad.
Yeah.
And that's it. It really killed the show in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's rough. Series 9 is something.
Ugh,
to turn away when the Chin arrives. I was really saw 10 faced with his future incarnation without any shred of melancholy.
Why would he?
Like
why would he? This is in between, like
he did in the next Doctor. It's the same thing. Yeah, like what? This is sure. I don't.
But like as Editron was going to say, it's in between events before he learned he's dying.
Yeah.
So why would he be melancholy?
Exactly. This is like this is
it would
during
only
the specials.
work if it was after the Planet of the Dead, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why he acts the way he does, like you said, in the next Doctor. It's the exact same situation. He's seeing the next Doctor.
He's just, yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's genuinely the same situation. The exception that this actually is the next Doctor.
Yeah, that's quite neat.
This was no doubt helped by the fact that Moffat likes to characterise the Doctor as quote-unquote one man with many faces.
I mean, yeah, the Doctor is that, but you could. It depends on how he would define a man with many faces, because for me that means a man with many different personalities and ideas about philosophies.
With one like overall like sort of like
core fundamentals
idea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Plus, this kind of shot Moffat in the foot a bit because he kept trying to put 11 attributes onto 12 when it didn't quite fit.
Yeah, and didn't he do that weird thing with 12 where he like needs to read cards to be like empathetic towards people? I thought that was really strange.
Oh, God, I really hate that. I really hate that. Again, go watch Vincent and the Doctor.
It makes sense in terms of what the arcs. Well, the thing is, in 12's character, it makes sense. The problem is the way it's done is in an extreme form.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really extreme. Like, he has to fucking understand empathy. He has to read cue cards. It's like, no.
Yeah, I would like it way more if it was something where Clara was just like nudging him to try to view it from a different perspective, where he just
and the Doctor recognizes the situation because, and that's the thing with the Doctor. He will sometimes get like, especially like Midnight, for example, he gets fascinated by something he doesn't know.
Oh yeah, and that turns against him as the time goes on.
It's the same situation.
Yeah.
And that's why Clara's there to like, would she could give him a nudge, like, and the Doctor would recognize the
Doctor
situation.
in Runaway Bride, where he needs Donna. Like, it's why you have a companion usually that's so compassionate.
You gotta remember, the Doctor is an alien. He's not human.
Yeah, like him not thinking about like being empathetic at first is fine, and then Clara's like, "Hey, just you shouldn't say that or whatever." Then he realizes his mistake, as opposed to just reading from cue cards. It's like, I really don't like that. I really don't.
Like, to give praise to Into the Daleks, surprisingly, when he lies to the girl because she's going to die anyway, something like that is better than what they did.
Yeah, because like the Doctor recognizes that she is a goner, she's dead, and so it's like, yeah, I get that.
He's not a committee of people with unusual hair.
What the
What? Why did you make these?
That is surely reflected in the 11th Doctor's regeneration.
Times change.
Why is it?
Why is that my right?
Yeah, why is it only my right?
I noticed that last clip he used of Time of the Doctor, and it was like, ugh.
But this acting is fantastic. I really wish Jenna
Oh, yeah,
Coleman played a good
yeah, the
character because
acting-
Jesus Christ, she's so good.
Yeah, her acting is really good. Despite me not liking Time of the Doctor at all, I still actually do quite like this scene.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
it's
know
a-
how Connor.
It's a
about
really
it,
good
but-
regeneration scene, I'd say. It's just the rest of the episode really is shit.
Yeah,
But
the acting is really good.
I do really like it, and him dropping his bow tie and then seeing Amy. It's like, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I like that a lot. Yeah,
Yeah, I love it.
I'll always
Oh, well.
remember when the Doctor was me.
I'm glad you like that. I'm glad.
I'm also glad that I like that. Yeah, thanks, Joe. I enjoy liking things. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I am glad you like that.
Oh
What's
no, 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 no! Don't tell me he's gonna criticize. No, Jeb, no, no.
What's up? What's up?
I'm not saying
no.
anything.
Guy,
you
know, it's been 2 hours and 20 minutes. We're 10 minutes into this video.
Oh boy.
Okay, come on, we can do this.
And so must I.
It was Stephen Moffat's chance to do a regeneration, well, canonical anyway. And sure enough, the Smith's line in the
I
scene
love that.
cements the Doctor as one being, whilst also touching on a key point left entirely absent from Tennant's swan song.
We all change. We're all...
The point is, 11th's a different character. He's
Yeah,
more
he has a
understands
different
that.
personality. And not to
Yeah,
mention,
yeah.
the 11 has lived for way longer than 10 ever did. So it's a point where
He lived 1,000 years at this point.
yeah, it's at a
Like,
point where his character is like, I'm probably not gonna get another regeneration, and that's fine as long as I defend this place. But then he's like, oh, I actually got a chance to live again, to have another life, and this life for him is like, I can accept that it's over because I've lived it fully. Whereas the 10th Doctor, his regeneration is so quick. That incarnation is so quick. He doesn't live nearly as much as other incarnations. And the same as he didn't with the 9th Doctor, which I think also would impact 10's 10 thinking about that, because it's like, I only get one more regeneration after this one. Well, after he regenerates, I don't get any more regenerations, and it's like, I didn't do everything I could. You know, that's why he says I could do so much more. Like, there's quite a lot that goes into 10's character decision to not want to regenerate. It's really meaningful, guys. It's really good. 10th Doctor is really fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jeb, we're gonna say something?
Oh yeah, and with 11th, it's worth noting he's starting a completely new cycle.
Yeah.
Good point.
all through our lives.
People change into different all the time.
But it's not the same. It's not the same.
It's not.
He's using an analogy, but it's not the same. He's gonna become a completely different personality, and this version of the Doctor is fine with that. But the 12th Doctor also isn't. Which is he gonna take issue with the 12th Doctor's regeneration, Jeb? Just give it straight.
No, because 12 at the time was willing to let himself die because he felt the Doctor lived on too long.
But it's the same. What?
Rather than not wanting to regenerate into a new person, he just wanted the Doctor to be over. That's his logic.
But that's so dumb.
But it's like, I don't think he criticised his first Doctor either for wanting to die. Which I don't like that they retconned that in. I really hate that.
That was weird. From the few stories of the first Doctor that I've watched, that felt out of character.
It was. It's like, not fair.
Moffat's such a great
writer. I do like a few things in Twice Upon a Time. That episode is really weird. It's really just, weird as well.
I always...
My favourite part about Twice Upon a Time is Murray Gold.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Capaldi's acting probably my favorite thing about it.
Yeah, he's also pretty good in acting-wise.
I always said it should have been the Doctor saving Gallifrey that makes him realise why he needs to continue on.
Oh, that would have been great.
Yeah.
All we'd have is the inconsistency with his hair, which I don't really think anyone would care.
We can get to that pretty quickly, yeah.
That would have been great, dude. Oh, that would have been so good. Oh, Jeff, why did you make me think that now? I'm so upset now.
I've mentioned this before, I'm certain, because I've always had this idea.
Well, we probably did, but usually when you talk about Doctor Who, it's like with Neb, with like for 2 hours straight, and usually I don't read all of that.
Oh, well, that's fair enough.
Reading is cringe.
Whether we live to 90 or 900, he doesn't change because of his face.
And that's okay, that's good, you gotta keep moving. So long as you remember all the people that you used to be.
Such a good line. I love it so much.
Yeah, I love it.
Remember all the
Would it have
people
been so hard to feel when he was editing this? Would it have been so hard to feel like the left channel with the right audio? There's a thing you can do.
Yeah, it's so easy.
It's not hard.
Yeah, but yeah, we have already addressed this. The 11th Doctor is a different character. You can't just have the exact same. Like, they have different arcs. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Changes because of his experiences. And changing into someone new doesn't mean you have to reinvent yourself or throw out any semblance of your old self. You carry it with you, all your past triumphs and regrets, and they shape you into the new Doctor you will become.
Yes, you change, but that also does. But your personality is going to change. It's not just that you're changing because of your experiences. You're changing just out of something that is beyond your control, which is you're dying. You become a different person, a completely different person.
This was important for all the kids watching at home, just in terms of bracing them for the next Doctor.
Okay, hold on. That skipped a bit for me.
They shape you into the new Doctor you will become. This was important for all the kids watching at home, not just in terms of bracing them for the next Doctor, but preparing them for, well, their lives. It's a fantastic positive.
Yeah, it is a good message, but that doesn't mean that 10's regeneration is bad. It's in character.
Because it doesn't appeal to kids.
Yeah, I don't care whether it appeals to kids or not. It's in character. That's what matters.
Not every you do. He does realize that not every like theme in a story has to like be meaningful towards like someone's life. It can literally just be a story with its own like identity. It doesn't have to be like a message towards like people so they can take that in their lives.
Yeah, not every story has a just because a character was like the center of a story, it doesn't mean that what they do and what they think about themselves is going to be virtuous. So that doesn't mean it's trying to pass a message. Like, with 11's regeneration, yes, there is a message, but with 10's, it's more like it's in character for him to be...
And that, like, with 11, that's been kind of like his thing, for like, being like the imaginary friend. Like, that's kind of been who he's been.
Yeah.
So this, like, him doing what he's doing here, it makes sense to me with how he's always acted in his era.
Yeah.
Also 11's the really reassuring type with anything. Like, the only time he's been quite straight with it was the God complex, because of how often he reassured things.
I love God complex.
Yeah, this seems like such a fucking misunderstanding of the character. I hate it.
Message, the kind of message that Doctor Who has a responsibility to deliver to its viewership.
I don't think it has a responsibility. That's a show doesn't have a responsibility to pass on a message. What?
It can if it wants to.
Yeah.
And most times it'll be great, but it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
You can't go regeneration is existential and important to explore. Then restrict it to it's a responsibility to teach you about change. Like
it's he acting as if like every regeneration, like every like 3 or 4 years, we need a reminder that guys, change happens, and sometimes that's good.
Like maybe we could explore how change could be bad and why it's something to be afraid of.
And that's the thing with like regeneration, it's kind of like going into the unknown with each new incarnation. That level of unknown can be quite scary, and that's what they explore with the 10th Doctor in End of Time.
Yeah. Even though he's a character who says, he jumps head first into shit, and just catchphrases Alon Z. He's like, yo, but he is a character who's afraid of something that's...
He's a character who very much wants to, like, he's very much like all the other Doctors, a great explorer, but this incarnation has a lot of, like, I don't want to say deeper because that would imply the other Doctors don't, but it's very different how they explore his more like inner thoughts about like regeneration, obviously, as an example. And I think they do it really well in End of Time.
And again, like what makes it radically different as well is if he has a companion or not, because obviously it's the audience surrogate, so he's going to be more reassuring if they're in there. Hence why 10 was more raw with it. Because Rose and Clara was afraid.
Yeah.
So.
It was certainly good for me to hear it when I was that age watching, and I still find it comforting and life-affirming when I hear it today. The other thing that it has over the Tenant regen, a companion. There is definitely something striking about 10 regenerating alone, the most human
That's the whole point.
the one that arguably cultivated the most friendships at one time, the one that fell in love with a human being. Yeah, that should definitely be the Doctor that regenerates alone. That's great. Having said that...
Yeah, it is!
Is he being sarcastic or not?
He is being sarcastic.
So he's
That's
a
what I got,
fucking moron.
Did you not understand? Oh my god, he literally just spout out the whole meaning behind the 10th Doctor and doesn't realise that that's what's been done.
It's
like, what? He doesn't understand.
How is
he stupid?
I literally Planet the Dead, because Lady Chrissy was like, can I travel with you, see the stars? It's like, no, because I've lost too much.
Yep.
I can't believe he just said that and not understood the irony of what he's doing. Oh my god.
It makes for a better scene when the Doctor has a companion in their last moments before changing. It gives them something to bounce off of, and the companion character provides an audience surrogate. This is a general rule of thumb, of course. 10's works because he is alone, but it's more the exception that proves the rule.
It doesn't prove... I hate... Okay, I just want to say this. There is no exception that proves the rule. Stop using that fucking idiom. It's so dumb. It's such a dumb idiom. An exception literally proves the rule is not a rule. It's at most a guideline. I hate that idiom. Point is, it doesn't prove the rule. If it shows that it can work without a companion, how does it prove that with a companion it's better? And now he's gonna talk about the 12th Doctors. Ooh, if he says the 12th Doctors is bad because there's no companion, I'm gonna be so upset.
He is alone, but it's more the exception that proves the rule. I'm glad 11 regenerates in the present.
Oh, so he just shows the 12th Doctors even though there is no companion in that scene, and he doesn't say anything about it. So there are 2 of the 4 regenerations in New Who that don't have companions. I don't...
And then, if we get to Classic Who...
Clara, having her there for the change provided all the narrative impetus needed for a fantastic and sorely underrated opener. Deep.
No.
No, we literally talked about it.
Yeah, we already went through that. Deep breath is not good.
No,
and her reaction to the Doctor changing is really fucking strange. Like
the whole speech he gives.
The thing is, I like a bit of Clara having an issue with the Doctor changing, but it is inconsistent with the last episode. If that wasn't a part of her character in the last episode, that would have been better. But even then, it's
really
weird because she's like,
fact that
oh,
she's the
he's
Impossible
old.
Girl really hurts her.
Yeah, and like she's like, oh, he's old. That's something like, why does that matter? Clearly, you just be afraid because
did she not remember John Hurt?
Yeah, it's like for me, I think she would be like, he's a completely different person, and she's like scared of how that person would react to her and how she would react to him, and potentially they wouldn't be as close as they are now because of that, because, you know, different person, completely different personality, and that's what she would be afraid of, not him being fucking old. Why does it matter that he's old?
I want to point out a fun fact, go back to the earlier point. There's actually been more New Who regenerations in terms of the incarnation where the Doctor's been alone than with a companion, because you've got 8th, War, 10th, and 12th to 13th. There's been 4.
2 was also forced to regenerate and exiled onto Earth.
Yeah, but New Who strictly, there's been more where the Doctor's been alone.
Yep.
So, full fact, do your research.
I'm not sure.
But more on that another time. The 11th Doctor's regeneration grows on me more and more as the years go on, even if my qualms with it have remained a constant since it aired on Christmas Day 2013. I hate that Smith begins the scene reset right back to how he usually appears for starters. After we
Why? What? What's the issue with
that? Why is it? That's such a small thing. Like, they explain it and like that's fine. Like, what's wrong with it?
Changes back to his face before he regenerates. It's fine. It's just the regeneration energy, like, so.
Yeah.
I don't.
Also, in a meta context, you want a better connection with your audience, so you use the face they're more familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine that scene with him old as fuck. Like, it'd just be a bit strange.
Yeah, it wouldn't be any better or worse, but, you know.
No. Yeah. Exactly.
It was similar in End of Time as well, cause when all the cuts on his face hit.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually consistent.
An entire story watching him wither and age, and that was literally the point of the narrative. Moffat decides to use the Doctor's new set of regenerations bestowed upon him by the Time Lords as an excuse to reset the tired, aged Doctor that we ended up being with across most of the episode. And I think that's a shame. Smith was the youngest ever actor to play the Doctor, but we all fell in love with his portrayal because he carried an aged wisdom behind those eyes.
In Series 5.
I really agree.
And in
there.
bits of Series 6.
Yeah, Matt Smith's acting is phenomenal as the Doctor. You can really tell, like, he's fucking old as shit behind those eyes, despite, like, looking young, which I really like.
We believed that he really was an old man young man's body, and it was a fantastic idea to bring him to Trenzalore, out of regen ammo and forced to live out the rest of his days. The weight of forever running away was finally catching up with him. So for the love of God, make it stick for 10 minutes before Smith never has to wear the bow tie ever again. After all those accidental deaths, sacrifice plays, and straight up screw ups, it was truly unexpected to see the Doctor face death merely by becoming too old to die young.
It's okay. It's fine, don't worry.
It's weird how they're using 4 knocks in this scene as well. That's something I've always found very strange.
Yeah. I do like that little moment though, where she has.
I love the music. I think it's a nice little bit. Yeah.
It's a nice moment, like, regardless of the context. It's just like, you know, Clara trying to help the Doctor, and it's like, yeah, that's neat.
Yeah.
I would have preferred if the episode was good, but that is a neat moment.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice if it was good. What you?
Oh, really? You cry at that scene? Like, I just said it's a neat moment, but I don't think I get emotional with it. It's like, yeah, the Doctor.
I cry. I used to cry at more just at the regeneration itself.
Yeah, the regeneration
I tend to do
is
that
way
with
more
all
emotional.
regenerations.
Yeah.
I think I've always had a thing where especially with just New Who, every regeneration I've watched, I do normally cry at.
Mm-hmm.
Because I always have a connection with every Doctor.
Yeah.
Despite the era itself.
You'll cry of happiness with Whittaker.
Yeah.
I'll laugh. Unironically, I might laugh.
You know, it'd be amazing if they didn't actually say what the next Doctor was, and she regenerates into Tania Miller, and then
that'd be awesome.
I would unironically cry, be like, yes, RTD.
I'd be cheering.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
That's gonna be when we all watch that together. That's gonna be fucking. That's gonna be a time.
Yeah.
Yes.
That'll be where she finally regenerates. It's like everyone cheering.
Yeah, we're all gonna be like, "Fucking do it, you coward!"
Die. It's gonna be hilarious if she actually has a speech like the 12th Doctor's, and it's all like completely out of character for her. Where she's like, "Always be kind," and she's like, "Oh," and then you just remember her fucking suffocating the spiders.
Someone will have to make it edit. If she does like some sort of big speech, where someone will have to edit like the parts of her character that are just like completely awful, like letting the spider die, fucking subjecting the master to racism, just all those big hits.
Thing is, meta-wise as well, when you knew RTD and Tennant was leaving, it was really sad because it was RTD and Tennant. When Moffat and 12 was leaving, it's really sad because of that. But in both you had intrigue. Here you're just happy because you got RTD back, no more Chibnall. The only thing you might be sad about is that Whittaker got kind of done over.
Yeah, which is like I don't know. I think it's better to start over with a new actor. As opposed to continue this incarnation with the new showrunner. Just because you can start over and be like, so this is a new personality, we have a new character, and then a new Doctor, so we don't have to keep trying to be consistent with Whittaker's Doctor, considering how out of character she is and how contradictory she is. I just want to say real quick, because Dominic super chat is saying, I gotta get ready for work. Hope you guys had a great day. Peace. And thank you very much. And you have a good day at work.
Why?
Yeah, have a good one.
Alright.
Astronaut on a lake, a romantic, operatic death. No, the mighty Doctor just ages out. And I know he does still technically die of old age, but this feels like having your cake and eating it too.
It's just, he just looks young. He
What's-
still dies of old age, so why
no-
does it matter? The meaningful part's still there, the part that you actually want. It doesn't matter that he looks old or not.
And the thing is, he's already regenerated. This is just refreshing the face.
Yeah.
He's got to catch up.
The same jarring feeling as when Moffat commits to River and the Doctor having one night under Ilium before revealing that, of course, one night equals 24 years.
What is the intrinsic issue here? Or the inherent issue? It's like,
I mean, it's
No.
I mean, it's in character for the Doctor not wanting River to die so soon.
yeah, and it's like, she knows she's gonna spend one last night, and then it's like, it's 24 years. I think it's like, oh shit, she's actually gonna live 24 more years. That's good for her. I like that for her. Good on her. Good job.
And I like to think that in those 24 years, while I say enjoyed themselves, that gave 12 proper time to plan it all.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Which obviously led to Series 4.
Yes, the Silence in the Library two-parter, which is also a fantastic two-parter. Like,
yes.
That small part actually ties together pretty well. I think that's a nice reveal. I don't really have an issue with it.
Yeah, I think it's nice.
It would have been much more bittersweet and affecting if the 11th Doctor had died an old man and River and 12 really did just have that one night. We might still be here talking about those moments in the same way we talk about Donna's exit or even Rose's. RTD had a much better grasp of knowing when to finish without spoiling it.
But I
agree with, but not with these ones.
Yeah, like, I agree with the conclusion, but the way you arrive there is not... it's not how I would go about it.
Like, Clara's the classic case of Moffat being needlessly with the ending.
Yeah, Clara's the one you'd be like, okay, so you're overdoing it a bit much, aren't you? And, you know, kind of undermining the entirety of Face the Raven and Heaven Sent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember Clara in Face the Raven when she was actually like a character. That was neat.
Whereas RTD, for example, wanted Adelaide to live in War of Mars, but was like, no, that wouldn't be so impactful. She has to die.
Yeah. And also, originally she was supposed to kill herself with an actual revolver, which I think could have been neat. She would actually hear a gunshot as opposed to just like a laser. So like a very small detail, but you know.
Yeah.
And then the whole 4 knots thing where he had to revise the idea.
Yeah.
Who's Amelia?
First face this face saw.
Okay, your points? Things don't just have to bookend because it's neat. Yes.
What? No, it's the first face his face saw. It's meaningful. He wants to see her. Well,
Yeah.
he's going to see her one last time.
Like he's hallucinating. and
She's the
I'm fine
person
with
who
that.
made this Doctor who he is, pretty much. She shaped this
the
Doctor.
imaginary friend.
Yeah.
And he literally went on exile till Clara came along because of losing her.
Yeah. She's quite important for this Doctor. What?
Yeah. It like
It's a nice, neat
Amy
circle.
is just the companion for
11, yeah.
for 11, yeah.
Yeah, like whether Rory came along and Clara was also a companion, but the companion for 11 is Amy. She's the one.
Yeah.
To bookend because it's neat. Yes, it's a nice, neat circle to see Amelia Pond say hello and goodbye to the Raggedy Doctor, but it's a moment that is made worthless by all the hoops the scene has to jump through to get us there.
He's just hallucinating, you fuck.
He's hallucinating her just before he changes. Why is it?
And it's
He's
a nice...
dying. He's hallucinating. Why is this such a stretch?
And it's a nice twist on him being her imaginary friend.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Now her being his.
Yeah.
It's just nice. It's like, is it that big of a deal? It's like, it's just something nice. It doesn't break anything. It's just a nice bookend to their story, to Amy and the Doctor's story.
I will
just a simple goodbye.
I will say subjectively, I do want them to stop the whole returning companion thing, because I know 13th's going to have that.
Yeah.
I mean, Yaz is
It's
gonna be
kind-
with her
get
to the
you.
end, right? So it's not like
but you got
Oh yeah, the best one.
what their faces, Graham and
Ryan.
Ryan. They're meant to be returning. I'm like, I like for once to not have this.
Well,
Yeah, I can get that.
Inherently I don't have an issue with it. It's just because I really
No,
don't
I don't
care about
either, but
Ryan
yeah.
and Graham as characters. Well, I don't hate Graham, so I'll say that. But yeah, just because I don't really care about them, I'm like, yeah, I don't care if they're coming back or not.
It just makes for me like it makes their even though the exit was fucking stupid anyway. It's just like, oh okay, they just left for literally it's going to be like 6 episodes and that's it.
I mean, the main reason is because if you look at it from a story perspective, you've got it as a repeated pattern with no change at moment. So for the next one, you're like, oh, I know these characters are going to return. They're going to make it seem like a, wow, what a surprise when it's happened every time.
Yeah.
So it becomes predictable.
Why does Eleven's regeneration suddenly become the surprise and awe of an Amy Pond cameo? Russell had a much better grasp of giving the audience a shot of nostalgia before the big moment. There's an onslaught of cameos preceding 10's regeneration, but each one of them works
I don't
as their own
even
little scene.
agree. It's like nostalgia in an inherent sense, because all these goodbyes are meaningful to the Doctor.
Yeah, it's meaningful to him as a character. It's not just that, you know.
It's like not. It's not only just nice to see them.
It's
but
not just
it
like,
means a
oh
lot
yes,
for the
I have
character.
seen these people before. It's like, oh, yeah, that's actually pretty neat. Like even seeing Alonso, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy where the Doctor
Yeah, I
saved
loved it.
Earth
Like I
with,
mentioned earlier,
and
I love that bit.
He gets Captain Jack to hook up with them. Like that's so cool.
It's just really funny.
Oh, so good, so good.
Alonso.
Ah, I love that moment so much.
You're
joking?
You are
right?
kidding me.
So good.
Their own surprises and payoffs. The Amy Poe is just awkwardly inserted into 11's regeneration. We're having a normal scene, and then suddenly, gah! In between every perfectly scripted line of 11's speech, there's a weird cutaway to young Amelia dancing around the upper levels of the TARDIS. It's distracting and wholly unnecessary. The speech and Clara's interaction with the Doctor is more than enough to give this incarnation the send-off he deserves. Instead,
We already counted this, so I just gonna let it play. I don't care at this point. I'm very.
I mean,
this video is so cringe.
I
Man,
will say,
a weird title for this video being the greatest regeneration ever, despite these 2 issues he's had with it that aren't that big issues anyway.
oh, he is going to call the 11th the greatest, if I recall correctly. He's go through each one, then ranking them.
Okay.
Huh.
But
You'd think he'd go through the 9th Doctor one first, considering it chronological. Whatever. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah, that's strange. Yeah.
But let's look at it on the flip side. Let's say it has no Amy. I have a feeling he'll criticize it for not having an Amy reference because it feels out of place for the character.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I feel like it's going to catch 22 in his.
Moffat can't resist over-egging the moment. He can't resist making it grandiose and epic. He wants us to be awed as Amy Pond struts down the steps one last time. He's banking on the nostalgia bait of merely seeing a character.
It's not nostalgia baiting. It is a meaningful character moment. I've already tackled it. It's not nostalgia baiting. It's not just if you have something that existed before and you bring it back again, it's not inherently nostalgia baiting. Nostalgia baiting is seeing a fucking weeping angel in a prison in Revolution of the Daleks. This is like you're acknowledging that this part of the show that existed previously is still important, which it is. It's meaningful for this Doctor. It's not nostalgia baiting. Stop misusing this fucking word.
People say that a lot about the 10th Doctor goodbye. They're just constant nostalgia bait and being fan wanky, and I always hate that when people say that.
People really need to learn that there's more nuance than just thinking everything that existed before being shown again is nostalgia baiting. By that logic, season 7 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is pure nostalgia baiting. Like, fuck's sake.
Know and love, rather than the action of the scene between 2 characters who are meant to be there, providing the emotional payoff. Yeah, Yeah, it would have been nice if Amy Pond had been at the Doctor's side for his final moment, but it wasn't meant to be.
I'm running to you before you fade from me.
This editing's terrible.
Yeah.
Why does it keep coming out the right ear?
I don't. Yeah.
Doctor move on from Life of the Ponds affecting in the first place. What works about Tennant's regeneration would not have been improved by a hallucination at the last second. All of his
Yes, because it's a different fucking Doctor, you fucking Oh, it's a different fucking Doctor during different fucking circumstances. That Doctor goes visit the people who care about him. The 11th Doctor can't visit that person because that person is dead. And I assume what the show was trying to do with the Angels Take Manhattan is that he couldn't travel through their timeline because the Angels shitty fucking rules. They're inconsistent, but you know, we gotta assume that's how it works. And so him hallucinating her being the first face that face saw is quite meaningful, isn't it? Don't you think? I would think that. You know.
Also, why would Ted hallucinate someone he's already seen?
Yeah, he has the time to go visit every one of them. Why would he hallucinate? Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Favourite companions lined up against the TARDIS, smiling back at him, sucked all of the immersion out of the moment.
Yes, it's a different
and
fucking
all I ever
context.
think of during this scene is,
context.
what the f is Clara thinking? Like, this must look so weird right now. Like,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I never think about that. Yeah, it looks weird. That doesn't matter.
We literally see her reactions throughout. I don't understand.
Yeah, like right here, she's looking very fucking confused. Yeah.
Having a f***ing psychotic episode as the regeneration energy.
He's regenerate. I think that she's just like, I think this is something to do with his regeneration. And that's it.
Slowly turns his brain to mush. All of this builds to nothing.
Oh my god.
It builds to nothing. It builds
It's
to
a
nothing.
goodbye.
It's
It's
him
just a
saying
goodbye,
to
my
this
man.
face. To this Doctor. I'll always remember when the Doctor was me. Fucking fantastic line. I love that.
It's not important because Amy isn't really there. It lacks the punch of Ten saluting Jack because it doesn't change anything for either character.
It doesn't have to change anything.
it
It's him saying goodbye. What does it change with with Captain Jack? It doesn't change anything. They're also just saying goodbye. And most of the Doctor's like, yo, I found you a guy to hook up with.
Also, it does change 11th. It makes him happier when he's about to die.
Yeah, it's comforting for him to see that face and be comforted by her seeing someone he cares about so much and cared about him so much to ease him into his regeneration.
It's hilarious that after 3 sexy years of being in Doctor Who with good hair, both of these two end up sharing their final appearances together in wigs for unrelated projects. Karen had famously shaved her hair for Nebula, and Matt
This
had
is
done
a
it for
dumb
Ryan
point.
Yeah, this is could not care less. Really could not care less. Yeah.
Austin's directorial debut, Lost River. It feels cheap bringing back Amy Pond and a slap in the face to both Clara and Rory.
What? Rory's not as meaningful to her as Amy. And Clara is still his companion, and she's still there. And she still eases him into his fucking regeneration. She's still meaningful to him. It's just that Amy is more special.
He literally says the first face this face saw.
No, it's like saying that the Doctor, fucking at the end of Doomsday, that undermines Mickey as a character. Like, no, he cares way more about Rose than he cares about Mickey. He cares way more about Amy than he cares about Rory, but Rory's still his friend, and he still cares about Rory. The same way he still cares about Clara. This is the same fucking retarded argument I was having with someone when I was debating the Amazing Spider-Man 2, where they were talking about fucking Peter's relationship with his uncle and his aunt being undermined by him wanting to know more about his parents. It's not undermined. He can still care about both of them at the same time. He just wants... Ooh, I'm getting upset. Ooh. This is bad.
Now you're getting upset.
It's like we already know he has a deep respect for Rory. He just will never have that connection like with Amy.
Yeah, exactly.
Clara had just spent 9 episodes trying to cement herself as the new companion, with mixed results. Giving Amy the final goodbye over Clara just makes it feel like the show is admitting this can.
Clara's still got the final goodbye.
Yeah. It's the last one he saw.
Please don't change.
companion worked better. And Rory, he had become an inseparable part of Amy's time on the TARDIS from as early as Series 5. It's strange to see her paid credence.
That's wrong, because in Series 5 he joins for, I think, 3 adventures, if we count 2
Yeah, in the middle of the season.
And then dies.
Yeah.
And then comes back in the finale, then joins
Properly
onwards.
at the end.
Yeah, and he never really was like how Amy is with the Doctor.
Yeah, but not that's always going to happen considering like their like relationship and their history. Considering Amy has known the Doctor since she was a child and has fantasized about him, like in like toys and stories and all that.
Yeah, she
So
was
it makes sense. It's
and
that they're more
obsessed
meaningful.
with the Doctor since she was a kid because of that.
I can't believe I'm going to have to cite Let's Kill Hitler and show the reason why the Doctor took the poison so gracefully.
Fingers and custards.
Yeah, like the whole reason why he took it so gracefully was because he held on for young Amy. Just.
Jeb, you cut off in the middle of your sentence.
Oh, so Let's Kill Hitler. He gets the holograms, and he's like, "There's got to be one person having screwed up, and it's young Amy," and that's what gets him to hold on.
Yeah.
So they also have a deep connection.
What? No, that's impossible.
Oh my god.
But Rory just gets forgotten again. Maybe with a bit more of a final goodbye to Clara, Smith's Doctor would have been better served having this regeneration at the top of that bell tower. Much like RTD drawing out 10's regeneration, Moffat couldn't resist just having one more scene. Why does every...
Yeah, it's a regeneration scene, it's meaningful, and ultimately it doesn't affect plot-wise, but it helps to cap off each journey for each character.
Yeah.
Doctor have to regenerate in the TARDIS anyway. Half the time, the emerging Doctor gets a narrative about being reunited with their TARDIS after blowing it up / crashing it, so why bother ushering them back to the time machine if they're only going to lose it again very shortly? It would have been pretty dope if Capaldi never made it back to the TARDIS in Twice Upon a Time, and the Doctor didn't get reunited with her machine until the Ghost Monument.
That episode's so bad. The Ghost Monument. The fact that he just happened to bump into... Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that so much. It's one of the worst contrivances in like anything ever. It's insane how contrived it is.
It's like it does it twice as well. So in the opening, they bump into a ship and then
in space.
TARDIS in space.
Yeah, God.
Space is big, very big.
A bit.
Series 12. Before I delve into the other big regenerations of New Who, I want to quickly cover the 8th and 9th, War Doctor's regeneration scenes. I'm not going to go into them too much because I already said a lot of what I have to say in my Day of the Doctor retrospect.
I think I remember her. It's been a while since I watched the 8th Doctor's regeneration scene, but I remember liking it. I don't remember much about it.
I think it's good.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Jay thinks it's bad, didn't she say?
Really?
I don't.
I've heard something. I could be wrong.
I've never heard that, but I heavily disagree.
Yeah, I think it's from memory.
I think Connor might tell me that, but I could be totally wrong.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't remember Jay ever mentioning it, but yeah.
But concerning Jay going on record saying that the anniversary special is bad, wouldn't it probably make sense if it's linked that she says that was also bad?
Well, I could get that, but even then, I disagree with some of her takes on the 50th anniversary, like what she says about Gallifrey. Yeah,
I do too. I disagree that the retcon is not good. I really disagree with that because everything still happens, everything still is intact, so I have literal no issues with it.
Yeah.
Of course worth talking about them in relation to the other key regens from the series. There was actually a 22-part miniseries starring McGann that was filmed for the 50th anniversary that was said to be better than both The Sopranos and The Wire combined, but BBC heads realised that all anyone really gives a shit about with the regeneration story is the regeneration scene, and so reworked the entire thing, fired Zack Snyder, and released the regeneration scene as its own complete short instead. And what a short it is, The Night of the Doctor is the perfect bookend for McGann's Doctor, giving us one more awesome on-screen appearance.
It's pretty great, he's pretty great in it.
Adventures.
Charlie, Carers, Lucy, Tamsin, Molly. Friends, companions I've known, I salute you.
And rather than McGann getting all weepy about the prospect of changing...
you
Stop it.
Shut up.
Fucking whining about this fucking regeneration, I swear to Christ.
He's whining more than the 10th Doctor did.
To give the context for Abe, Jesus Christ. So he crashes, and the Sisterhood of Khan make sure he stays alive for a bit. So it's either he dies now, or he's forced to fight in a war. He understands, after discussing it, because he's initially against it, that he has to be part of this war to stop it. He's the only hope. So that's why he embraces it in the end. It's either he doesn't do it in the universe, dies, or he does and saves it.
Yes.
He's completely different.
Yeah, almost like context changes things, but whatever.
2 hours, his
Whatever.
doctor is presented with an exciting conflict in little over 8 minutes.
Oh, hello, Connor.
Oh my god, you're back, Connor.
Guess who's back? Yeah, their stream was fucking short.
Yeah, I can tell. God damn.
Well, the thing is, we had nothing to talk about because it's
You were
bloody
gone for
shit
less than an hour.
It's bloody shit. I mean, yeah.
Most of the time, we talked about other things. I mean, it was like we got to the point where he's like, "Oh, so what are our thoughts on Dan the Plasterer?" And we're like, "Well, he's from Liverpool."
We do know that he is indeed from Liverpool. Yeah.
I feel like we could probably have a better discussion.
Yeah, not gonna lie.
Oh, since you're here, Connor, because we just discussed the McGann regeneration mini thing. I just answer me this. I could be right or wrong, but has Jay gone on record saying that mini is not good?
Yeah, they said it was bad. Someone asked them in a stream, "What's the best and worst?" Oh, sorry, the worst story for each Doctor, right? And for the 8th Doctor, they said the Night of the Doctor.
That's
so like worse than
wow.
the TV movie, worse than Scaredy Cat, worse than fucking all of the Big Finish.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
That's bad take.
That
Bad
is
take.
definitely a take.
Yeah, worse than bloody Time of the Daleks, worse than fucking Skull of Sobek, worse than there's a lot of stuff.
I can't back that take.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, well, and the reasons they gave are like, oh yeah, it's only like 7 minutes.
So
that
doesn't mean it's bad. What?
What?
I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know.
Okay, the TV movie's the best one because it's
the longest.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe Jay would have more like substantial reasons if you really asked them, but that's what they said.
But even then, I doubt much can crack the story at all.
Yeah, it's very
None of the Doctor's
simple.
pretty great.
Yeah.
I would trust them on, maybe not to a full extent, but I would trust them on Day of the Doctor having problems, but not.
Oh no,
Night
yeah,
of the
I do
Doctor.
know that the Day of the Doctor has problems, but we were just
I don't
discussing that
see
as
how-
well. That we disagree with what she says about Gallifrey.
Right. The thing is with Night of the Doctor is I don't actually see what could be problems.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I haven't heard all of the Big Finish, and I especially haven't heard anything from the Time War sets, so I don't really know what's going on in that area of it. But then again, Night of the Doctor came out before all of that. It came out like after Dark Eyes, so I don't actually know if it contradicts anything. But
right,
hey ho. I think it's more just like Jay was like, "Oh, I wish Paul McGann got like a full story regeneration done by Big Finish."
Mm-hmm.
Well, me too, but like,
I would.
yeah.
But I don't have a problem with Night of the Doctor. I think it's fine.
I think it's fucking great.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm a little bit iffy on is just not necessarily in terms of plot logic, but I just kind of wish that it was Christopher Eccleston rather than John Hurt. But you know what? It's fine because John Hurt's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Hurt is a masterpiece of an actor.
He is.
Absolutely.
I love that he got to play the Doctor.
Yeah,
The one chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter.
Go back to your lives. Be the Doctor I could never be. Make it worthwhile.
So good.
His life might have been saved had he
Oh,
made
shit, I better
himself
turn
the
the volume
warrior
on.
the galaxy needed that little bit sooner.
So wait, what are this like? Is there any like shit takes I've missed?
He criticized Amy showing up in the 11th Doctor's regeneration.
It's his imaginary friend. That's what it is, right?
Yeah. But you know.
You want to know the worst one? The one you're gonna love? He deplores Terrence regeneration because the whole whining. No, I don't want to go.
Oh yeah, he says that the Doctor not wanting to regenerate.
And he keeps
is
bringing it
bad.
up.
Yeah, and he keeps
And
taking
how-
butt shots at it during this video.
I mean, I've heard that take like 1,000 times before, at least.
And he completely misunderstands the whole John Smith.
Yeah.
Part of him like
Oh, no,
dying.
I was there for that. I was there. For
Oh,
that
were you?
bit.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
She would beg your help, as we beg your help now.
Whether or not he is right or wrong to do this, whether or not the galaxy needs a warrior or a doctor, is not for him to decide in this short, but poses a question that is answered in the 50th special instead. This scene works as a regeneration and final goodbye to the 8th incarnation, but it also gives us a neat vertical slice of everything McGann's Doctor could have been on screen. I like that there is an actual weighty conflict to the idea of changing.
I'm not gonna lie,
and living.
I think Moffat gave a better regeneration to McGann than his own doctors.
I'd have to agree.
I'm a doctor, but probably not the one you're expecting.
McGann for 60th, please.
Yes, please, bring Daddy back home.
It would be neat to have McGann back, not gonna lie. I'd like that.
Yeah. And he's good on it. He looks good on his age anyway, so it's fine. You can bring him back. He'll look great.
Life, a notion further explored in Moffat's Foundation story. And McGann has to get one of the most badass final lines of any Doctor. Come on.
Physician, heal thyself.
Of course, once the
Hell
warrior
yeah.
incarnation completes his introspective arc and proclaims,
I am the Doctor again.
Oh, remember when? I'm gonna pause it here. I'm gonna pause it here. Callum, do you remember when Adam compared this to Luke dying in The Last Jedi?
What? Oh no! Oh my good lord! No.
What?
I get the idea he's going for, but Jesus Christ, no, dear Lord, no.
But Marcus, concepts,
Yeah.
themes.
Yeah. He kind of redeems himself at the end. The redemption story is definitely just the same thing for both of those characters.
An old man. It's an old man who's forgotten who he was.
It's an
and
old
now he
hermit.
remembers. Yeah.
It's a guy who
remembers
abandoned
he
the
was and he
entire
can move on.
galaxy.
Oh my god.
it's time for the thread started by Night of the Doctor to reach its very satisfying conclusion. The War Doctor existed to tell one very specific story, and when that is complete,
Random thing to say though, I do want to praise more.
You want to play
Moffat
more?
for being able to come up with Doctor on the, with a Doctor on the spot when he kind of got screwed over by BBC. But
yeah, and I really like the War Doctor. So
That's got to be such a difficult. Yeah, it's got.
I mean, to be
such
fair,
a difficult task
there is
to introduce an entirely new Doctor.
There is an inbuilt idea there.
Yes.
there is nowhere else for this character to go than forwards. Often in Regeneration, even the Regenerations I like, there is a recurring theme of lost time.
I was going to take you to so many places. Barcelona.
I love that though. I think that's great.
The planet.
The Doctor ponders what might have been should they be allowed to stay in the body they had.
Oh god, the acting's so good.
It is.
And who they could have spent it with. So it's refreshing to see the War Doctor feel that he has accomplished everything he had to in that body, and, satisfied with his success, proclaims his current form is wearing
a bit thin.
It makes sense for this Doctor to be the one who is most at peace with changing his face, and I think it would be really nice if a mainline Doctor in the series enjoyed this kind of catharsis before merrily moving on.
No, I think 13 was the Doctor I want the least to actually just well, I don't know.
Well, she's accomplished so many great things, though.
I think I would want her to move on, and because looking at her failures as opposed to looking at her triumphs.
Yeah,
that's why
it
she
wouldn't
wants
surprise
to
me if like 13's regeneration was just her expositing about what's happening. She's like, "Oh, I'm dying. This is very painful."
We were talking about earlier, Connor, when you weren't here. Like, I mentioned how like with every new regeneration, I normally cry at because I'm so connected to the Doctor because I love all of them. With like 13, I said like I'm probably going to be like cheering and like egging her on to like, come on, just get it over with, you cowards.
You want to hear something really like rare and something that you probably won't hear from me very often.
What's that?
When I first watched Matt Smith's regeneration, I cried.
I think we all have.
Yeah, it's a really good regeneration scene.
The only Doctor that in the future I could see so content with regeneration like what would be a Valiant type Doctor. Because it's the only one with the most similarity, like being so against what the name stands for.
Oh, I love you know what's
Yeah.
one of the most like
I'd agree.
weirdly underrated regenerations is Tom Baker's. Like everyone says it's terrible because it's not like the Legopolis isn't like a gothic horror, but it's so bizarre that people say that because it's a really, really interesting like end for his character. It's like this quite sort of funeral vibe going on, and for some reason people don't like it because it's not like a funny fucking adventure like his other stories are. It's a very strange thing. People criticize about it.
Tom Baker
But
is
it's like
4th?
Yes.
The
Curly
moment
hair,
has been
big smile,
prepared
jelly
for.
babies. But it's just it's I love that regeneration. Very, very powerful.
Regenerating with a smile is so much more to me than weeping at the very end.
Oh.
I mean,
Stop.
that's quite
bringing
personal,
it
but
down.
it's different, though, isn't it?
Every child.
Like, for the War Doctor, it makes
Imagine
sense, and I
that's-
quite liked it that
imagine
he
that's
accepts
your-
that he's
imagine that's-
the Doctor again.
That's the standard we're working with. Is like smile good, frown bad.
Amazing standard.
John Hurt is the only Doctor in New Who to pass away since this regeneration, and this is one of the few regeneration scenes that doesn't opt to emphasise the actor's personal goodbyes. But I think it's perfect the way it is. John Hurt forever changed Who in little under 75 minutes, regenerated with a smile, and further cemented his place as one of our very greatest thespians.
Yeah, he had a good incarnation. I like his regeneration.
Yes,
He
I
has a
love
pretty good
the War
arc in
Doctor.
The
Not like a
Editron.
nice little one-off, thing.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I quite like him.
The 12th
Incredible
Doctor's
actor.
regeneration feels like a poor man's version of the 11th Doctor's regeneration, with a dash of 10's regeneration in there just for good measure, as Capaldi uncharacteristically
he is a very
explodes with
throwback
energy
Doctor.
and destroys the TARDIS just as sure as Tennant did. Where the regeneration
That was probably
differs
something that
is in-
Chris Chibnall asked him to do, though. I think I'm pretty sure Chris Chibnall wanted that to happen.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Moffat said like Chris made me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, doesn't he say like, oh, if you want to destroy good things,
But the
Chris,
TARDIS,
you can. Yeah.
yeah. The TARDIS exploding in the end of time, though, that was actually a Euros Lyn decision. It was the director that wanted that.
That's neat.
It's like, well, if we're not going to use the set again, we'll blow it up.
I mean, yeah, why not?
I mean, yeah, and it creates for a very powerful visual. Quite like.
And then
Yeah,
Moffat's
I
like,
love it.
right now in the 11th hour, I have to write this thing in that ready script.
And it works into 11th hour really well.
Yes, it does. Because 11th
does
hour
actually,
is
yeah.
good. Yeah. Is that right, Connor?
Still cooking. Yeah, it's a good episode. But you're not catching me with that one. Nice to try.
preamble, and it reveals a lot about the contrasting providing closure. Both 10 and 12 get an amnesia-related companion exit. Back at the end of Series 4, Donna Noble was forced to forget the Doctor and her adventures in order to, essentially...
God, that acting is so
Moffat
good from Catherine Tate, too.
Moffat treading old ground? What? That wouldn't happen. Anyway.
Save her sanity. The inverse happened when Clara Series
Shut
9.
up!
Yeah,
Don't talk about Hellbent.
Fuck Hellbent.
Fuck Hellbent.
Clara remembered the Doctor,
Someone should make a
but the
video
Doctor
on
had
that.
any trace of her
Why would you do that to yourself?
Someone should, yeah.
scrubbed.
Yeah.
When it was announced that Donna would be appearing in The End of Time, it seemed likely that this decision was going to be reversed. Thankfully, Davies knew better than to undo the consequences of the last series.
Yeah, I agree. It's done better
Yeah,
than with Clara and Twice Upon a Time, where the Doctor just...
Although there is that unfortunately one bit in End of Time where they undo the fact that she should die, like when she remembers the Doctor.
Yeah, they do the defense mechanism thing.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
I mean, but the thing is, though, Hellbent is far worse than.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
far worse.
Problem.
Far worse.
When it
It
appears,
literally spits in the face of Gallifrey.
status quo remains. The Doctor gives her a new life with a lottery ticket, he gets to say his goodbyes to Wilf, and he walks off into the
I love
distance with
Wilfred.
the pain of Donna's amnesia. And
Oh,
like,
man, I'm gonna cry.
When
When
people are like, who are your favorite companions? Like, I always say Wilfred, and people get confused because he's barely in the show. But I'm like, but the things that he is in
makes one of the biggest impacts.
He's just such a brilliant character.
He's the best New Who's
what?
side character. Side character. So you got companion and you got side
I'd
character.
say probably him or Jack.
I'd say
Oh,
Wilf.
actually, no,
I'd say Wilf is better than Jack.
Probably Wilf because Jack was in Chibnall Who.
Yeah,
that is also true. Yeah.
Oh,
Yucky.
God, I can't.
I forget that was a thing because it was so. This came out of nowhere.
We all covered it. We all covered that episode together. Man, that was a fucking.
Yeah.
That's also one of the things that's like. That's one of the things that's kind of special about Series 4 is that.
Guys, that was nearly 2 years ago.
Oh shit, that's true.
Like technically, when you look at what counts as Series 4, from like Voyager Dam to End of Time Part 2, Wilfred's only appearances are like in that series. So it's like Series 4 is Wilfred's series.
Yeah.
See Wilf crying as he salutes the Doctor. It's not just a teary goodbye. It's a reminder of what he and Donna have forever lost. It's bittersweet, and it stays with you because it is inherently unsatisfying. No, Doctor. Turn back around. Think of something. Fix
Shut up, full
it.
fat.
Don't let it end this
Shut
way, please.
This scene is good.
But then, if it instead gave in to providing audience satisfaction, if it reunited the Doctor and Donna and gave her memories back because, it's Christmas.
Yeah, I don't like. He just gets her memory back of her car.
What did bloody Adam say? He was just like, and then twice upon a fucking time, the Doctor just remembers her.
Yeah.
So it was pointless as well.
Yeah, that's so weird. I don't like that.
Honestly, that was the best part about this video. What he just said. That's the best thing he said.
All of the impact from her exit would be null and void.
Donna, I was just going.
Yeah, see ya.
When we wish things could change for the characters we care about, and we are powerless to do so, their pain stays with us. In the case of 12's situation, he gets not only an extra goodbye with his Series 10 companions after already saying goodbye to them, but whatever. The real kicker comes when not Clara comes out of thin air and the Doctor's memories are all restored. Everything tied up in a neat little bow. None of the tragic irony of saving someone you don't remember. Nothing is bittersweet. It's all saccharine. Hooray!
This is right.
Oh no!
I accept it.
Don't remind
We just.
That's actually great.
Did we? For all of the end.
I mean, I agree with that, but it's just he hasn't gotten to the regeneration scene itself yet.
No, not really.
Yeah, it's like him saying goodbye to his companions. Like, yeah, I agree with that. Twice Upon a Time is not.
Yeah, it was
great episode. Yeah.
Time's faults, I am still impressed to this day that they resisted undoing Donna's final story. And Twice Upon a Time just proves that it was the right decision.
Why is he impressed given it's RTD?
I don't know.
Yeah, like
He's weird.
I wasn't surprised by that.
No, it's like, yeah, obviously they're not gonna do it just out of nowhere. With Moffat, you're like, yeah, he's gonna do it because he's retarded.
The only reason she appears in it is because Wilf's in it, and also because John Sim takes over the world as everyone, and she can't be taken over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel nothing.
Like she kind of had to be in it.
Yeah, they needed to address it. Yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the way they addressed it was a little bit damaging, but whatever.
Is fixed with a magical reset button. Davies likes to tap into our impermanence as human beings. We cannot hold on to the things and the people we love forever, but that pain is what helps us to continue on and strive to prosper.
Her name was Rose.
Moffat, on the other hand...
Oh, what a line.
Oh, that line delivery.
Rose, Martha and Donna
some of those River song
themselves
lines
and
just
accept that they will grow old.
You'll grow old at the same time as me.
Together.
Clara and Bill gain cosmic status as beings that shall remain in their youthful current forms. Even though Clara must one day return to her death, and Bill's human form technically no longer remains, both can get to stay exactly as they appear and live on out.
Oh, look, it's Game of Thrones as Maisie Williams.
It is indeed. The greatest character showed her
ever.
Yeah. Hybrid is
a Shidler.
Ayo.
Me.
Both can get to stay exactly as they appear and live on out
with no repercussions.
Definitely. None of them can return to normality and live with their pain and experiences. They have to keep going and make new ones, never aging, never letting the Doctor see them age.
Never, ever.
Fuck the Angels Take Manhattan.
Moffat just can't resist dodging endings. True
I mean,
endings.
you know what? If I was to ever make an Unbridled Rage, it would probably be on The Angels Take Manhattan, because no one talks about that episode, and they need to.
Yeah, that
It's
episode's quite bad.
it's a terrible episode.
It fuels me with fury.
Yeah, it's not a good episode.
It's that period in like series 6B to 7A, like Moffat does a lot of things that really annoy me. 'Cause the thing is, a 7B is like, you know, it's like it's a new character, so it's kind of like its own thing. But there's a lot of stuff that I really like about the 11th Doctor and Amy and Rory that he fucks with in that period in 6B and 7A. That just, oh my god, like Let's Kill Hitler, Winning a River Song, Asylum with the Daleks, and Angels Take Manhattan. I have so much like beef with Moffat in that period.
Endings are always sad. Davies accepts pain and sadness as inevitable and instead is compelled by stories where characters work through their pain and their sad endings.
She was the most important woman in the whole wide universe.
She still is.
On the flip side,
that clip does not show what he wanted it to show, but you know, I agree with the sentiment that RTD does that way more than Moffat does. And Moffat's endings usually are, you know,
Moffat's very apart from Death in Heaven, he's very like his endings are very I don't know what the word is, but they're sort of
not final.
They're very cheery a lot of the time.
Yeah, in a way.
They're sort of like he tries to end things on a high of some sorts. The only, like I said, the only exception would be Death in Heaven, because the ending of that episode's quite bleak in some ways.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I guess Hellbent. I guess Hellbent. You could argue, but I don't even know what the fuck to say about Hellbent.
Hellbent's kind of it's trying to go for a bittersweet thing, but it also is like, oh, see, they're going to go on a bunch of adventures and everything turned out fine.
And they get away scot free, and Clara doesn't learn her lesson. Woohoo!
Yeah, completely undermines the previous 2 episodes. Yeah,
we love that.
It makes Moffat quite suited
Moffat
to writing
writes
Regenerations.
Doctor Who like a Hollywood film, is what I was trying to say.
Bad Hollywood films.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like to frame it as an ending to the character. Through
Although sometimes,
Regeneration, Moffat
like in the case of
see
something
Dr.
like The Doctor Dances, that's like a good Hollywood film.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
It has the exact same tone, but it's done really well.
She still is.
On the flip side, I think it makes Moffat quite suited to writing Regenerations because he doesn't like to frame it as an ending to the character. Through Regeneration, Moffat doesn't have to see the Doctor age.
doesn't do that either.
Yeah, it's an
He's
ending for
framing it
that
as an end of the
regeneration, but it's not an
incarnation.
ending for the character.
It's not about the end of the character. It's about the fact that the Doctor cares about each individual incarnation, which adds weight.
Yeah, which
and
Moffat
stakes
also
and
does when he
investment
says, like with 11, he literally says, I'll always remember when the Doctor was me. Like, it's kind of the same thing. It's just they're different personalities for being different Doctors. Like, you know, in the same way that 9 says, yeah, you were fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and you were, you know what, so was I. It's like, yeah, acknowledging that this regeneration, something that the Doctor is going to miss when he changes.
The decision to regenerate is framed as death in 10's final story.
But it is death. We've already gone over this. He does die.
In 12's final story, the decision to regenerate represents the continuation of
Also,
life.
the other thing is that the Doctor's referencing the fact that even if there is regeneration, he could still die outright if he was killed.
Yeah.
Like that's one of the things. That's also one of the things he's scared of, is actually dying outright.
Yeah. Which, the 10th Doctor getting closer to death by becoming the 11th Doctor. Like, this is the last regeneration I have. I'm fucked.
Yes, I know they'll get it all wrong without me.
I find it cool.
So, first off, only on my right ear. Please fix that, Phil Fight, Jesus Christ. But secondly, for some reason the video and the audio were not synced, and I know that the scene itself has the audio synced because I rewatched that scene like a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
well, to be fair, I mean, the Capaldi title sequences are never in sync.
I mean, yeah.
Sweet that he's talking to the TARDIS at the very start. It's a smaller moment, and Capaldi delivers his lines with the appropriate warmth and affection for his longest-standing companion.
That is a nice thing about the Doctor's wife, is that firstly it explains a lot of weird bullshit from before it, but it also means that after it, when he talks to the TARDIS, you understand why. That's probably my favorite thing about the Doctor's wife, is what it's added to the lore. Is that when there's things where you're like, well, how did the TARDIS end up there? You can explain it as, well, the TARDIS decided to, because that's where it needed to be.
Yeah. Which I actually think it's quite meaningful to have the TARDIS actually have quite a bit of character by doing that.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. Quite like that.
And it's sweet to imagine the TARDIS telling the Doctor that they're all wrong without him. I like it. I don't so much like the big overblown speech to the next Doctor.
I don't know how you guys feel, but I really like it. I'm sorry.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with a speech to for the Doctor to do.
I don't think having a speech in concept is a bad thing. I think that's a bit of a weird way to frame it.
Yeah, I really like that speech. Just, always try to be nice, but never ever fail to be kind. It's like there's so much you can.
I like the
off
pairs
the Doctor's
line
character.
as a reference to the scene,
Never,
the
never
deleted
eat
bit.
pears.
Never ever eat pears.
Because there's a reference to when the 10th, when David Tennant did
I
for the blood and stuff.
I mean, I guess it's not really anything specific with that scene. I'm just never really been a fan of like Moffat's whimsicality, but that's not really to do with that scene. That's just a general preference.
I get what you mean. It's just I don't know. I really enjoy 12's regeneration scene.
The only part I felt it dragged was when he went on about the children can hear your name.
Yeah, that's
you
something
guys
that Peter
mentioned that
Capaldi
earlier,
added to it.
which I don't.
That's something that Peter Capaldi added to, for the kids watching at home. But I just think that's too. It's too fourth wall breaking for me.
I like it.
Oh, yucky.
I like
it.
Yucky. Being okay. Here's the thing, Marcus. Are you saying that? Because if we look at this as a piece of world building rather than a meta line. How do you feel about the fact that the Doctor's basically saying if children listen, they can hear the Doctor's name in the stars?
That's not exactly what I think he means. I think that if children, if they're scared and if they're, suffering, they can, sort of like some like telepathic kind of way, they can feel the Doctor's presence, and that comforts them in the same way where it's like, I actually thought it's like, it's kind of like Santa in a way where he's framing himself, where it's just the idea of his existence is what
that was that's kind of the angle that we're going for in Last Christmas, wasn't it? Was like the Santa's actually probably the Doctor.
Oh yeah,
kind
they
of
did
Clara
have that.
And then also
I think,
there's also that line in and that's actually kind of because obviously Twice Upon a Time is Moffat's last. And if you look at Moffat's first story and the Doctor dances, he does like make that joke to Rose about, who gave you that bike when you were 12?
Mm-hmm.
I think Moffat probably believes the Doctor is Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But hey ho.
Yeah, I'm not like confirming or denying whether he is Santa Claus or not. It's just like the idea is kind of similar. It's like just the idea of him carries hope throughout the universe.
There's also that, I think it's like you look at that scene and listen with Rupert Pink. It's kind of that it's played in a very similar way to that sort of thing. And then there's also there's in Night Terrors when that kid like calls out to the Doctor or something. So I think that's kind of what Moffat was going for a lot of the time. Is that he's like this hero. He's this hero for the children, a bit like Santa Claus.
Yeah, I don't think he actually meant that children could literally hear his name.
Yeah.
I think it was way more
not gonna lie. Given the context I have of the character before the Moffat era, I think that's pretty patronizing. But I wouldn't outright say it's a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's pretty. I think the weirdest thing is when fans say, "Oh yes, the Doctor has always been like this since day one." I don't think that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I think to look at like the first Doctor and see him as like this lovely Santa Claus out to save the children is a bit silly because that's not how he's characterized at all. He like kidnaps school teachers and hits a guy in the head with a spade and tries to kill a caveman with a rock.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I would argue more that he's changed a lot over his generations as opposed to he's always been like that.
Yeah.
Not as egregious
Yeah,
as
I think.
Tennant.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Pretending his next regeneration is an entirely separate entity, and once again it does embrace.
But that's not what
dreams the same
happens.
way Eleven.
That's not what happens, Full Fat. It's not. It's not what happens.
We've addressed that argument so much at this point. I'm just like, let it play. But you still need to talk about the Ninth Doctor's regeneration, so that's gonna be fun.
He's just having a negative point of view on the same thing because he's scared of changing because of
because of who he is.
Yeah,
because of who he is. It's a personality difference. It's not like he thinks it's. Oh, I hate this interpretation. Fuck.
I just think it's a bit cringe and doesn't really
there's the magic word.
Ah, the magic word.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys agree with him, so you're
take a sip. But here's the thing, Marcus. I think it's cringe for different reasons, though. It's like what I was discussing yesterday about how, like, if I was to say that Blink makes sense because Sally is wet, like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you
That's
arrive
not
at
the
same
reason
conclusion,
why.
but the reasoning is different. Yeah.
I don't even think it's.
Actually, no. I did. I had a thing with on the previous stream that I was on. Not previous, but the one that happened in the middle of this stream. I had a situation like that with Joey when Dylan brought up like the potential of Thasmin in Series 13, right? Thasmin shipping and all that.
Yeah.
The reason both me and Joey didn't want Thasmin to happen, but the reason why we didn't want it to happen was for completely different reasons. So the reason why I didn't want it to happen is because there's an entire character arc in New Who about why the Doctor can't fall in love with a human. And so for her to reciprocate with absolutely no question would be very, very weird because, we understand that the Doctor understands. Falling in love with a human can't happen.
Yeah.
Whereas the reason why Joey said that is because they believe that the Doctor is aromantic and asexual.
What?
The Doctor's not aromantic. I could understand.
Yeah.
I could understand asexual in a way, but even then, I think
He's literally a father.
Yeah. I was gonna say
he's a dad.
Moffat's
He
standard
has a
ruins it.
granddaughter.
Looms, Jim.
Liver and shit like that. But
And Moffat didn't even establish he's a father. Russell T Davies ever did.
Yeah.
I was a dad once.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to think about that bloody in the very first episode of Classic Who. He's got a granddaughter.
he has a granddaughter.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It's not.
It's that thing always confusing me. But when everybody says like the Doctor is asexual, and it's like, it's very strange to me how everyone just seems to forget about that aspect of the Doctor in the very first incarnation.
Is it in Gridlock when he mentions his granddaughter to Martha?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also mentions that he's a dad and fear her.
Yes.
Oh yeah, fear her. Fuck that episode. But anyway, Gridlock, fantastic episode. Love Gridlock.
Oh, Gridlock. Gridlock is sexy. I love Gridlock.
Chef's kiss.
Gridlock is so underrated. It's so
the end of Gridlock is my favorite scene in Doctor Who.
I can understand why. It is a really fucking good scene, yeah.
It's up there for me.
I mean, well, the thing is, when I was a kid, that was the scene where Tennant became my doctor. Was that scene?
Yeah. I can see why. Like, that scene is, yeah.
It's very powerful. Very powerful.
Yeah.
The Doctor just drops platitude after platitude, feeling that A, we're filling time, and B, hitting a box on the regeneration.
I wouldn't say it's filling time.
It's a goodbye. It allows the time it has.
Wait,
no, it's not.
No,
I wouldn't
hold
call
on.
it filling time, and it's not checking boxes either.
Yeah, and also he's saying that it's platitudes, but they aren't platitudes. They're important for the Doctor to remain who he is, for the Doctor to remember his or hers, their core values. To continue being this kind person who helps people. It's not platitudes because I searched the meaning of platitude just now just because I wanted to check, and it's a remark or statement, especially one with a moral content that has been used too often to be interesting or thoughtful. But it is thoughtful for the Doctor to tell that to himself, another version of himself, so that other version can carry on being who he is, which is this person who helps everyone and keeps that in mind always at first, to help people, and that's like the main thing for him, that he wants to save people. Like I don't think that's a platitude. I think that's meaningful for the Doctor to say that to the next Doctor.
No, it's just padding. It's cringe.
Ugh.
Well, the last one had a speech, so I guess this one needs a speech.
I mean, that's what the character's like. So yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, but it's It's one speech. They're both speeches about the Doctor accepting that he's changing and how that's good. Though different contexts and different reasons why they want to change. But like it makes sense.
If Hassan Piker was the Doctor, he'd be like, "What am I supposed to do? Die?"
And then he just sneezes and becomes Peter Capaldi.
And
and
narratively, it makes sense because he's accepting he's a 16-year-old.
Yeah.
Instead of fish fingers and custard, it's fucking nuggies.
Nuggies and custards. Nuggies and custard.
I really, Fat really doesn't understand Doctor Who. I'm sorry.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah. Little Amelia Pond's like, fish fingers and custard, and he's like, "Oh, I got it from my mom."
I do want to say one thing that I really like. I think the TARDIS in Series 10 is really well shot and lit, whereas in Series 12 it's super oversaturated and I hate it.
Oh, so gross.
Yeah. Capaldi's TARDIS in Series 10 is probably like the way it's lit, and just that.
Do you
TARDIS
like
in general,
yeah,
probably one of my favorites ever.
Same.
One of the funniest things I love about Spyfall is the fact that when the Doctor finds out Gallifrey is destroyed, the TARDIS just gets all like dark and like emo for no reason.
Oh really?
Really?
Yeah.
It's a different color scheme.
That's hilarious.
Idris is wearing her goth outfit.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. I'll send a picture on the Discord and you can see.
Oh no.
Just continue the video and I'll go and get it.
Oh no.
And then Sagan Akinola's music is like.
Oh no.
Hayden Christensen is returning as Anakin in the Ahsoka series.
No.
So we're gonna see Darth Vader in the Ahsoka series.
Oh no.
Okay.
With Hayden Christensen. No. Ooh, I hope. I guess flashbacks. That's what we're gonna see potentially.
No.
If it's Hayden Christensen, because otherwise they would just
dump out on it.
They just have like a body double and then have what is it, James Earl Jones?
How old is James Earl Jones? Surely he's getting on.
He is 90.
He kind of has schizophrenia. That's probably not a good idea.
Oh, sure.
He's not well enough. I think it's gotten really bad lately. Where is he?
Yeah, he's 19.
Okay, so alright, so the photo is now in the Discord. If you'll notice, all of the crystals that are normally yellow, they're now blue.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, that lighting is so garbage.
It's like when you that's what the lighting's like when you go to a fucking haunted house.
Oh, I just noticed that because usually I use Brave as opposed to Chrome, but I'm using Chrome during the stream for reasons.
You know when you go to like one of those psychedelic haunted houses, that's what the lighting's like in those.
Yeah, pretty much. Like Jesus Christ, look at this.
Or Laser Strike.
And the thing is,
to be fair, I can imagine them playing Laser Strike in that TARDIS.
So, Colin, you know the Hill House color grade, how it's all blue and yellow, and I honestly particularly don't love it. But
I can understand that.
Jesus Christ, this here, the Doctor Who's like, God damn it, this is so much. This is too much. It's all just blue, and there's some yellow in her face. These aren't like actual colors. There's so much. Jesus.
Yeah. I think the only highlights of that is like the direction / mainly cinematography is actually quite neat. The emo coloring is just
I like the close-ups they do on her eyes when she sees Gallifrey burning. It's pretty well shot.
Yeah,
it's probably one of the better parts of the 13th Doctor.
It's also like, it's one of the first times in her run that I was like, oh, Jodie Whittaker is actually doing some acting.
She's getting to
proper
act.
acting, you know? Because a lot of her
material very small part.
A lot of her material before that was just generic, bland school teacher for children.
Yeah, being super quirky and shit, just super cringe.
Yeah.
Then you get the really stupid master reveal that he destroyed Gallifrey, which makes no fucking sense.
I hate that so much.
Well, the
obviously I meant I did.
So I guess this one needs a speech. Thing is, I don't think he really needed a speech. No one else is in the TARDIS for starters.
12
But he's talking to the next
speeches,
Doctor.
let's be honest.
Yeah. First off, he's talking to the next
talks to
Doctor.
himself all the time.
Yeah, and secondly, he does talk to himself
time.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? It's in character.
He's a very The 12th Doctor is an introspective character.
Yes, he is.
You
Which
know
I
what
think
my
his
favorite,
stories try to
like-
reflect that. He tries to reflect his own fears and try to understand them.
Yeah.
Like in Listen. I'm not saying
You
Listen
know,
is a
like,
good
you know
episode,
how-
but it's what it's trying to do, at least.
You know how they say, like, you know, sometimes the regeneration story, they'll tie it into one of the most, one of the core sort of character moments for that incarnation. It's like, with the End of Time Part 2, they tied his farewell back to Human Nature Family Blood, which is kind of one of his defining stories.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the 12th Doctor and Heaven Sent, as they're doing like the introspective singular talking to themselves thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, in Heaven Sent, he was talking himself through that challenge, whereas here he's talking himself through regeneration.
Yeah. Which is, you know,
It's so weird.
really
I'm defending a scene I don't even like, but it's just because Full Fat's so fucking wrong.
And the scene is good. But yeah, Full Fat is wrong.
No one else is in the TARDIS for starters, so it's unnecessary for him to crack all this life advice out.
No.
It's for himself, for his next version of himself. Like, he wouldn't crack this advice for his companions. It makes no sense for him to tell his companions, always try to be nice, but never fail to be kind once he's regenerating. He could just say that during any point. I don't get it.
If Clara wasn't there to bounce off of 11 in his final speech, I think those words would have had lost a lot of their impact too. It's the fact that 11 is saying it to Clara, his companion, his friend, that makes it a dialogue.
Not really. It seems like more of an introspective speech for me. Like, it's trying to talk himself into accepting his regeneration. It's just like, you know, if you think about it, we all change. You know, we all change over time. But we can't. We need to remember all the people that we used to be. Like, he's talking to himself at that moment more than he is to Clara. I'd say Clara is just there, and we see her reactions because she's scared of what's happening.
Moffat writes a lot of meta in his stories.
Yeah. So I don't know.
There's a lot of talking to camera.
Yeah, I think Full Fat is being kind of disingenuous here.
Exchange between two people.
Or maybe just doesn't know.
Maybe he's just dumb, yeah.
Take the companion away, and you're left with an overblown monologue that feels like it's only serving the audience watching.
Well, I mean, the entire of Doctor Who is only serving the audience watching.
I'm tired of any TV show is only serving
So-
theirs. Any
so
fucking
that's a
media.
bit-
The point is to service the audience watching. Yeah, I don't. This is dumb.
I like it when the Doctor looks to the camera for that one instance just to say,
I will always remember when the Doctor was me.
I know he's not directly breaking the fourth wall, but without that all-important companion ingredient, he may as well be. There's no conflict for him to bounce off of, which is why you can get away with the Doctor being alone in something like Heaven Sent.
he's already going to die. So it's conclusion.
Yeah.
It's not the middle of a story, it's the end of a story.
Here he's just talking and talking about, I don't know, how
so much
love
dialogue.
is wise and...
Did you just miss the entire point where he says, I'm gonna... Ooh, okay, sorry. I got a bit upset. He just fucking missed the dialogue where the Doctor literally says explicitly that he's talking to the next Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
He's...
You wait a moment,
Yeah.
Doctor. Let's get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I like this fucking speech, is because he reinforces the core values that I value a lot in the Doctor as a character. Fuck's sake.
Never eat pears.
Yeah, that's a reference to human nature.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a joke that I enjoy.
I love it.
That's a...
Hold on, don't press play. Let me get a fucking screenshot of this bad boy.
Of course.
All right, I've got that now.
That's good. That you should have that on like if you ever do an unbridled praise on a Capaldi episode, like Heaven Sent something, just do that face.
Oh shit, yeah, that's a good point. I may use that.
Yeah.
Just if I ever do a video on Heaven Sent, which I do have planned, but it'll take a while to get to it.
He is Heaven Sent after all.
We get it. Some of these lines are helpful words of advice, but they lack the punch and coherence of Smith's speech.
Why?
If you can't top it, don't try to.
What? That's insane. If you can't top something, you shouldn't try to.
That's such bad advice.
Wow.
They're not the same thing either. They're really not the same thing either.
If you can't top something, you shouldn't even try?
Guys, if you've made a perfect movie, just stop making movies. Just stop. There's no point. You're never going to top
James Gunn made Guardians 2. He should never make another movie again.
Yeah, that's why Rob Sherman never wrote another episode, because he wrote Garlic and that's it.
He took it very literal.
Yeah. Oh god, this is so fucking retarded. I swear to Christ. Wow, what a fucking retarded statement.
I think Capaldi would have been far, far better served walking into the TARDIS as tended, silently lamenting the end of this body before proclaiming, Doctor...
I mean, that's just a different way of doing it, I guess.
Yeah, it's a different way. I don't think it would have been
Like
inherently better.
Like I said, like there's one way you could have done it where, let's say if Twice Upon a Time didn't exist, let's say Chris Chibnall actually did do the Christmas special as his first episode.
Mm-hmm.
One way you could have done it is you know that line in Dr. Falls where he says, you know, I'd hoped there'd be stars. If you wanted to do it like that, that could have also worked. Like a very classic style regeneration, but they just went in a different direction.
Yeah, but Moffat wanted to actually say goodbye to this character in a more, I don't say more meaningful, because I don't think it's inherently more meaningful, but in a more, I guess a deeper way. To actually talk about the core values of this Doctor, of this tenure that Stephen Moffat has written for years, because like it is Stephen Moffat leaving the show. I think he wanted to like go out with more than just letting his Doctor regenerate, and I do prefer doing the speech he did rather than just him saying, "Doctor, I'll let you go," even though that would have been fine as well.
Regenerate! That's it. Need all of this other stuff. Less is more with regeneration, and it can so easily just evolve.
What's wrong with the Amy thing?
It detracts from the story, Connor.
Yes, it detracts from the story because Clara is right there, and he only sees Amy and he doesn't see Rory, so that's bad. And that was literally his argument, Connor.
What? Why do you see Rory?
I don't know, Connor.
Rory's not his imaginary friend.
Oh my god. You know it's bad when Connor gets the 11th Doctor more than other people. That's when you know it's bad.
I know. It's just like, it's just weird, because I'm now like, it's just depressing, because I'm having to like defend shit that I don't care about, but like, it's just, why are people, why are they so wrong?
Come on, we're almost done with this.
Is the problem with 12's regeneration, really? Of course, we didn't need this entire special to begin with.
Fuck.
Twice Upon a Time was
Don't remind me of
written as
David
the 12th
Bradley.
Doctor swan song to try and save the annual
Actually, it's not
Christmas
David Bradley's
special.
fault, but, you know.
Chibnall wanted to start from Series 11,
Oh, this
and
clip.
Moffat was determined not to
Oh,
let
what did
that all-important
that clip might be in another video very soon.
That clip is hilarious.
I wonder which video that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a shame that his efforts were in vain. But then again, losing the Christmas special turned out to be the least of our worries when you take a look at all the damage Chibnall's done to the series.
I agree.
That's not. That's got nothing to do with it, though. That's got nothing to do with Capaldi's regeneration. You're just fucking shitting on someone else because reasons. I don't know.
Yeah,
what's going on here?
This is a completely non sequitur.
Why is he referencing the Timeless Children? It's got nothing to do with it. This is bullshit. This is a tangent.
This is bullshit.
Nope. Deleting that from my brain once again. That bullshit never happened. Nope. Never happened.
Just move on.
It's
move on.
Move
yes,
on.
Timeless Children was bad.
This regeneration
okay. I see what he did there. That was an advertisement for his other video because he put a little eye in the corner.
Yeah.
In what would have been the best regenerations parting of the ways.
God knows it's not because it's easy. It's not even because it works, because it hardly ever does.
So this is a scene where I'd say the color grading is shit. Like, it's really bad.
Yes.
You can clearly tell a shot during the day. Like, it would have been...
Really... Yeah, it ruins a very, very well-acted scene.
Well, I wouldn't say it ruins it. It's just like...
not really,
it's just
like,
it's weird. It's just visually.
It detracts a bit from it.
It.
Yeah, but the scene itself is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah, this is a scene where, like, when I talk about the Master and Spyfall, I use this scene as a... Because the fucking Doctor just doesn't care the fact that the Master's gone back to his old ways and doesn't even comment on the fact that in this scene, the Doctor literally says to Missy, "You've changed."
Yeah.
You know, it
It's
fucking
so good.
pisses me off
I
because it's such a good scene here.
It is so good, yeah. Michelle Gomez is fucking phenomenal.
I find it so weird. That Stephen Moffat, like, praises Chibnall's stuff, right? Especially, I'm pretty sure he likes Spyfall, but it's just weird to me. Like, I just can't believe that Stephen Moffat looks at Spyfall and doesn't think about how it damages this story that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
That's just very strange to me.
Yeah.
That Moffat wouldn't have any pushback on that.
Yeah, I don't get it either. It's strange.
I do what I do because it's right!
Speaking of parting of the ways, it's now time for the best regeneration ever. Of course, it's the Ninth Doctor's regeneration in first place. It's the daddy. Do I even need to explain why?
Yes.
It'd be nice if you did, yeah.
You've tried to explain why the other ones aren't as good, so yeah, you kind of do need to explain why this one is, yeah. Like, there are elements that he criticized in terms of 10's regeneration that are present in this one, and elements in 11's regeneration that are also present in this one that he criticized. So I don't understand, really. He does need to explain it, so yeah.
Yeah, but Christopher Eccleston is old, so it's better.
Of course. That makes absolutely...
He doesn't cry.
100% sense, yeah.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I guess I do need to explain why.
Yeah,
it would be a pretty disappointing end to the video if I didn't.
Yeah, it would.
Every other Doctor in Doctor Who has had their swan song planned. The moment had been prepared for. But when the BBC announced Chris Eccleston was leaving the role after just one series, it meant that the Series 1 finale would simultaneously double as the Ninth Doctor's regeneration story.
And it actually works somehow. It's crazy how well it works.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it to, but it works so well.
Like, as a conclusion to this character arc, somehow it works really well.
Yeah. Coward, any day. I love that moment so much.
This, and because of the shorter amount of time we had with this Doctor, Parting of the Ways doesn't play out like all the other mainline examples in this video. We just get a fantastic Doctor v Dalek story that happens to end with the Doctor making a deathly decision. There's no excessive meditation on what it means to end this run.
I love this scene.
Do that for me, Rolls.
Well, if there was excessive meditation, it would be bad because the new audience doesn't know what, like it's. I mean, not necessarily bad, but it's just like, it's fine not to do that because for a lot of people it's new. Like, they haven't seen regeneration before. Whereas with something like End of Time, the most viewers watching will know what it is.
And they're already expecting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like,
it's the same thing with like, it was the same thing with like the in the 10th Planet, the first ever regeneration. The Doctor alludes to it about to happen, but no one actually knows what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
When he's just like, he's far from being all over. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's more about audience POV.
The drama of the episode pulls the character to and fro right up until his final moments.
Coward.
Any day.
Any day.
Perhaps it would have been an overblown send-off, more akin to Tennant, had
It's
Eccleston
not overblown!
It's
not overblown. It's just dramatic.
And that isn't bad.
But his relatively short run.
Yeah, you know what? Hot take, guys. I like drama. That's why I watch TV.
What? No.
I like drama.
That makes no sense. No.
No, but we just need to have fun adventures that don't really mean anything. We don't need conflict.
And watch them all out of order.
You can't really have adventures without conflict. Like, cannot happen.
It'd be hard to have a story.
It's funny. There's an
conflict.
episode in Community. It's season 5 or 6. Basically, there's an episode where there's someone coming to like a fucking insurance inspector coming to the school to check if it's all okay. And so Abed is like, oh, we gotta plan this out and like this whole over the top thing. And everyone's like, and Jeff is like, no, we gotta just not do anything. The city's in the school is in a good place. They come in, they check us out, and everything's gonna be fine. But then Abed's conflict in that episode is an inner conflict about the lack of conflict. Because he has Asperger's, and he basically sees the world through a lens of everything being a TV show. And he's like, so if there is no conflict, then there can be no story. And if there's no story, then what's happening here? And so the conflict is there is no conflict, and that's the conflict he gets into. And that's kind of the idea that I'm getting at here is like, always you have these adventures, you have the story, you're gonna need drama, you're gonna need conflict. And just because it's dramatic in the end of time, that doesn't mean it's inherently worse, because it is dramatic, it is a bit more than you'd expect, or than what he expects, I guess, because it fits the tone of the story and it fits character-wise. Like for stories, you need conflict. So I don't know. This is just a really weird statement.
Marcus.
Yes.
You said Asperger's.
I did say Asperger's. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Connor.
Yum.
That it wouldn't have any of the pomp and circumstance of the regenerations that would follow him.
What are you talking about? Parting the Ways is a fucking spectacle.
Yeah. I'm just gonna pause for a copyright, but yeah, it's a great scene.
That scene when Linda
David
dies,
Mamet
man.
says something that I think all the other regeneration scenes could really benefit from. He says that drama is born out of restraint.
I disagree. I just inherently, I don't think that, I think that's not inherently true or false. I think conflict can be born out of restraint, but it can also not be. Yeah, it depends. It's always going to be dependent on the writer and the director.
There's different ways you can do it. Like you can have tension, which is restraint, and where you have unresolved drama, where that tears you apart because it's unresolved, and that does happen, and that can work. But then you can also have resolved drama where it's external and it all comes flooding out. That's also a style of drama. For some reason, some people think one is good and one is bad, whereas I think that you can do either and make them good or bad.
Yeah, it all depends on execution. Like inherently as a concept, it's not better.
Pretty much any idea can work given that it makes sense within the context and executed.
That's why a lot of there's a lot of classic Who fans that think that New Who drama is shit because it's external, it's not restrained.
Yeah, but that's I don't get that.
But
it's just a different style. It's like you look at like
classic Who and New Who are both great, so
yeah. If you look at a scene like Sarah Jane's exit in The Hand of Fear, and you look at the beach scene, they are very different in terms of style. One of them is very restrained, and one of them is the opposite. But they both work, and it's not because of the style; it's because of the execution.
Yeah, pretty much.
Drama comes from seeing characters put under terrible, stressful situations and seeing them hold back, seeing them act normally.
Yeah, yeah, that is how conflict works. You put in conflict someone's beliefs with what the scenario they're in, and then you see how the character would react.
Jesus Christ, Karen Gillan's got long fingers. Fucking hell. She could play a piano with those.
That's true.
See other New Who regenerations, rife with teary-eyed doctors and grand dramatic speeches designed to make you feel.
I also feel during the Christopher Eccleston regeneration.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty emotional, I'd say. And the external approach, the purpose of it is often closure. It's really good for closure because it means that you can round off all of those emotions and bring them out.
Yes. As opposed to just leave it unresolved, yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that a lot of people do in real life. It's kind of how you get over, emotional issues is you let them out, and that's an external way of doing drama. Then, obviously, like the other way is the restraint, where you don't resolve it, and there's a lot of tension. So it's like it's just a different style. It's not, good and bad. They're just different ways of doing drama, and I like that both exist in the same show.
Yeah,
and done well.
As long as it's executed well, I could not care less. Honestly, this style.
Yeah, surprising the amount of people that don't care about execution, but they care about like
the actual idea itself.
Yeah, which is dumb. Yeah,
do that.
Like the Doctor falling in love.
Anyway,
you feel. This scene that the entire thing hangs on the fact that Nine is trying to smooth the situation over. He's trying to be the opposite of dramatic. He's trying to keep Rose cheerful and calm.
Yeah. Yes, because this is a very fucking strange situation.
He's trying to help her because because she doesn't know what's happening, and he wants to reassure her that it's going to all be fine.
Yeah.
And you know what's really neat about this scene as well? That actually kind of supports everything about the 10th Doctor. He like says to Rose, like, and I'm not going to see you again. Not like this. Not with this daft old face.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like how he calls her fantastic, and then Christmas Invasion is all about trying to get her to, understand that it's still the same person. And at the end of Christmas Invasion, he says fantastic again.
Mhm.
That's kind of the final note on that, is that she's like, yes, this is the same man that I saw regenerate.
Yes. Christmas Invasion also kind of underrated.
I think Christmas Invasion is pretty good.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And it's so much sadder to see a character with this traumatic death/rebirth process, and instead of waxing lyrical about his emotions,
Oh,
or
you
never
call it
eating
death?
pears, or having a trip down memory
Oh yeah, he called it death. But you said it's not like death, dude. What? Oh, you're being kind of inconsistent, aren't you, Mr. Full Fat?
lane, the Doctor does the hardest
They're
thing.
just different ways of doing it.
Yeah.
Selflessly.
I'm getting annoyed just saying this again and again. They're just different. Good different or bad different? Just different.
Helps another person against all the odds. In this case, he helps Rose get through like a really stressful situation. Can you imagine if you'd never seen regeneration before, and someone you knew and trusted and loved just suddenly a different person? That would be stressful.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. But like, there's no one else there in End of Time.
Yeah, there's no one else there in Twice Upon a Time.
Twat.
Yeah.
We call it twat for short.
I'm sure.
That's weird.
The Doctor does the right thing here.
That's
great.
weird.
It's not an overblown meta monologue or a way of implicitly saying goodbye to the actor,
sake.
and it doesn't cling to
Shut
the moment in a
the
way that
fuck
makes you hate
up.
the idea of the fresh-faced Doctor who's a coming at any moment.
No, but the idea is that the 11th Doctor needs to accept himself as well, which it takes 11th hour for him to actually grasp who he is and who he's become.
It's the polar
Identity change is a big deal.
to the way 10 handle regeneration. Sure, 9 does refer to his upcoming new face in the third person, but it's framed as more of a way of explaining the concept to Rose and the audience.
No, you're moving the goalposts now. You're literally saying it does what you think it does, but it doesn't because you don't want it to.
Why are we looking at Time in the Rani?
No, yeah, please, no.
Why are we looking at Sylvester McCoy in a wig of Colin Baker's hair?
But it's like, I don't get it because, so you can't do a scene. Usually, a good scene achieves more than just one thing. A scene can be him trying to explain it to her in the easiest way possible, but also doubling as him being like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to become a different person." That's why he refers to that other person as him.
Yeah,
that's
just rewind the stream like a minute and then just hear what I said about a minute ago.
Yeah, it's just subtext, dude. You can do two things with one line of dialogue. It can mean two things. It's easy.
With that line, you can very much infer like what we've been talking about. Like it allows that. That's what I would say great writers kind of do.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm trying to think of an example. I was thinking of Bly.
Don't think
what
just
exactly line it could be.
Yeah, I was about to say like stuff that Mike Flanagan does with all his shows. He does that constantly.
But it was dragging, and she didn't get what she deserved.
Fuck's sake.
Sure, 9 does refer to his upcoming new face in the third person, but it's framed as more of a way of explaining the concept.
I'm sick of this
to
song
Rose and
he's
the
playing in the
audience,
background.
who at the time had likely never seen a regeneration. But where it crucially differs from the Tennant scene alone is that 9 fully embraces his fate.
Because he smiles.
When the Doctor embraces
Well, he's
pain,
embraced who he is, I think, more than the fact that it's his fate.
Well, I think it's more embracing like I'm going to die anyway. Like he's already accepted that. And then it's like I'm going to die because I decided to do the right thing and
because I'm fantastic.
Kill everyone. Yeah, and not kill everyone and save Rose, and that's what happened. It's like
he forgives himself in a sense, in some ways.
Yeah, it's like you were fantastic, and well, so was I.
Yeah,
it
man with
helps
low
us to embrace
self-esteem
change.
finding
The
himself,
Doctor
and then
story should
Ken
be
is a
sad.
man with high self-esteem crashing and burning. It's just a different way of doing it.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
like
much.
Russell T Davies didn't want to do the same thing again. So, you know, he did something different, and it's still good.
Did the first arc so nice, he had to do it twice.
Mm-hmm.
But the Doctor should never be sad about it.
Why?
Never. He should never be sad about it.
sad about changing his entire personality.
You guys do realise that the regeneration has a limit, right? You still technically are dying, just at a much, much, much bigger,
much
like
slower
lifespan.
pace, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a big lifespan.
Well, not anymore after Timeless Children, but yeah.
It is very convenient that he's just ignored all of Classico and this fucking regeneration bullshit, because there's so many references I could pull, but obviously it's not going to mean anything to him because he hasn't actually really, he's not talking about Classico. Like he's showing clips of it, but in terms of discussing what's the best regeneration ever, apparently he isn't actually saying anything about it. It's like, well, he's saying, oh, the Doctor should never, not want to regenerate, and it's like, well, if you look at a whole bunch of them, I can point to plenty of things that say that the Doctor, it's not like, the Doctor's happy to regenerate. It's just that's something that has to happen. It's part of life. But in this instance, they built up a character arc where the 10th Doctor has got a different mindset. And it's not like, I don't, oh my God, I'm getting a headache from this. I'm going in circles. Anyway.
Yeah.
Move on.
The Doctor's final story should be sad, but the Doctor should never be sad about
Why?
it. They
Explain,
should never treat
bitch.
it like they are dying, like that change will be bittersweet. Their final scene should be a celebration
You're
of
just
their
talking
time
about
as the
tone.
Doctor.
No, why does it have to always be a celebration? Why can't it be about the character itself? Why can't it be something that we've been building up for years and years and years? And why can't it just be what it wants to be? For fuck's sake, you fucking prick.
Yeah, he's gatekeeping what it can be or what it can't be. It's
so limiting, and it pisses me off that so many people want this just idea of the same thing constantly over and over again. When this show is literally about fucking change.
Yeah, actually, it was my birthday recently, and you know what? One of my least favorite things about having my birthday is that every single year when I cut the cake and someone sings "Happy Birthday" to me, it's the same fucking thing every year. It'd be nice if it was different.
Come on, we're very close to the end of this video.
That is about to arrive. There should be something sad about it, of course, but it's not up to the Doctor to make us feel that.
What do you mean? What?
Go find happiness somewhere else. If you tried to find happiness in a TV show, like Jesus Christ,
go watch fucking The Wiggles or something.
The Wiggles probably has more nuance than this guy.
The Ninth Doctor's regeneration is bar none the very best regeneration scene in the series. Nothing else tops it for striking the perfect balance of melancholy, levity, heart, and
He's
drama.
just talking about tone. He's not talking about the story. He's just talking about tone.
The tone is consistent in all the other scenes as well. And the 12th Doctor also does strike levity when he says, "Never ever eat pears." It's like, yeah.
Why? What makes the scene that he's talking about great is the story. He's not talking about the story.
Wow, meaningful it is for the Ninth Doctor.
He's doing a disservice to the scene he's trying to say is the greatest.
Yeah, because
he's just talking about tone. He's just talking about tone. He's not talking about the story. He's not talking about the character. He's just talking about tone.
With the Doctor going, like, talking about, like, I was going to take you to so many places. Barcelona, not the city Barcelona, the planet Barcelona. You'd love it. Just all that. It's just fucking great.
It regenerates. Like, where were we? Oh, right, Barcelona.
Yeah, I know.
I love that. It's so good. So good.
Overstating or understating the weight of this change or the character dynamics that were forged to get us here. It embraces change, the fundamental principle that has kept the show alive since 1963.
But that's meta.
Yeah, and
that's
change can be scary and change can be bad, as you even yourself have acknowledged by the fact that Chibnall took over and you don't like his tenure. So it's the exact same thing. Change can be bad and scary, and it can lead to a lot of unknown places.
Also, longevity can also be bad too.
Yeah,
I'm just going to point that out.
Yeah.
In the next Doctor in the most positive way possible, and to think it's in one of the best finales of the series that totally deserves its own video.
But one of the reasons why it's the best is more than just tone; it's the actual story itself. So
yeah, it is a pretty great finale. Yeah.
Poggers.
I quite enjoy Parting of the Ways.
I do suppose there is something cathartic in seeing that even our heroes must one day come to an end, but through tying regeneration to life and confronting change, as opposed to misery and missed opportunity,
It's not you.
It's trying to tell a story, you fucking moron.
Missed opportunities. Stop.
I missed when
video is a
Doctor
missed
Who.
opportunity.
I missed when Doctor Who was like this.
This video is a missed opportunity because it had the chance to actually do a really good review of regeneration and have lots of people's eyes on it. Because Full Fat gets a lot of views, and all he's done is just talk about tone, and it's a pile of bullshit.
It has to always be happy and about change and accepting change, and it can't be the fact that a character can't go through a lot of trauma.
Yeah, what about
that they've
again?
been
This is the
building
thing.
up for
He's not
years.
addressing. He's not addressing all of the regenerations either. It's like, you know, there's a regeneration where he gets fucked over by his own people in exile with a new face, or there's a regeneration where he sees that he's going to die before it happens, or there's a regeneration where
when he literally doesn't accept change.
Yeah, well, the only reason he accepts change in Legopolis is because he needs to do it to save the universe from death.
Whereas with Wilf, it's
and
something so small.
literally,
It's just
and
this
literally
one
in the
person.
war games, it's forced against his will. It wasn't his choice to change. The Time Lords executed him. They basically beheaded him and gave him a new head. Ugh. And then, like, in Planet the Spiders, it's just like, I had to face my fear, Sarah.
Yes,
I had to face my fear.
Oh, don't cry.
All the people that are gone in our lives, including our old selves, stay with us as we grow. I don't think you should suppress your emotions or your emotional honesty.
That's what
but the drama is born out
doctors
of the
do,
Doctor's
but doesn't
affection
mean you have
for
to do the
Rose.
same thing for every single one.
Before I go, I just want to tell you were fantastic.
He remains calm
So
and
good.
positive because it will make this situation easier for her.
Yes.
Happy
You don't have
birthday.
to do that every time.
Thanks, Jeff. Naira told him to say that, so yeah. But I agree with his assessment that is why he's doing it, and it is quite meaningful, I think, as a character moment that he puts her first in that situation as opposed to thinking about his own
Does Full
himself.
Fat just want the same speech every regeneration?
Every time he just says to the companion,
Yeah.
"You were fantastic," and that's like,
Change is good. Goodbye, companion.
I
shall not
enjoy
die.
change.
Given that the 10th Doctor has an ego, he should have just looked at in the mirror and said, "I was fantastic, and so was I."
So was I.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
He is a heroic, selfless figure to the final turn. What
Sure.
better an end and new beginning?
not
That's
the
why
10th
the 10th
Doctor,
Doctor also regenerates. Sorry, that's why the 10th Doctor also sacrifices himself to save Wilfred too.
Yeah,
Saves one person.
Yeah.
Dies for it.
doesn't mean he can't be upset about it. Like,
Can't be angry about it because,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe he's dying.
Also, he's calling this greatest regeneration ever. He's probably just talking about New Who, but the thing is,
He
he
is.
said Doctor Who. He does the same thing in Case of Androzani. So it's like you need to fucking address these things. Jesus Christ.
Easier for her.
by the way, the editing here is fucking terrible. Like, it just keeps cutting in the middle of the same shot. So it's like you have this one reaction of the Doctor, and then it cuts into the middle of another reaction, or in the middle of a sentence. That's not how you do
think it's for
visual editing,
copyright.
I'm sorry. Well, it
probably-
could be,
it's
but
probably
you can still
copyright.
change. Just add another clip from a completely different part of the scene with a reverse shot of Rose, and then boom, that's fine.
No,
It fits.
it's cringe though.
That is true.
Do you know what? He is a heroic,
It's like, Jesus Christ, that editing's so bad.
selfless figure to the final turn. What better an end and new beginning for the Doctor?
So was I.
This editing is so bad. Is that it? I think that's it.
Hi guys, Matt here. Thank you for watching another Full Fat video. Don't
Oh, I
forget to
hate
click
it.
that subscribe.
Okay, yeah, mine's just
Yeah,
patrons.
I mean, he's not lying. It did have a lot of fat in it.
It did. It could have been like 20 minutes shorter. He could have not existed, to be fair, but you know.
Oh god. Doctor Who series 12 was almost good. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even close, bro.
Wait, who made that video?
Oh, when I was on the other stream, Joey was saying that he likes Series 11 now. So there you go.
Oh god.
And I was just like, I've actually gone in the opposite direction.
You hate it more.
It would be interesting.
Probably Series 11 is probably my least favorite in the entire show. Like, cannot stand it. Not a single good episode.
I think I'd agree. I think it's the one that I think I want to rewatch the least, because Series 12 at least has Villa Diodati, and that's like an episode that
It's not a single good episode in Series 11.
Yeah.
So like, what? It's like I think
It's just so boring. There's nothing going for it, and there's no.
It's boring, but
characters,
also
nothing.
very destructive to the Doctor.
Yeah,
it's a
really
shittily written Sunday night drama with wooden planks, with no character, no agency, and shit
Pretty much.
villains and shit scripts and shit direction and shit color grading. It's just like there's nothing. Like really,
the music
bland.
is just quite hit and miss as well.
Oh yeah, it's all right.
One of the tracks I think is the only track that I think I actually really adore is the scene between Ryan and Graham during It Takes You Away, like the final scene. I think that's the only music that for me stands out.
There's a musical track from It Takes You Away called Made a New Friend. I think that's probably my favorite one from Series 11. That's a really good track. And then there's also one called, I think it's called My Beautiful Ghost Monument as well. Those are the two
that one
tracks
I actually remember as well, yeah.
But everything else is pretty cringe.
I do think it would be interesting to check out some other videos of his where he talks about Doctor Who, because I've realized that he has quite a few videos. Not today, just another stream.
We've covered a few of them on our
It's
channel.
like top 10 greatest Doctor Who
we
episodes.
covered the
because this could be interesting for us to talk about our favorite Doctor Who episodes as well.
No, we covered his Missy video, which was just god awful.
That he has ranked every Christmas special. He calls the 11th Hour the best opener, so that's interesting.
I mean, he's right, but I'd fear that he would do a really bad job at displaying why it is.
I don't know if I've seen it or not, but I think he said something along the lines of like it's all new.
No.
I mean, it is all new. He's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't argue with that. He's right. It's all new.
He does the thing where he explains what it is rather than telling you why it's good.
Which is dumb as fuck, yeah. Well,
I love that.
So, before we cap off today's stream, 1 second.
Oh my god, Tin's healed.
Whenever you want, Tin. No pressure.
Get out of the call, that'd be good.
Yeah.
If you don't join this call right now, you are getting kicked out of ECUM forever.
Yeah. He just messaged me saying like, "Oh, you add me to the call." So whenever you want, Tin. We're waiting. There you are, Tin. Hello.
There it is.
You good?
A fun.
A time. Thank you, Adelaide. Adelaide, yeah. That is all he was here to do. Yeah, but that was today's stream where we talk about Doctor Who. It was fun.
It was a journey.
Yeah, just fun in quotation marks, as in I like talking about good Doctor Who, but I also hate watching Phil Fett videos. So thank you, Colum and Connor, for coming on. It was quite fun to talk to you guys about Doctor Who again. And welcome to ECUM for the first time, Connor. I hope you had fun.
Yeah, well, when we did the Revolution one, I was just like, I'll appear on one. You're like, oh, you're inviting yourself on, are you?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But you finally made it. It's supposed to be on ECUM 35, but we didn't have enough time. We were actually going to cover this video on ECUM 35.
I'm really looking forward to when you guys do reactions to Flux on this channel.
Yeah.
I'm very looking forward to that.
That's
going to be real fun.
Interesting, yeah.
I've got
Oh my god, Jeb.
Every fucking time.
I've got my own thing planned for that, and it's going to be funny as fuck.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be fun because Flash Season 8 also starts soon, and we're also going to be reacting to that with Madvocate. So we're gonna have like 2 reactions a week for a few weeks, so that's gonna be interesting.
If you actually edit them.
Yes.
This is the thing, though, is because we know that Series 14 is going to be written by Russell T. I'm not worried about the show's future, so I can just laugh at Chibnall. I don't have to be.
That's why I'm so excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
I think me and Callum have that same philosophy, or just
like with
laugh.
like Series 12. With Series 12, I was like, oh god, are they gonna kill the show? Are they gonna kill the show?
And they kind of did.
With Series 13, though, it's just like, oh well, we'll be fine.
Yeah, RTD's coming back. Who cares? Yeah.
Let's just get through this shitty fan fiction.
We're just over a week away, lads, from the first chapter.
9 days away
Halloween
from that,
Apocalypse,
which is going to be an experience. Hopefully not too bad, but considering what Chibno has said, like Jeb pointed out earlier in the stream, not too hopeful. But
pumpkins are cringe.
Indeed.
Apocalypse is up cringe.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming on
today.
You know,
they should have in the Halloween Apocalypse. They should have bloody Professor Quirrell run in and say, "Troll in the dungeon."
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. It's been fun talking about Doctor Who again, which we'll talk about way more coming forward, considering we don't care about Marvel nearly as much anymore, and Zod has finally finished Doctor Who, so we can talk about that. So yeah it's quite a journey we're gonna have this second year of ECUM, with hopefully way more ECUMs and way less inconsistent. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. We'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye, you.
Bye. We're in the wind.